everyone. Can I ask everyone to please take their seats? We're about to start. Hi, Claude. How are you? This is your table. This one. This one. هيدا الدكتورة. Can I have everyone seated, please? We're about to start. He was in the room.
This is so beautiful.
حبيبي business circle أنا قلت له Can I please have everyone in their seats? I'm about to start. Jennifer. هيدا لازم دينا عشان نبتدي. Good morning, everyone. لنا 7 دقائق. 7 minutes left. Good morning. Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. Can I hear a good morning back, please?
Good morning!
All right, that's what I like to hear. Wow. a joy it is to stand here and look out at a full room. We've been working so hard for this moment. It's wonderful to see this place filled with old and new friends who have come from around the world to be here. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, fellows, and friends from all over the world, welcome. Despite a difficult global moment and many competing demands on your time and attention. The fact that you are here says something powerful about community, relationships, and the importance of coming together. Before we begin, I'd like to express our gratitude to our partners whose trust, support, and belief helped make this gathering possible. Princess Moody bint Khaled Al Saud, the Dubai Silicon Oasis, Sawiris Foundation for Social Development, African Finance Corporation, the World Bank Group, High Bridge Advisory, IT Park Uzbekistan, Silk Road Innovation Hub, UM6B, 100 Open Startups, Greer Foods, Joshen Farms, and Yazin. A lot. Each of these organizations is doing hard, meaningful work on the ground. We encourage you all to meet them, learn about the incredible work they're leading, and explore new opportunities to collaborate. A few quick notes before we begin. Please silence your phones during sessions. Please download the Engagefully app if you haven't already. There's a QR code for that on your tables. For all speakers joining us in this ballroom, we kindly ask that you be near the stage before your session begins so we can bring you up smoothly and keep us on time. If you see our volunteers throughout the venue, they're dressed in black and happy and ready to assist. You'll also see our friends from ENDA with us again this year, a Kenyan-born performance, footwear and sportswear brand proudly representing innovation from the continent. Please stop by their booth and say hello. The MIT Coop is also outside with books written by several of our speakers, should you wish to browse or take home a signed copy. Please also make your way to the Step and Repeat to capture a few moments. Our team lead, Saif, are you here? It's raising his hand over there. It's going to stop you throughout the conference and ask you for testimonials and photos and short videos. So this conference is always a collective effort. And I want to say a heartfelt thank you to our small but mighty team, our partners, and everyone who worked behind the scenes so hard to bring these next 2 days to life. And now it is my pleasure to welcome a former colleague and dear, dear friend, Donovan Beck, who will share a very special poem with us titled Mary Oliver Once Said.
Good morning, everyone. I've had a pleasure of meeting a lot of you, and I'm really excited to continue that pleasure to meet a lot of you today. I am a former colleague of the center, but I'm a dear friend of everyone in this room. I connected to the center and the work that we did through Dina, as many of us have, through a shared love of poetry and a shared love of musings about the world. And a poet that is dear to my heart, dear to Dina's heart, and dear to many of us is Mary Oliver. And she has a famous poem called Wild Geese that many of us revisit in times of despair, and which we feel ourselves in a lot today. And I was thinking recently about that and about the world in which we live. And I wrote this poem in response to wild geese. Because Mary Oliver once said, "Tell me your despairs and I will tell you mine." I would tell you that the world is on fire, that men with souls as small as their eyes have held brimstone's jaw on the throat of peace, that the gates have been buckling with the echo cry of the past, the future, and the present. I would tell you that our children's children will one day ask how we got here. Despair is defined in Merriam-Webster as an utter loss of hope. It is a grief paid in the setting sun over the town, the country, the world. Mrs. Oliver, I will tell you that despair has crept its way up the shoreline. It has corroded our foundations. It has branded the word hope a lie and casted empathy exile from our homes and our tongues, and it has turned our once wildfire spirits into dim embers. Mrs. Oliver, I will tell you about my despair, but please allow me to also tell you of our joy. Allow me to share with you how the sun crests over the horizon and burns away the cold night. Tell you how there are still good men, good women, good people out there casting life rafts into the dark ocean, knowing that there are still souls left to be found. I need you to know that despair is only the sound of hope unheard, that underneath the rubble will still be the same stones that we will one day have to rebuild with, that our calloused hands can still embrace each other in these times. Mrs. Oliver, please tell me about your hopes. Tell me how in the face of it all you still see the wild geese fly through the fog and into clear skies. Let us share in the stories of the unbroken and the broken. Let us rejoice in the tales of those mending, budding, and beautiful spirits still fighting for home. Tell me those stories, and I will tell you mine. In a world full of despair, our hope is the currency in which we will pay passage into the future. Our children's children will know that their names and their stories and all that we have left them with is just our hopes that they will one day have to carry. We are our siblings' keepers in these times of darkness, but let us also be their champions in the cracks of the light. The shore will heal. We will brace the foundations back again and welcome all of those lost souls home. But to do so, Mrs. Oliver, everyone, tell me your joy. Tell us how you see the cracks of light towards those brighter days. Despair cannot last in the face of all that we are. Wild geese burning the clear sky. Thank you for being here. I welcome you.
Thank you, Donovan. That spirit leads beautifully into why we are gathered here today. Simon Sinek once said that in great teams, when things are difficult, people move toward one another, not away. They show up for each other without hesitation. That is what I've witnessed in my team every day, a reflection of their character, their generosity, and their deep commitment to something larger than themselves. And that kind of culture does not happen by accident. It is nurtured by leadership. It is shaped by a leader who calls people to a higher standard, who leads with clarity and courage, and who inspires others to give their very best. And now it's my privilege to introduce someone whose vision, heart, and unwavering belief in what is possible continue to shape this center and all of us within it. Please join me in welcoming our Executive Director, Dina Sharif.
All really packed room. Did not expect so many people, but thank you all for being here. The reflection of my age, I need to put on my reading glasses. This happens every year. So I won't be able to see you, but I'll see my speech. You know, it is what it is, Sandy, right? All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are we excited to be here? Yes. Good morning. Your Excellencies, Sayuri and Craig Sharper, distinguished guests, dear fellows, partners, and members of this incredible global community, welcome back, or welcome again, or welcome to our community, the MIT Kuo Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship. So it's a privilege to stand here once again, surrounded by a room that represents not just diversity of geography. We have over 50 countries represented in this room, maybe more, we'll find out as we go through the conference. And we have so much diversity of thought. And I want to give a special shout out to the incredible delegation of Uzbekistan. I know they're here somewhere, I can't see you, yes? Who came to reveal the great wonders of their country. Please go to their session. It's called Uzbekistan Unlocked. I was able to travel there recently and I was blown away, so I do encourage you to meet with the delegation and get to know Uzbekistan better. I have an extra special shout out to the delegation that came from my home country, Egypt. There's so many. For the first time ever, the Egyptians showed up to me. I have them in large numbers this year. We are over 100 million people, and I want to welcome them to my community, and I'm grateful for all those who showed up. And I do want to give a special shout out to the incredible, incredible Egyptian women who are here. We have so many. You're going to see them on panels. You're going to see them rock stages. But I'm very grateful that you all showed up for me this year. Every year when we gather, we take a moment to reflect on the state of the world. And if we're really honest, today's narrative is pretty heavy. We're told that the world is fragmenting, that uncertainty is the defining feature of our time, that growth is slowing, that the future is something to fear. But I want to begin today by challenging that narrative. Not because the challenges aren't real, but because the story is incomplete. Because at the very same time, the fastest growing cities in the world are not where we are used to looking. They're across Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Digital adoption in countries like Indonesia, Nigeria, Uzbekistan, and my home country, Egypt, is accelerating at a pace that is reshaping industries. And innovation is no longer concentrated. It is distributed, dynamic, and deeply local. And yet, we don't talk about this enough. We remain anchored in a narrative of scarcity, of risk, of delay, of dependency, when in reality, we are living through one of the most profound expansions of human potential in history. So today I want to offer a different lens, a different starting point, a different choice. A choice to anchor ourselves in the narrative of hope, which is what Donovan said in his poem. And this is not wishful thinking. This is what we at the center call actionable hope. Hope that is grounded in reality, hope that is expressed through building, hope that is carried forward by the people, by all of you in this room, who refuse to wait for a better future because you are already creating it. For nearly 2 decades, we're going to be 20 years old next year. For nearly 2 decades, our work at the center has been grounded in one simple belief, that prosperity is not something that can be imported. Co-authors of that future. So last year I said something that I will repeat again today. Growth markets are not rising. We are not becoming. We are here. But this year I want to add something, I just want to take it a step further. We are not waiting, we are building. Building companies, building ecosystems, building communities, building new models of prosperity that are more inclusive, more sustainable, and more reflective of the realities on the ground that matter to us. So here's the truth. Every single person in this room is searching for prosperity. Not just economic prosperity, but prosperity of dignity, of opportunity, of possibility. The kind of prosperity that allows individuals, families, and communities not just to survive, but to thrive. And the only way to achieve that is if we believe deeply and unapologetically that we have the ability to create it ourselves. And this is why this community exists. Because entrepreneurship at its core is an act of belief. It's an act of defiance against the status quo, like you, Io. It is the decision to look at the world as it is and choose to build what it could be. So over the next few days, you will hear stories, insights, and ideas from across our global community, but more importantly, you will see proof. Proof that the narrative is already shifting, proof that prosperity is not a privilege, it is something we can build for everyone together. So as we begin this conference, I invite you to do one thing. Be intentional about the narrative you carry with you, because the stories we tell shape the systems we build, and the systems we build determine the futures that we create. And if there's one idea I hope you leave with today, it is this. We are witnessing, and what we are building is not incremental change. It is a fundamental shift in how prosperity is created. A shift away from dependence towards agency, a shift away from extraction towards value creation, an act of courage to unequivocally decide what needs to be left behind for evolution to take place. And this is what we mean when we talk about a new calculus for global prosperity. A calculus where human potential is our greatest asset, where knowledge and innovation are locally rooted, where technology is not just adopted but shaped, and where prosperity is not measured by a few but experienced by many. And the most important part is that this calculus is not theoretical. It is already in motion. It is being built by the entrepreneurs in this room, by the ecosystems that you all represent, and by the choices that we make every day together. This is our moment. Not to respond to the world as it is, but to define what comes next. So before we begin this conference, though, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to the people who make this community possible. To our fellows, and if you're a fellow of the center, please stand. Yeah, Ahi, you're a fellow. I want to take a moment to really express my deep gratitude to our fellows. As Donovan would say, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and you are the very shoulders that we all stand on in this community. So thank you. I'm grateful for all of you. I also want to say, please welcome home to our Foundry Fellows, because they have joined us here from 9 countries across Africa, and this year we celebrate the 5th cohort of this fellowship that was created. It was a baby idea of mine, a dream of mine, that we could connect Africa, the entire continent of Africa, through its entrepreneurs. And I'm proud to say that this is already happening through all of them. Thank you for being here with us, and we look forward to this community continuing to grow and expand. And to our sponsors and partners, your belief in this mission is not taken for granted. You are co-investors in the future that matters, and I thank you again. Now, to Sayuri Sharper, I don't know what to say about Sayuri Sharper. There's so much I could say about this incredible woman, but your unwavering support and the generous spirit you have brought and the energy and the warmth that you have brought to this center is something we all recognize by a team. And you know, in my culture, we have this, we always talk about like, who has your back? And Sayuri always has our back. And I just want to thank you for believing in our work, believing in my team, believing in this mission. Thank you. Okay, to my incredible team, if you are a member of the Kuo Sharper Center team, please stand. They're going to be wearing different shades of blue representing the colors of our center. Keep standing, guys. These people, they are the engine behind everything you see here. Their dedication, their creativity, their hearts, the love they have for one another, and the love they show for this center is what transforms our vision into reality. And I want to give a very special thank you to Rania. Where is she? Yeah. We at the center, we call this woman the queen of the conference. We say the queen has walked in, the queen is telling us what to do, the queen is coming in. But she really is the queen who makes this conference happen every year, and I want to thank you because no matter what, she makes this conference happen with excellence and thoughtfulness and a generosity of spirit that is unmatched. And it's wonderful to be able to do things with someone I can call a friend and a colleague, and who pushes us all, and the team will be able to attest to that. And I want to give a special thank you to our entire operations team. You'll see these people around. If you see them, say thank you, because they're so tired and they haven't been sleeping and they've been working tirelessly, and I'm truly grateful for my team. And to Sumaya and Selma, where are you? I can't see them because I'm wearing my reading glasses, but they're over there. These two women, I want to say that these two women have spent months with me curating this agenda and thinking very carefully about the speakers you will hear from. They were extremely thoughtful and intentional about curating an agenda that will be operational, that will be able to take actionable items and move forward with. And I'm so grateful to them. And please also, when you see them, thank them, tell them you love them. All right, guys, you can sit around, you can sit down. I'm endlessly grateful to all of you. And so again, I want to say to everyone, welcome to MIT, welcome to the MIT Kuo Sharper Center, welcome to our community, and welcome to the new calculus for global prosperity.
We are living through a moment that feels both uncertain and deeply significant. Everywhere we look, the old ways of thinking about growth and global cooperation
know you're going to get sick of my voice throughout this conference. I apologize. All right, now I would love to invite to stage Professor Maria Yang, who is our faculty director, our new faculty director, and also vice provost for academic affairs. I haven't known Maria for very long, but I just want to say that so far, she has showed us enormous grace and generosity as the center has transitioned to the office of the provost. And she's been a wonderful anchor for us throughout this transition. She's also, get to know her because she's done a lot of incredible work in innovation and design, and we're all very proud to have you with us and to have you as our faculty director. Welcome.
Lower that for me, so there we go. No, it's the hazard of being short. So thank you, Dina, and welcome everyone to Cambridge. I know it's just you've traveled a long way to be here, and it's truly an honor to be here with you today. This is such a distinguished audience. Representing the whole world. I had no idea. Sayuri and Dina had told me about this conference, and it's far exceeded what I had expected. So I think every corner of the world, Africa, Asia, the Middle East, Latin America, all are represented, and it's fantastic to be here with you today. And we're all gathered here today because we all share a similar conviction that growth markets are not just emerging, they are dynamic. They are centers of ingenuity and opportunity. So for nearly 2 decades now, the MIT Kuo Sharper Center, formerly Legatum Center, has supported entrepreneurs as the primary drivers of sustainable and inclusive prosperity. With a legacy of nearly 400 student fellows and 60 foundry fellows, the center continues to grow and thrive with a focus on entrepreneurs as critical drivers of prosperity in growth markets. The center's critical work over the years has stretched across the entire institute, strengthening MIT's mission to advance knowledge for the betterment of global society. The shift has now culminated in a milestone moment for the center as it transitions from its former home in the MIT Sloan School of Business to the office of the provost. This move provides an incredible opportunity for us to boost collaboration, inviting deeper participation from faculty and students across disciplines, from engineering to the sciences to economics and business. And with its new home in the Provost's office, the center will build new bridges with students, innovators, and researchers across our 5 schools and the College of Computing, who are passionate about solutions shaped by local insights and global ambition. We're thrilled that the center is joining the Provost's office portfolio of innovation. So today, we convene under the theme of a new calculus for prosperity, which positions entrepreneurship and innovation as the core pathways to self-sustaining growth. MIT is committed to engaging with growth markets as sources of innovation, not just as recipients. I want to thank Dina Sharif and her whole team for their tireless work in orchestrating this transition and this conference. I also want to thank Sayuri and Craig Sharper for their transformational support of the center. And I also want to recognize Dame Professor Fiona Murray of MIT Sloan School of Business for her years of vital contributions to the center. And finally, to our participants gathered here today who have traveled from across the world, truly, your presence really underscores the importance of this effort. Thank you all for being part of this community. And as we continue through this conference, I want to encourage you to deepen these dialogues and these collaborations. This is a rare opportunity to be gathered here today. Our doors at MIT are open. We want you to continue to coming back to Cambridge, but more importantly, we want to continue to work with you to bring the best that MIT has to offer to your home countries. Together, we will continue to equip the next generation of leaders and entrepreneurs to build ventures that don't just scale, but transform societies and deliver actionable hope. I will now hand the floor back to Dina. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Hello, everyone. My name is Sharif. I'm a senior advisor at the center. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, fellows, and friends from across the world. I'm not going to make a speech. It just gives me great pleasure to introduce this upcoming segment. Of course, because it features our beloved Dina, our executive director, but also because it includes a brilliant voice that many of us at the center are inspired by. It's a voice that has challenged traditional models of economic development for decades now. I'm sure most of you know that person. And it's a voice that we feel the world is desperate and needs to hear at the current moment. That voice, of course, is the renowned Professor Jeffrey Sachs. And I hope you enjoy the next segment as much as I will. Thank you.
meant that there would be a worldwide transformation to low carbon energy. I don't think the United States really wanted anyone else to succeed, especially. And the U.S. became less generous over time. It was somewhat generous in the early days against China. And so it would say, we want to build Japan and Korea as a bulwark against China. That's a kind of imperial mentality. But when it comes to Africa, they didn't care very much at all. In fact, the United States leaders did not like Pan-Africanism or Pan-Arabism.
Or Pan-Arabism, that's right.
Yeah.
The two regions that I come from did not like.
Exactly. So, I think Nasser, by the way, could have been a great leader. I do believe that. But he was stopped. He was stopped because he was considered a threat to the American leadership. So he became an enemy because the U.S. wouldn't fund the Aswan Dam, so he turned to the Soviet Union, which would. And then he became an enemy of the United States that must be stopped. And in Africa, Africa's brightest young leaders like Lumumba and Nkrumah were taken out by the CIA. So this was also part of the politics. Being under the U.S. thumb is not very pleasant. And countries still don't know how to get out from under the U.S. thumb now. They're too subservient to it. The U.S. bribes them sometimes, it cajoles them sometimes, it threatens them sometimes. But it's very hard without some measure of independence to do the things that need to be done. So there's definitely a political economy here. Now, having said that, this is why I'm putting a lot of emphasis on the African Union. I would like the African Union, which is a member institution with 55 nations,
To really
to get its act together, to be their union, to have plans, to work together, to invest together, and to defend African interests together. It's not impossible. I think the world's moving in that direction.
Moving in that direction anyway. How do you see this current moment potentially reshaping the global economic order? And where do you see the greatest opportunity for growth markets to really redefine their role within it?
We're moving to a very different economic system from the one that prevailed roughly from 200 years, from perhaps you could date it from 1815, the end of the Napoleonic Wars, to maybe 2010, so 2 centuries, which was Western dominated. And during that period, for roughly 3/4 of the period, it was British dominated. Then it became American dominated. Now, I believe we're moving to a multipolar world with China returning to a global historical role. And I say historical because China was a world leader for a long time. I think India will be much more important. I believe that the African Union can catapult Africa to a role that it's never had, which is much more central in the world economy and society. I say that because, Africa was under Western imperial power roughly from 1600 onward, first with the slave trade for nearly 300 years, and then Western imperialism for about 75 years. Very painful. In 1950, Africa was completely impoverished, overwhelmingly illiterate, and with the population that was about 9% of the world population. Today, Africa is 18% of the world population. Of course, it's overcome the literacy issue, but it still has a big challenge on education, fundamental challenge.
And poverty.
But and poverty. Though there's been some improvement, definitely. And by 2050, Africa will be 25% of the world population. If you can
And the youngest.
think of that, and the youngest, and by 2100, if you project forward with the UN forecasts, 35% of the world population. So this is Africa's time, in my view. I would like it to be the Arab world's time also, but that's not happening effectively right now. So I believe the most basic point about development, just economic development, is that it's really a high return activity if you do it right. If you invest in education, science, and infrastructure, business and and help train for business and entrepreneurship, you have a growth engine, and that can be just about anywhere if it's a peaceful and cooperative neighborhood in the world. War is pretty destructive because our technology is so good you can knock down in days what takes years to build. So that's the other side of this story. You need peace and you need investment, and you need to be smart about it, and you need to plan for it, and you need to have both government and entrepreneurship working together synergistically. That's the basics. Given that's my view, I think all emerging regions of the world can succeed in making big progress. This world is not a zero-sum game. This world is a game of investment where different regions can move forward together. And in fact, where the success of one region benefits other regions, it doesn't harm them. So the zero-sum mentality is a mistake. Third, it should be regions that move together, not individual countries. Of course, I want individual leadership.
At the center, we have been saying this forever. Integration.
It's true. It's true. Of course, I was going to say within a region, there will be some leaders who will push the others and help the other leaders to know.
You're probably going to be male, right?
Well, whoever it is, just move forward, but move forward together because it's mutual benefit. And I do say, look to your neighbors. They are your partners. They are not your enemies. And if there is an enemy across the other side, probably because, sorry to say it, but the U.S. empire created that enemy. So in divide and conquer, your neighbors are your partners in development. So this is another point. Now, if you add all of that together, I believe that China will continue to be a predominant economy for the next quarter century. I think India will have rapid growth, and I think it's Africa's turn for very rapid growth. And so I'm working with the African Union and with others on what I regard as Africa's high growth era ahead. I'm aiming for 10% per year GDP growth.
10% is a high aspiration.
Yeah, I think it's feasible. It matches what China accomplished. It requires in each region of Africa leaders that say, we're going to help move forward West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa. So I'm working with the leaders in different parts of Africa to help design what can be done, how to make the investments, working at the African Union level, how to tie together the continent in physical infrastructure, a long time dream, but it's got to be made a reality now. And how Africa can
talk about the need for the railway to go through and get that done.
Yeah, Cape to Cairo was an idea of
Cape to Cairo
was an idea of a century ago.
Right? There's a little song about it. We're a room of policymakers and entrepreneurs and big companies, scientists, and also capital allocators. We have a lot of risk capital players in the room. What is the one thing that you want to tell this group of people as we move ahead in this conference, talking about this new calculus for prosperity that is sustainable, inclusive, locally owned, and innovation driven? What is the one thing you want to tell them as we move forward in this conference?
I would say look region by region, engage with the regional leaders, which could be national leaders with the regional vision or regional organizations, and help chart out what's the next 15 years in ASEAN, in India, in the African Union, or in subregions. Where should we head? Then we can brainstorm together. We're going to develop renewable energy supply chains. We're going to make an interconnected grid. We're going to build AI for health and education, but do it in a context where there's a project at a regional scale that engages the national leaders, that engages the cooperation across them, and then this marvelous group that you have of engineers, of entrepreneurs, of investors, have the clarity. We're going that way. We can help make that happen. And it will happen then.
I love it. I love it. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to speak to everyone, and I hope that you'll keep coming back to the.
Congratulations on what you're doing. It's very exciting.
Thanks.
And we'll make some links together on all.
We will, because we're deeply inspired by your work. So thank you again so much.
That's so nice. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Professor Sachs. Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. I promise at some point you'll stop hearing from me. I want to introduce someone very special. So from this point on, we're going to hand the conference over to an incredible woman. So a lot of the fellows know I talk about community a lot. I talk about the importance of building your tribe, finding your people, because those are the people who show up when you call and say, please do something for me, and they don't say no. And so this woman, Roseya Hijazi, she's an entrepreneur. She's the best researcher I have ever come across, with the exception of Salma Sayah. She's also a great researcher. I don't want to offend anybody, but she's really the best. And she has spent 20 years of her career at the intersection of evidence and policy work across the Arab region. She's a close friend. She has a company called Analyses. If you need anyone to do research, she's your woman. But she's also going to be our incredible MC for the rest of the conference. But she's not just here to be a master of ceremonies. She is going to be here to challenge you to think. We are going to be doing some polling. We're going to be asking you some questions. And we're going to be asking you to engage with us, because we also want to get a sense of what you're all thinking about some of the topics of today. So I want to introduce the incredible Roseya Hijazi, my dear friend, an incredible colleague, and someone I have deeply respected for over 15 years. And I literally did call her on the phone and say, can you please come? And she said yes.
Thank you. Good morning. It's an honor to be with all of you here today. Dina, you talk about shared prosperity being the only way forward, and I wanted those in the room who haven't worked with Dina to know that you don't just say that. You live it, you see potential in people, and you lift them. And one of the most beautiful things about Dina is she celebrates when others shine. So thank you in believing in so many of us. I'm aware we're a little bit behind schedule, right? So I'm going to hurry up a bit. What Professor Sachs just described is both diagnosis and a call to action. 85% of the world's population lives in growth markets, and yet for too long, their potential has been treated as secondary to the story of global prosperity. As someone from the Arab region, one thing he said stayed with me. You can knock down in days what takes years to build. that if we invest in education, science, infrastructure, and entrepreneurship, we have a growth engine that can run anywhere, as long as it runs in peace. I think I speak for many of us when I say we carry a deep hope for peace in the world. Peace is not just a moral imperative, it's also an economic one. His ask of us all, look region by region, chart the next 15 years and move together. That is the new calculus: sustainable, inclusive, locally owned, and innovation-driven. If that resonates, make sure you attend our regional workshops tomorrow, where we will be doing exactly that, charting regional roadmaps for shared prosperity. And now, for our opening panel, we've just heard Professor Sachs diagnose the problem at a systems level. This panel goes further. What does a better model actually look like, and what does it demand of leaders in government, in business, and in civil society? Moderating is Dina Sharif. Dina, please welcome to the stage, along with our panelists, Mr. Claude Grunitsky, the Equality Alliance, Mr. David Gonahasa, representing Her Excellency Dr. Monica Musanaza, Minister of Science and Innovation from Uganda, Her Excellency Dr. Ghada Wali, former Minister of Social Solidarity from Egypt, His Excellency Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadijia, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President's Office of the Vice President, Nigeria, Mr. Javier Lozano, founder of Clínicas del Azúcar. I hope I'm pronouncing all of this right. And His Excellency Minister Mark Alexander Dumba, Minister of Digital Economy and Innovation from Gabon. Thank you. They all have one.
I think this one works. Okay, fantastic. All right, we have a star panel here, and I'm going to challenge all of you. Are you ready? I'm going to challenge all of you to be extremely precise and concise with your remarks, because my team has challenged me to finish this panel in exactly 35 minutes, so we can get back on schedule. All right, are we ready?
Okay.
We can do it? We can do it. I know we can do it. Okay. I'm going to start. I'm really excited about this panel, right? Because I think this idea, like Professor Sachs was talking about, of reframing growth and really taking control of how we see growth is extremely important. So I want to start this conversation with His Excellency, Mr. Minister Mark Dumba. I'm starting with you, not because you're a minister, but because you're also a Foundry Fellow, and we're very proud of you. He's Minister of Digital Economy and Innovation of Gabon. So, as Professor Sachs was alluding to, there are deep structural issues with the models and institutions governing global growth. They don't always work so well. And as someone tasked with ensuring that their country's sovereignty and prosperity actually evolves and grows, how do you balance assumptions of dominant economic models like GDP growth with the long-term interests of your nation and of the continent you come from that really needs to go beyond this idea of measuring prosperity with GDP growth? Precise and concise. You know me. I know you because I know you're going to say, Dina, I want...
No, fair enough. Dina, it's so nice to be here, and I'm really happy to be here. They say once a Foundry Fellow, always a Foundry Fellow. So what I would say to your question is that I'll try to answer in two ways. The first way is that African countries have mainly been operating on the margins. The margins, by margins I mean the natural resources, industry, mining, timber, oil, which are high capital intensive sectors, but low labor intensive sectors. So really our growth has been driven by few people and with imported technologies. The paradigm shift that we need to start moving towards too is to move from the margins to the center. And that center means having your people at the heart of the transformation that we need to trigger, and moving from an economy that will be high labor intensive, and if it is technology intensive, it needs to be less import of technologies and more build-up of local technologies, so that most of the production and most of the value that will be created from this new work can actually be retained, captured locally, and then invested in the economy to create employment, to add to capital stocks. Because at the end of the day, growth is driven by capital and by talent. And we need more emphasis as policymakers to ensure that the ecosystems enable for that value to circulate more locally, as opposed to continuing to work based on a trade triangle. The second way I'll answer...
See, this is what he did the second way. This is what he does. Okay, I'm going to give you 1 minute.
I think that's it for now.
Okay. No. Okay. I want to tell you, when this minister was a Foundry Fellow, he and I had issues, because we would go and visit places, and I would say 1 question per fellow, and he would go, no, I need one more question. But thank you for listening this time. All right, I want to move to Her Excellency Dr. Reda Weli. The new calculus that we are talking about calls for a breed of growth that we say is sustainable and inclusive, but in a very complicated macro environment that is sometimes characterized by inflation, currency pressures that we experience in our own countries, competing priorities. What is the real friction that exists between pursuing economic stability, but also doing that with equity and inclusion? And I ask you this question because when you were Minister of Social Solidarity in Egypt, you became minister at a time when the country was going through a massive economic downturn. We were coming out of days of revolution and uprisings, and you came in and you built what is known as one of the world's best social safety nets. How did you balance that friction between having to create economic stability, but yet doing this with fairness, with equity, but also making sure that those who are below the poverty line don't go deeper into poverty? I'm going to ask you to try. I know you can, because I know you. You're like this. You get things done. You're going to do it in 2 minutes.
That's unfair. No, thank you very much, Dina, and it's quite an honor to be with such a distinguished panel. And I think it's very important when designing a program for reforms to include both the economic, political, and the social reforms. You cannot reform at one front and not at the other. So this was the message that I continuously communicated. If we are going to speak about rebuilding and economic reforms, we have to also keep an eye on the poor and make sure that everything that we do takes into account the challenges that they're facing. And if you want to rebuild stability, specifically political stability, security, and you have to really focus on also creating enough resources in our budgets to be able to help those in need. Those who are not able to work need to receive their cash transfers. Those who are able to work need to receive the opportunities for them to work and contribute, and for everybody provide the hope that we heard about this morning. So you have to be very clear on the message within government, so that and then make sure that this message is also communicated to the people, that this is what we intend to do, that we are here for everybody, not for the privileged few. And then you have to have a program, and you have to be very diligent in implementing your program. And your program, as you have said, has to be inclusive, cannot be delivered in a big city or in the capital. You have to be fair to the peripheries, and you have to deliver to every single part in the country. So what we did is build first the infrastructure, and we used the digital infrastructure. So we had to build a digital infrastructure from scratch in 5,200 villages in my country. And we had to do this very quickly. Parallel to investing in digital infrastructure, we had to invest in our people. So we had a program to train 12,000 employees, very intensive training, so that they can deliver what they need to deliver. Then we had to look at the systems. And I don't believe in reinventing the wheel or in the uniqueness of this country or that country. Models exist out there. Just pick up what fits you and try to adapt it to your case. So what we looked at were 3 models in Latin America in countries that are similar to us: Chile, Solidario, Bolsa Familia, and Oportunidades. So we looked at Mexico, Brazil, and Chile. We brought them in the country. We spent a month with them in a closed room, designing a program, adapting it, testing it, and then we launched. And when we launched, there was a discussion in the government that we should launch maybe in the poorest villages or in some villages or test it here and there, and I was adamantly against it because of the inclusion, because of the trust. People at the peripheries would always think that they will be forgotten. So I had to launch everywhere on the same day. In every single village, there was access to a cash transfer. Just people had to go and place a request. And we had to digitize, and digitization helped us also reduce corruption, helped us have more control, helped us see what's going on everywhere. It was challenging. It was a lot of hours of work. And parallel to that, you had also communicate. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? And communicate to your staff and to the people outside who are watching. So tell the story and include everybody. Thank you.
She did it, right? She did it. She's the woman on the panel. She has to do it. And just... But I have to ask you a follow-up. I can't help myself but ask you a follow-up, because I did a podcast with you, and I encourage everyone to watch this podcast. It was an extremely powerful podcast, and when you built this program, the Egypt Social Safety Net, Takaful and Karama, and you did it in a way where you brought in multiple stakeholders. And that was very unique for Egypt at the time, and it's very unique actually for a lot of growth markets. And at the center, we talk a lot about the need for collective action. We can't move ahead alone. And when you built this program for Egypt, you brought in multiple stakeholders. You brought in other ministries. You brought in the private sector. You brought in incredible rising entrepreneurs in the fintech space. What kind of leadership is needed for these new growth models to thrive?
I'm not sure I have the full answer, but I think you need to be humble. Okay? So if you are humble enough, you will know that you cannot do it alone. And you need to know what is it that you want from each stakeholder. So we brought in the private sector only for the innovation part, because we didn't have it in government. We could not innovate, we could not come up with a model, we could not do it. So we brought the best people in financial services, the #1 company that has the experience in fintech, and we asked them for the digitization, okay? Then we contracted companies in private sector for human resource development and training, and we had people come and train our staff. So it was very important to provide the support from those who know the business and those who have the experience and the knowledge and bring this knowledge to us in government. The third thing is to have some allies in government. There are allies that you want because they will be useful, like your Minister of Finance, he will give you the resources, your Minister of Youth, because you want to use the youth centers across the country for training, for communication, for campaigning, and so on. And you want to have some other stakeholders and partners on board, just because you want to keep them quiet and you don't want them to stop you from doing what you're doing. So you want to also include them and make sure that they're not going to go against you. So I think the secret is to identify the stakeholders, know exactly what is it that you want from each and every stakeholder. Some of it is announced and some of it is unannounced, but you have to know why are they here. At least you know why are they here. And then you need to be very clear about expectations. What is it that you expect from them? What is it that you want from them? Also, you need to communicate to your staff your expectations from them, and to make them be part of a project that makes them proud of what they're doing. And rebuilding this trust and this pride meant weekly meetings with staff, and we're speaking about 180,000 people working in the ministry across the country. So we had to have ways of communicating to them, to people in governorates, travel around governorates, go to offices, again, tell the story again and again, and not make them feel threatened by the private sector or threatened by the digitization or threatened by the change. They need to see the benefits coming from that change to them personally and professionally. So this is very important.
And purpose was at the core.
Purpose and a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
We are needed, you are needed, the people need you, we are on a mission.
Yeah.
And I think this is what has worked, especially at the beginning.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, David, I want to come to you. And we're so sad that Her Excellency Dr. Monica could not be with us. She actually came. She was here in Boston, and the president called her and asked her to go back. And, it was a 24-hour back and forth trip. But David is here representing her. David, we met, a few weeks ago with Her Excellency, and Uganda is doing something that I think is really important right now. It's putting science and technology and innovation at the very heart of the vision for how you want Uganda to prosper. And your Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation really it falls right with the president, and he's been driving this vision kind of top down, but you've also been driving it bottom up. And you've really championed the building of an infrastructure for science and technology in Uganda, and a pathway that really is meant to build the economic sovereignty of your country so that Uganda is able to really export innovation and not be a net consumer of innovation. And that's something that we talk about across all growth markets. So my question to you is, why is locally owned innovation that is backed by science so important, not just to building technological sovereignty, but economic sovereignty?
Thank you very much for having me, and I bring greetings from the Honorable Minister. She would have loved to be here. I hope she would have done the 2-minute speech. So the first thing we realized as Uganda was that comparative advantage as we knew it was not going to work, right? Because for you to buy one iPhone, you must sell 2 trucks of coffee. So it becomes very, very, very impossible for you to work, especially with trying to transform your economy. The other thing we realized was that many of the growth metrics that we kept working towards, of course, were very linear, but also the quality of human capital that was jobs being developed as a result were not good enough, and hence the focus or move towards science-led qualitative leap of the economy. The other thing that we've realized, or that we know very well, is that global geopolitics now means that we have to localize a lot of our production for resilience, because as an agriculture-fast economy, when there's an issue in Ukraine, we can't afford fertilizer, we can't find fertilizer, yet we have fertilizer in the ground, or we have phosphates in the ground that could easily help us move towards value addition. The last thing we also realized was that we have to rethink how we've been allocating capital, because as a government, you find that sometimes you're spending over 90% of your budget in consumption, right? And the 10% is what then goes into sort of industrial activity or that sort of innovation. So really for us, local ownership or local development of knowledge-based goods and services was the only way we would achieve resilience as a country, and it's been led by the president, and we're seeing results today in country.
Yeah, we love it. I think what Uganda is doing is so important. I can't wait to see how you're going to integrate with the rest of the continent and really push that mission forward. But Your Excellency, Minister Dumba, I want to come back to you because you wrote a very provocative article, a very provocative essay published at the Brookings Institute, and you coined the term premature automation. The risk that Africa could embrace AI before it actually has the digital infrastructure, the institutional capacity, and the labor absorption mechanisms to really make it work for its people rather than against them. Now, everybody is talking about AI, and the need to adopt AI now, and if we don't, we are, looking at our demise. But you're saying something different. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's good to be provocative sometimes.
Yeah, well, you know, you are a fellow of this center, right? we did teach you to push the bar.
Well, basically, you know, in Gabon, my home country, as many other ministers across emerging markets, we feel the pressure of embracing digital transformation and AI. AI is discussed everywhere. And obviously, we're focusing on policies to understand and harness and implement technologies across our production function, whether it's within government or within the private sector, to push everybody towards embracing technology. But you're also realizing one thing as you think through the ecosystem at its core. The first thing is that the technology, AI, and the different layers that it comes with are not produced locally. Secondly, our technology stacks in our countries, we don't own already. So if we're rushing towards AI, we're basically rushing towards adopting new layers of technology that we don't own, on top of technology layers that we already don't own. So we are essentially entrenching dependence on something that will last decades and decades and decades, because it will be very difficult to reverse the fast adoption of technology. So as you think through policy, you're thinking, okay, AI can boost your productivity, but if it's going to entrench your dependency on foreign technology, on foreign resources, should you really rush through it, or should you take the time to sequence your way there? And by sequencing, it's putting in place the policy framework to ensure that when you do public procurement as a government, there is some share of local ownership within the technology. That technology transfer is something that's really important. What do you do with the source codes? Should they be owned by the technology provider? Should the country own them? There are so many implications that are important if we want our growth trajectory to embrace the theme of this panel, which is to essentially move towards traditional capitalism. So we need to accept that we may not move in the same direction as everyone else at the same pace, but we'll move there at our own pace to make sure that we have more ownership in that next wave of digital transformation, which is the new economy. If we miss the framework and the rules of that new economy, we're going to be reproducing for decades to come what has failed us for decades that have gone.
I encourage everyone to read his article. There is a panel on AI coming up, and he has another fellow who disagrees with him, so it'll be interesting to to see. I want to move to His Excellency Senator Ibrahim. I'm sorry the Vice President couldn't be with us today. I know he did want to come, and we met him a few months ago with the Foundry Fellows in Nigeria, and he was extremely welcoming. Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa, and it actually has one of the most vibrant startup ecosystems on the continent right now, and we had the privilege of actually going and seeing it live. My question to you is, how is the current government actively promoting entrepreneurship and partnering with the local ecosystem to achieve broad-based prosperity? When we met with the Vice President, he was very clear about the need to really work closely with entrepreneurs and to support the growth of entrepreneurship kind of bottom up and to create the right enabling environment for that. So what does that partnership with entrepreneurs look like in practice, and where do you see the greatest untapped potential right now in Nigeria and more broadly in Africa?
Well, thank you, Gina. I think the government's focus is, essentially to create the developmental regulation and reform, and also to invest in the digital infrastructure that is required to provide a level playing field. Like you said, Nigeria is very big on entrepreneurship. It's a continental leader, especially in fintech. But you'll find that a lot of the concentration is in the commercial parts of Nigeria, and especially fintech. What the government is doing, it's a huge investment in expanding the fiber optic network from 30,000 to something like 120,000 kilometers within the next 3 to 4 years. And what we're trying to do is ensure that the mobile penetration of almost 90% is matched by the internet penetration at all levels. And this initiative is bringing broadband connectivity to all the 774 local councils in the country under the principle that, if you build it, they will use it. So that's one aspect. And of course, on the regulatory side, developmental side, we're trying very, very actively to see that we create the kind of funding that would ensure that we expand the space away from entrepreneurs. We have it's a bill called the Startup Bill, which created a startup ecosystem. This was in 2022. And interestingly, that piece of regulation was essentially put together by the ecosystem itself. I mean, it wasn't driven by government at all. So now there's a startup fund. They're going to set up a labeling system that would ensure that startups are labeled. Once they do that, then they have access to this pool of funding. There's almost $1 billion program called IDICE, Investment in Digital and Creative Enterprise, as funded by the AFDB, and it's also essentially meant to create the funding. So hand in hand, you're providing the infrastructure that will enable people to participate. We believe that if you bridge the digital divide, you also improve on financial inclusion, because almost all the fintechs out there, we probably have almost 300 registered fintechs in Nigeria.
Yeah, you're making some waves in the fintech industry.
Not just dealing with the financial aspects alone, but also moving into the small, micro, and small enterprise stage.
Yeah. I have one follow-up question for you, because everybody, I'm sure, wants to know. Nigeria has been making some waves and has been in the news because of what Mr. Dangote has been doing to really build energy infrastructure in Nigeria, but also, especially these days, considering the current circumstances, access to energy is a really big issue, not just for Africa, but for many emerging markets or growth markets. But Nigeria has really invested quite a bit of resources and really building up infrastructure for, and not just for fossil fuels, but also for clean energy. So where is the government in terms of thinking about the incredible importance of building the infrastructure required for everyone to have access to energy? Because entrepreneurship can't thrive without energy infrastructure. And as His Excellency Minister Dumba said, how can we even think about AI if we haven't yet built the infrastructure required for the energy that is needed for AI to thrive?
I think the biggest thing this present government did was essentially to decentralize the power sector requirement. You had a situation where only the national government could actually be involved in power. So you had this huge concentration of resource and pressure on one side. Over the last year or so, since the power sector reform legislation came into place, any of the 36 states could actually get involved in not just distributing power, but generating power as well. And we've seen a huge move in state governments moving into investing in renewable energy, setting up their own regulatory frameworks. So essentially freed up that sector. And I think in the next few years, you're going to see a massive improvement in decentralized not just distribution, but generation at the state level as well. So the national government could just focus on the regulatory side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. All right, Claude, I want to come to you. And thank you for coming. I'm always begging Claude to come back to MIT and come to the center, and he finally said yes this year. You have been involved in the risk capital space for some time, and if we're really serious about reframing growth, we have to really reframe how capital flows. When I talk about capital, I mean private capital. And you've worked to really broaden who gets access to capital and on what terms that capital is given through the Equity Alliance. So from your perspective,
trying to convince heads of state, senior ministers like the ones on this panel, that we should create funds to invest in entrepreneurs, I felt every single time that it was a lost cause. And the reason this panel is particularly interesting to me, and I'm glad we started with Professor Jeffrey Sachs. I traveled with Jeffrey Sachs since 2019. We've gone to several countries and trying to create these partnerships that he talked about in the video, how government needs to support entrepreneurs. And I have to be honest that we have failed at each turn. Why? Because the mindset shift that needs to happen hasn't happened yet, in my experience. I tried.
What is that mindset shift?
Well, basically convincing governments that they need somehow to allocate some sort of sovereign wealth funding to actually fund entrepreneurs. That is something that I haven't really seen. I've seen a lot of talk, but I haven't really actually seen much capital being deployed. And I'll go even further. We were supposed to have Daron Acemoglu on this panel, my former professor here at MIT, and
he's very sick today.
And he's sick, and unfortunately he's not with us. But in his seminal study, which is called "Why Is Africa Poor?" the study that he actually produced with James Robinson way before they won the Nobel Prize, he makes a really strong case that a lot of policymakers and leaders in the political space in Africa don't actually have real incentives to create public good. And this is what I've seen in trying to convince these heads of state and these ministers to actually allocate money for entrepreneurs. And this has been extremely disappointing, which is why when I tried to create a fund around the creative industries in Africa and actually putting some of my own money and real skin in the game, I wasn't able to get that fund going on the African continent, and I had to come back here to the United States and set up the equity alliance that you mentioned, Dina, and that's when I was able to get money from the Ford Foundation and Google and Goldman Sachs and Bank of America. But trying to replicate that in Africa has been extremely frustrating. And so I'm glad we addressed the elephant in the room earlier, and you talked about energy. And here I was in my hotel room, and I'm not really getting constant, stable connection. I'm like, why is it I'm trying to get work done, and I realized, okay, the reason we don't have a stable internet connection is because we don't have electricity, because my light went off as well. So we have to talk about the public goods and why a lot of government leaders have failed us as Africans. And I have to be honest about my experience, my lived experience.
Yeah. There are many truths, right? I'm going to switch from Africa to Latin America. We're going to go to Mexico. But I'm sure there are people on this panel who want to respond to you, and I will let that happen. But Javier Lozano is a fellow, and one of the fellows that we are extremely proud of. He's built an incredible business. And through Clinicas, you've demonstrated that high-quality, affordable healthcare is possible and can be delivered at scale and sustainably, and you've done it in Mexico. You're what we call a true systems change entrepreneur, and your model doesn't just serve patients, it reimagines how care is actually structured. So under the new calculus, entrepreneurs like you, we consider our central partners in national growth strategies. But from your perspective as an entrepreneur, where are governments, and it's a good segue to what Claude was talking about, where are governments getting it wrong when it comes to recognizing and partnering with system change entrepreneurs like you as a part of really building the growth and prosperity of their countries?
Well, first, thank you very much.
And thank you for coming back, because he never says no to us. Never.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Definitely, without being a fellow and at the center, I wouldn't be where I am. I was 2009 fellow with this crazy idea that if I could radically innovate in a one-stop shop model for diabetes care, and also we were the first company to propose a membership model to serve very low-income population. So it was a very crazy idea, just for many of you that it's the first time that hear about us. Clínicas de Azúcar or sugar clinics. So we have, after 14 years, we reduced more than 70% the cost, from $2,000 to only $300 a year per patient. We have 51 clinics. We have served more than 500,000 patients in the country. We are the largest private provider of diabetes care now in the country. And the estimation is that we have saved the government and society around $1.2 billion in care. So I think we are. Right. So I'm
and
so
you're going to
excited.
come to Egypt soon, right?
Yeah, and
And you have the
definitely-
person who can help you right here.
We're almost ready to a franchise model, and I really resonate with the, because I think we are the exact example of success of the new calculus, and I will explain why. So I think, and by definition, a social problem is a problem that the market hasn't been able to solve. So it needs a subsidy. So in my case, diabetes care needs a subsidy for most of the population. So we typically think on two types of investments. Either we put a subsidy by philanthropic money in an NGO or government funding to provide the service, or we think in a profitable market, and companies try to innovate to increase profits. And we're always discussing about those two. But my theory is that what if we take a problem, a social problem that is a subsidy, and we invest in innovation, we invest in technology, it must be technology and innovation, and then build economies of scale to bring the cost down. It takes time, but eventually that problem becomes profitable and creates a market, and then you create a huge impact and is sustainable. So where do I think governments get it wrong? So for us, it's very challenging because when I go to the government, they say, okay, are you an NGO? No. Are you profitable? Barely. So what are you? So we're always debating between those two. And also, you need to change the mindset, because I need subsidies at the beginning, because we need subsidies to provide the service, invest in technology, and create the economies of scale. Otherwise, we couldn't create the volume. So we need subsidies at the beginning. We did it with foundation investing in equity, but it was hard to convince many of them that you're going to have equity to create the impact, and then eventually we'll be a profitable company. So it's this mindset between subsidy and then profitable. And that's where I think governments debate a lot. Why should I put subsidy in a company that eventually will be profitable? And or if it's just pure commercial, are you already too profitable to get the investment? So, but just imagine if any one of us will take a problem that needs a subsidy, or a company, and we bring innovation and technology to reduce the cost down and eventually make it profitable. I think the impact will be, definitely incredible.
Amazing. We love it. Okay. I have one last question to all of you. And we have to wrap up. 1 minute each. Maybe a minute. Yes, 1 minute each. Now, if you were to change one storyline around growth markets, what would it be, and how would you start? I'll go with David first.
So I need 1 more minute to respond to, I think, what Claude said. I think it's super important.
Oh, no,
I need just 1 minute.
No, we don't bargain here. You can't take another minute. You can take 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
So being an entrepreneur myself in government, it was extremely frustrating, because whenever you try to negotiate for financing towards what we call transformative infrastructure with sort of a 10-year return, type structure, it becomes very complicated. The reason why is you have a government led by economists who are working on 1-year appropriation-based budgets with a 5-year plan. So your 10-year infra project becomes very complicated. What we found to be successful was, one, being able to get the topmost leadership into taking interest in the projects that we're running. That's the first thing. And 2, finding a way to redefine impact, right? So from sort of short-term return to the quality of human capital developed because you've built out an e-mobility sector, right? So now I have very many engineers who are creating spin-offs. Think about the PayPal Mafia, all the others, right? So
I think
is
David's
possible.
just trying to tell you, Claude, you need to go to Uganda.
It is.
He's going to show you something different. Now give us the one storyline you'd want to change.
So I would move away, I would try to get African governments to move away from short-term vanity metrics to actually investing in long-term transformative infrastructure projects, because we've seen that when you build a shared manufacturing facility in an agriculture region where people can come and use science and begin to build products, you start to see success. And it's not just the success in terms of products being created, but the quality of people coming out of some of these opportunities.
We got it. So avoid short term, really go for long term. Okay, Your Excellency, Minister Dumba, what's your storyline that you'd want to change?
I'd like to be able to see Africans and people across growth markets be comfortable seeing another person from the same region do well. I think...
Bring the mic up closer.
I think the goal and the role of a policymaker is to create and design policies that should optimize the value for its own people. So I think in many African countries, there are more and more people going into government who have this mindset, but you need a critical mass of policymakers in each country to feel the same way and to feel comfortable seeing entrepreneurs who are taking risk create wealth and create employment and have an impact without hitting our own egos. We just need to be comfortable with it, because that's the only way we're going to be able to shift the narrative from where it's been to what Africa and growth markets can be.
Thank you. Javier, what is the one storyline you'd like to change?
Well, with 1 minute, I will say it as an example. Diabetes is a catastrophe, and I'm so pessimistic. It's going to be a huge catastrophe in Middle East, in Africa, and everywhere with hypertension, obesity,
In Latin America.
and Latin America. We ask governments to fund it. There are no funding for that. It's just to be extremely high. So what if governments, instead of thinking on spending more, really invest in technology? We really invest in innovation, entrepreneurship, and radically bring the cost down. So just everyone can pay out of pocket or as part of our care. So we radically bring it down, we partner, and then we bring care to the people. So that's where I think growth markets are. It's not a problem in the US, but it's a problem where people right now are not able to pay
It's
for
actually
that.
a problem in the US right now too, but Your Excellency, Senator Ibrahim.
For me, I think it would be the actualization of the African Free Continental Trade Agreement. I mean,
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. It would be great if we could get it to work.
for something that's been on the cards for almost 20 years. I mean, it started off in 2019. It is still in process, and it's simply ridiculous. I mean, you look at the, like Jeffrey Sachs mentioned, from a regional perspective, we need to start thinking really of working together as a continent. It's simply ridiculous for somebody wanting to import goods from Ghana to make a payment to Citibank, New York, or Morgan Stanley, and then to a correspondent bank, and I think we need to make it work. Yeah.
I agree. I hope it does work. It's been on everyone's agenda. Okay, Claude, are you going to go to Uganda and Gabon where they're making it work?
Well, that's it. After I go to Uganda, I go to Gabon, I go to Nigeria, I go to Egypt. I will try to convince African leaders, and this is broadly defined across government and the private sector as well, to stop thinking of Africa as the next frontier. I just really cannot stand that terminology anymore, because, first of all, Africa isn't the next anything, right? Africa is its own entity with its own imaginations, with its own ambitions. And also, when we talk about a frontier, we are thinking that we're in the periphery, and there's the center is here, Boston, New York, London, and then we are in the periphery.
But we're providing all the resources.
We're providing all the resources, but are we actually getting the value for the population? And so if we start thinking that we're not anybody's frontier, we are our own continent with our own dreams and our own ability to invest in our local innovation as opposed to the inferiority complex that comes with being a frontier or periphery, I think we'll make a lot of progress.
There's no frontier here. Here we are the frontier. Africa is the frontier. Okay, Your Excellency, Dr. Reda, you're going to take us home. You're going to give us the 1 minute. What do we need to reframe about growth markets?
I think we need to reframe the trust relationship, building trust and focusing on trust between governments and entrepreneurs, civil society and entrepreneurs, academia and entrepreneurs. There's a lack of trust, there's a trust deficit. In any topic where you focus on the trust and you build the trust in any sector, things work much better. In my country, and we're now working on diabetes, and specifically diabetes for children, and it's becoming a big concern for Egypt. And there's a big movement now looking at diabetes in children and trying to collect the data and look for the technology and so on. The private sector is doing a few things, NGOs are doing a few things, and the government is also trying to do something. So I think the trust that is lacking and that needs to be strengthened between government, private sector.
Everyone here is still here, so please feel free to bombard them during the breaks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Simultaneously. So I've never done this before as well, but it should be fun. There's going to be 5 very short and quick questions, and His Excellency Minister Mark will enjoy a few of the questions relevant to things that you discussed. So if you could please scan the QR code and raise your hands with your phones to let me know that you're ready. No, not everyone's ready, Dina. Wait. We're trying to get back to schedule, but yeah. Yeah, just scan the QR code. Okay, Jason, we're ready for question 1. You'll have about 5 to 10 seconds to answer. It's a very easy one. Yeah? Question 3, we're on question 3. Are we done? Yeah? Okay, before we break, a timely reminder that navigating uncertainty is not just a policy challenge, it's a leadership one. Our next speaker has built a 28-year career spanning 5 continents, from private equity, managing over $450 billion in assets, to global corporations like PepsiCo and Foot Locker, to boardrooms across multiple industries. Today, she coaches and advises CEOs, and we're proud to say she also mentors our Foundry Fellows here at the center. Please welcome Tracy Abbott, founder of Leadership Current and strategic advisor to the MIT Kuo Sharper Center.
Anyone know how I can get the slides to go forward? You're coming. Okay. I'm a really good tap dancer, if I should do that in the middle of this. Yalla. Nah, I'm not doing it. Still not advancing? This is what you do in uncertain times. You just take a deep breath and you try to calm down. Okay, I think this is it. There we go. All right, we're going to do this again. We're going to do another welcome. I need a little bit more energy coming in. All right. So private equity in that career that you just heard about was a true pressure cooker. And so when I imagined retirement, I thought I might want to go to a Caribbean island and lay in the sunshine. Right? Doesn't that sound good? Yes. And so I decided to move to the emerging market of Honduras. And I live on a small island called Roatan off the coast. Now this is an absolute wonderland for scuba divers. It's the largest reef, second largest reef in the world. And this is what I do most of the time. I have a lot of experience diving. And so about a couple years ago, I went out with some friends and we went on a dive. The first dive was amazing. And then the second dive, we saw something that I don't usually see in this area. So as we rolled off the back of the boat, we saw 7 huge eagle rays. You can see them barely there in the picture. And they are bigger than I am, so their wingspan looks like this. And I go ahead of my friends a few kicks too far, I'd say, and I want to swim with them. And I roll over on my back, so I'm belly to belly with these majestic creatures. And I can see them, and also by the timing of my bubbles, how long it's taking them to get to the top of the water. I know I'm about 100 feet deep. And so this is such an incredible experience. After a couple minutes, they kind of go on their own way, and I decide, you know, it's probably time to get back to my friends. So I roll back over the way you're supposed to, and I look and see my friends behind me. But they're a little bit too far behind me. And as I've rolled over, you know, it's a little bit hard to breathe. And I wonder if maybe I was swimming against current and I didn't notice it, because when you see something exciting, you just go for it. And so I decided to look a little bit at my gauge, which tells me my depth and my oxygen I have left. I'm only 20 minutes into this dive, and usually it can last about 75 minutes. And what I see, I cannot imagine to be true. I'm under 4 atmospheres of pressure, which slow down thinking. But when I look at it, it's flat, empty. I have no air at all. And it feels like Alice in Wonderland. It's completely distorted. I'm feeling like I'm tail over head, head over tail. And the white rabbit says sometimes forever is just 1 second. And that is about all that I have to make this critical decision. I look at my friends and I see they're about 8 kicks away, too far to get to them with the limited amount I have in my lungs. And the worst thing a scuba diver can do is hold their breath and kick to the surface. Because what happens when you go up, right? Everything expands. And when that happens, the nitrogen can exit into your blood. It's called the bends. And every scuba diver knows that that can be fatal. And so the only thing I know how to do is to calm myself as much as I can and to let my air out as I go up as slowly as I can. My body takes over. And so I break the surface of the ocean, and I'm starting to panic now. I'm getting air in, and it's making me hyperventilate. And I'm flailing a bit in the water. My dive master comes up a couple minutes later, and he's like, "What in the world happened?" And honestly, I just don't know. I mean, it's never happened to me. I usually come up with nearly half a tank on any given dive. And so he calls the boat over, he switches out my tank for a full one, and he says, "Tracy, if you don't go back down right now, you will probably never dive again, because that is what fear does. It completely constricts us." The last thing I wanted to do was go back under the water, but I did. And what that taught me is that the greatest barrier to transformation is hesitation. And hesitation could have cost me my life. A couple weeks ago, I was in Brazil speaking to a bunch of entrepreneurs and business leaders like you. And on that trip, I decided to go and take the biggest risk of my life. I actually ended up going to 200 feet on one of the most famous wreck dives in the world. And yes, it's dangerous, but I have so much experience taking these risks. I went with another bottle of oxygen so that I could switch it out underwater if I ran into trouble. So instead of making me more cautious, this experience made me more curious. And so as I think about what the new calculus is, I don't think it's about numbers. I think it's about knowing how to trust ourselves, and knowing which decisions and which risks to take. Now, coming to MIT, I'm not going to teach you anything about mathematics, right? And to be honest, maybe speaking about intuition might seem a little bit light, maybe a little bit woo-woo. But I think you can put it in an equation, and I think it goes like this. Intuition equals experience multiplied by risk. Because we can get the same experiences, but if we're not pushing the edge just a little bit more when we do, then it doesn't serve us as much, because experience times risk is the multiplier that matters. And so today I coach leaders of over $30 billion in revenue. And they come at decision-making from different ways. One is super intuitive first, and the other is super analytical first. And we need both for great decision-making, because analysis collects the dots, and intuition connects the dots. And then risk is what we need to put this into action. And so in the markets that you are in, there is no certainty. It is all about what kind of self-trust you have to make decisions in these incredibly uncertain times. And so I think that this is the only real calculus you have. So as I was deciding to get out of private equity, I called a well-known investment banker. He's a conscious capitalist. And I thought he might give me some advice. He might give me a spreadsheet or a playbook. And instead, he told me to follow the white rabbit. And he said it would lead me to doorways that I couldn't see yet. An investment banker talking to me about fairy tales? I mean, I guess anything is possible, right? And so I did. And I realized that I've been following this for quite a long time. So show of hands, who remembers where you were 20 years ago? Yeah, raise your hands. 20 years ago, I was in London, and I was working as a management consultant when at that phase in my career where we were sleeping under our desks. And an all call went out for anyone willing to go to Dubai. Now, Dubai had been pearl divers 70 years before, and I was hearing this story starting about the growth that people were seeing. So I saw my white rabbit, and I wanted to jump on it. And so I got on a plane, and I landed on Sheikh Zayed Road, and I went to the Shangri-La Hotel. Now, this is what Dubai looked like in 1950, and it's what it looked like when I landed. And across from the Shangri-La Hotel, we had a massive dirt pile. And the construction was in overdrive. You could actually feel the jackhammers underneath your feet. And even when I would go somewhere else in the world, I swear, it kept going a little bit. And this overdrive was so exciting. They built islands from the sea. They built a ski slope in the mall. And it seemed like this jet-fueled, powered ambition was going to build something incredible. And then 2008 happened, the GFC, and everything absolutely screeched to a halt. Everybody pulled back, and Dubai had a lot of half-constructed things. And I thought the leader did something very interesting. Sheikh Mo decreed that anything that was in the middle of being constructed had to finish, because he did not want cranes across his skyline. And so when everyone else was pulling back, Dubai pushed all their chips forward and kept going. And that dirt pile that we used to draw on the window as you would a child's height, that dirt pile became the largest and tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa. And it's still standing today as the largest building. And I see it as a testament to perseverance and vision. And it was what was able to take a desert to a world-class destination. Because risk is the multiplier that matters. And so the biggest risk I've ever taken, it wasn't in a boardroom in private equity, and it wasn't on a 200-foot dive, but it was in love. See, Chris and I met when we were 9 years old. And one day, he came running across the hallway. He skidded to a stop on his knees. He turned, and he pulled a quarter out of the Velcro pocket of his kangaroo shoes, and he offered me an ice cream. Looking down at this adorable boy, I said yes to the ice cream. And then life took us different directions. He left in high school to go train to be a tennis pro, and I lived and worked all over the world. And then 25 years later, he made a comment on a picture of my mom and me on social media. And time froze. You know those people that you always wonder about, where they went and what happened to them? I didn't know, but I did know. I just knew. And so we started writing. I reached out to him. And the first picture he sent me wasn't one of himself. It was one of the symptoms of multiple sclerosis. It's a disease that affects the brain and the spinal column. Chris, do you have all of these symptoms? I asked. Yes, all. And this 6'4" tennis pro with 135-mile-an-hour serve was now in a wheelchair. Devastated, I got off the phone and I called my best friend, Dan. He's a trauma surgeon, and he believes in what he can see and in what he can prove. I really thought he was going to try to talk me out of this. But instead he said something I've never forgotten. Our knowledge is limited, and our imagination isn't. And there's simply no variable in the equation for love. And so standing at the edge of my own personal crossroads, I had to choose. Was I going to choose the probabilities, which were 0, or was I going to choose the possibilities, which were infinite? And I took a deep breath in, and I dove in headfirst. I got on a plane from New York to Florida to go see about my childhood sweetheart. Now I'm a marathon coach, and I know how deep athletes can dig to find resilience. And I asked Chris if he wanted out of that chair, and he said yes. And so we started walking a few steps at a time, and he would fall, and he would bleed, and we would pick him up, and we would go again. And then we moved to the beach where the sand would be softer for the falls, and got him in the water where gravity didn't apply. And then little by little, 3 feet became 3 blocks, became 3 miles. And then, in a great surprise to all of our family and friends, instead of me walking down the wedding aisle to him, he walked down it to me. And then we turned and we walked together. Thank you. We turned and we walked together into an unknown future. See, you will take risks that don't work out, but risk is the price of possibility, and love is why we pay it. So I don't want you to just follow the white rabbit. I want you to become the white rabbit for others to follow. And when you get to the edge of a next decision that you're making and you're choosing between possibility and probability, don't wait. Don't hesitate. Jump. Because not only will you survive, but you will really live. And that's the new calculus. And that's how we multiply what matters. Thank you. I'd love to connect with you guys. Thank you so much for allowing me here.
Thank you, Tracy. A very powerful reminder that in times of uncertainty, how we lead matters just as much as what we decide. We're going to take a very short break, 15 minutes, and Rania says when you hear the chimes, please make your ways back into the room. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right. Yeah. All right.
Can you give this to Arthur and you
Oh, yeah.
Arthur again?
Awesome. Вот эту штуку обратно и иначе давайте спикерам будут так, когда они хотят что сказать. Поэтому положи где-нибудь и пойдем.
Are we ready? Yeah? Can we please all have a seat so that we can continue?
Green there, okay. Thank you.
It's like impossible to get, everyone's like, I need the chimes, Rania. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please have a seat?
Ты веришь, что это быть посередине гаража? Ну, поэтому куда-то на стороне стоять и... Ну, я туда.
Do you feel like you're in school? Adel, help. Adel, no. Welcome back. Can we begin? Great. As AI reshapes economies and labor markets, a critical question has emerged. Who gets to design its future and whose values, languages, and realities get built into it? In the morning, when we ran the poll, our first poll, we asked you where you stand on AI, and here's what you told us. I have these slides up on the screen. 36% of you said you are fully on board, and 43% are cautiously optimistic, watching closely, not yet convinced. And that is exactly the right question to bring into the room today. What will it take to move from cautious to confident on our own terms? And when we asked, next slide, Jason. And when we asked what concerns you most about AI and data sovereignty, the results spoke clearly. 61% of you are concerned with who owns the data generated in our markets, and 59% are concerned with not owning the infrastructure, which makes us vulnerable to being compromised or controlled by those who do. Only 10% said they have no concerns at all. Our next panel explores how machine learning can be developed and governed in ways that advance technological sovereignty for growth markets, not just the handful of countries currently setting the agenda. Moderating is Kathleen Kennedy, Executive Director of MIT Center for Collective Intelligence. Please welcome her and the panel. Dr. Abir Al-Humaymidi from King Saud University, Mr. Abdul Ahad, IT Park, Uzbekistan, Mr. KG Mecca, Tiago Capital, Mr. Hassan Fayed, ID Technologies, and Ms. Theo Skidas, Head of AI Red Teaming Human Intelligence. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you. We are thrilled to be here, and I think that AI feels like the topic of the moment, topic of the year, the topic of the decade, maybe the topic of the minute. We'll see. We're going to have, I think, a really interesting conversation here for the next 45 minutes. And maybe let me just say that I work at the MIT Center for Collective Intelligence, and I think that the ideas around human cooperation and how we work together and figuring out how we work together with AI in new ways to solve challenges that we've never been able to do before. And what we want to talk about today with this group, we've assembled very different perspectives from academia, from policy, from entrepreneurship, from capital, and really get these different perspectives that are so important. Because as I sit here listening this morning about talking about these challenges, we have a new capability and almost an ability to perhaps reset on some things. And I think we want to talk about how can we do that right. So what I'm going to ask first, we're going to open with a bit of a speed round so you can get to know who are these fantastic people on this panel and where are they coming from on this important topic. So Dr. Abir, introduce yourself first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for having me. I'm Abir Al-Humaymidi. I'm associate professor in King Saud University, and also I am the director of the Web3 studies in King Saud University as well, where we work in Web3 in general, blockchain-enabled technology. One of them is decentralizing AI. After that, I'm also a member. I'm the head of IEEE Blockchain Saudi Arabia, also a scientific member of the Human AI X Alliance, the General Alliance for Decentralizing AI. I'm also working as a member of different alliances, global alliance, which working in the decentralizing AI or in the blockchain technology.
Thank you. Theo.
Test. Oh, great. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I'm Theodora Skiatis. I'm the head of red teaming at a nonprofit called Humane Intelligence. We specialize in AI evaluations with governments, nonprofits, companies, and intergovernmental organizations all over the world. For example, we did an event with the Singaporean telecommunications regulator on multicultural and multilingual harms, bringing together 9 East, Southeast, and South Asian countries to look at language and culture representation across 4 AI models. We've also worked with UNESCO on the issue of tech-facilitated gender-based violence. We've worked with the Indian government on the issue of reforestation, optimization, and we've also worked with organizations like the US government and others. So additionally, I'm the co-chair of the board of directors of the Integrity Institute. It's a nonprofit made up of trust and safety professionals at the leading tech companies all over the world, and I'm a PhD researcher at King's College London in the Department of War Studies. It's a pleasure to be here with you all.
Terrific, thank you. KG.
Hi, everybody. Just for clarity, they call me KG, but my name is Khotatso. Yeah, I come from South Africa, and my company is Tieho Capital, and I come from a slightly different background, not technology. I actually was in the investment banking and alternative investment world. I worked in schools and infrastructure where we built affordable private schools across South Africa, and then became a residential property developer doing affordable housing across South Africa. So always grappled with like really solving really complex problems. And in the last few years, I transitioned into the artificial intelligence space. But how I look at it is from a strategic point of view and a value creation point of view, because I think the missing gap here is not the tools, but it's about actually the implementation of those tools to solve problems. So Tieho Capital focuses on, as a boutique advisory institution that focuses on enterprise artificial intelligence. And on the other side, we also do principal investing, looking for assets in industries such as manufacturing and transforming those using artificial intelligence. And I just believe this is a really powerful technology that we can also utilize to solve some of our biggest problems as growth markets. I come from Africa, and I think yeah, right now I'm a bit nervous about this wave going over our heads, and that's something that I'm really passionate about fixing.
Great, so we'll get into that. But next up,
yeah, Kathleen, thank you. Thank you for having me today. It's a great honor to be here. Let me share a few words about my home country and Uzbekistan and our vibrant ecosystem. And I'm from Uzbekistan. I've been working at IT Park since 2017, and from that time with international companies for local ecosystem built a robust ecosystem in Uzbekistan. What we do, we are like a policymaker and implementer in Uzbekistan. If we talk about venture capital, we invested in startups. Just last year, we invested in 70 startups, more than $10 million. This year, we're going to invest more than 20, 30 million. If you talk about infrastructure, we built more than 2 million square feet in Uzbekistan the last years, and we started the next phase for another 2.2 million square feet. If you talk about university, we have our own university together with a US-based company, EPAM, more than 1,000 students. Now they're studying at this university. It's the first online university in Central Asia. It's a lot of things. We are working directly with World Bank. We got 50 million loans. We're working with Korean agency, Koika, Chinese companies, Shanghai Construction Group, Asian Development Bank. We're going to loan $200 million. And as a result of all of this activity, we are top taxpayer in Uzbekistan. We top 20 taxpayer in Uzbekistan.
terrific, thank you. And Hassan.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. So I'm the founder and CEO of ID Technologies. Our main product, Orth, is an AI agronomist that helps today over hundreds of thousands of farmers all around the world make better decisions on the field. And I'm excited for the conversation.
Terrific, thank you. So as you can see, we've got a great diversity of opinion here and from multiple different perspectives. And so we really want to dig into this challenge. So let's start with Abir and talking about, you bring a number of different perspectives, even yourself, in thinking about how do we meet this moment?
Regarding the AI in general, now talking about AI, it comes out from the labs and how we improve the model to how we use AI in everyday life. So we have different perspective that we should think about the sovereignty of AI, infrastructure of the AI, also the governance for AI, which we were talking about it. It's still a hot topic. And even in the UN, they still talking about the governance of AI and nothing clear until now. And they announced to have an online session, I think today or tomorrow, where they welcoming the society to engage with the discussion in the UN for the governance of the AI. But I'm not really very optimistic of that, because I think we have a long time where we need to enforce some government and enhance the government from that. So we have the sovereignty of the data, we have the governance, and we have also the economic part of the AI. Not only where we can run the AI or the consuming of AI and what's the revenue that AI can produce. So I think there is a lot of the perspective that we can talk about it. However, if I would like to talk about Saudi Arabia, you will, yeah. So in Saudi, for example, where we heading now? So we started by building brains, like for example, asking the intelligent Saudis to go abroad, and until now you will have Saudis in your classes maybe, or your classmates or something like that, building brains. After that we go to the experiment, and after that to the production. And this is what will happen, for example, with the human. It started with some doctors which come out from America and UK but in particular, and they starting the lab in Sadaya, which is the authority for data and AI in Saudi. There we have a special authority. And after that, when they build their LLM, which is called ALAM, which is a general for Arabic, specifically Arabic language, then they start to the production phase. I hope this is answer your question.
Yes, no, terrific. I think you're just starting the conversation in a way that we're going to continue. But before we do that, I want to take a break for 1 second from our conversation to actually ask a couple questions of the audience, because I think that will help us to understand how are people feeling out here. So number one, I want to ask you to raise your hand if you use AI in your work every day. Who uses AI in their work every day? Wow, look at that. I think that's about 70%, 60%, 70%, a little bit. Okay. Yeah, these lights are difficult. Okay, then the next question I have is how many of you are feeling optimistic about the possibility of AI solving challenges for your country? Okay, so the optimism is still there. Terrific. Okay, all right, now let's plug back into the panel. Now, one thing I want you to notice is the title of this panel, okay? So that is machine learning built by and for the world's majority. That was a very important word choice that we want to dig into. So Theo, and also Theo, we really want to thank Theo. She just joined this panel yesterday. So we're really thrilled that she was able to be here today. So why don't you unpack that a little bit for us?
Sure. Yeah, I would say that the stakes for growth markets that don't take data sovereignty and good governance seriously are very high for maybe at least three main reasons. The first is threatened cybersecurity interests, so over-reliance on foreign-produced and critical digital technologies, as well as growing alignment of US tech companies with the Trump administration, and then the continued breakdown of global alliances illustrates how a lack of digital sovereignty can threaten a domestic cybersecurity environment for countries in the world's majority. For example, growing compliance by US tech companies with the Trump administration's orders has increased fears significantly that the US may leverage America's tech dominance to penalize opponents. For example, about a year ago in May, to comply with the Trump executive order, Microsoft disabled the email account of the ICC prosecutor, Karim Khan. And this action was part of a broader effort by the US government to sanction the ICC for investigating alleged war crimes committed by Israel. The ICC relied very heavily on Microsoft for a whole range of digital services, including its email services. And the sanctioning of Khan led to a disruption of the court's operations. This also had ramifications broadly throughout Europe, where countries such as Denmark and part of Germany's government decided to transition away from Microsoft's services, at least in part, towards local alternatives. Second, the over-reliance on foreign employment exposes structural issues within the AI labor ecosystem and risks harsh employment consequences. For example, Meta recently announced that they will be transitioning away from all of their BPO, or business process outsourcing contracts. Meta is the world's largest consumer or purchaser of BPO contracts, and this affects thousands of people all over the world in places like Kenya, Nigeria, the Philippines, and India. Most recently, about 5 or 6 days ago, we learned that over 1,000 people at Sama, a company in Nairobi, Kenya, were going to be laid off. And the layoff illustrates how data annotators and content moderators, who are essential to building AI systems, are particularly vulnerable in response to sudden contract shifts and job loss, and more broadly, around loss of income, mental strain, and limited transition support. Third, but certainly not least, is that lack of system control affects harmful online content and can undermine democratic resilience. So what we've observed is that manipulative political advertisements across US-owned companies advance fake news, influence electoral outcomes, and can undermine trust in democratic processes, institutions, and individuals. One recent example of this is the proliferation of intimate image abuse across Grok, the XAI system. So non-consensual nudity that has the effect, unfortunately, of undermining women's political and public participation online, and it has real offline consequences as well. But there are a number of solutions that can be explored. For example, regulating US cloud providers as public utilities, given their role as essential operators of digital infrastructure, and the fact that this digital infrastructure without governance enables rate setting, quality of access, terms of use without any oversight. Centralizing fragmented digital markets allows for greater scale and also coordinated governance across larger geographies, something that countries across Europe and Africa are looking into. Reforming public procurement frameworks can also enable easier procurement of local options. So this can include shorter contracts, contracts that are smaller, and also faster timelines. Increasing domestic investment through borrowing in capital markets is a solution, as well as reimagining venture capital, particularly in identifying key technologies where global majority countries may feasibly compete with the US and China. Increasing public sector investment overall can help. Investing in a new paradigm of values-respecting technologies, and last but certainly not least, is advancing regulation like the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act in the EU that center product features on interoperability and guardrails which enable more user choice and safety.
Wow, well, thank you to the panel. Okay, she did her homework and really put some, I think, very important topics on the table. KG, I know you're really outspoken on some things around this topic, and I'd love for you to maybe join in this conversation and say what are the most important things that we need to consider when perhaps not just reacting to AI, but actually shaping it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Mark said, I think sometimes it is important to be a little bit provocative. So for me, I look at it in a very different way. And I think the first step is, you know, I'm a Foundry Fellow, and one of the things that we were gifted with during our program was this framework of adaptive leadership, which is central to how we operate, being able to analyze any complex situation, and typically situations that are not technical problems that you can simply have technical solutions. Problems that are so big that like we all have to grapple with. And you need to be able to remove yourself from that at times and kind of take a balcony view before and see things for what they are before you can intervene.
Like zoom out.
Zoom out. See things for what they are. Then you can have the right intervention. And I think artificial intelligence is one of the biggest adaptive problems the world has ever faced. It is a leadership issue, and leadership as a verb, not as a noun. A lot of times I see it even in our clients, where they'll delegate it to like an IT department. This is not an IT issue, it's not a technology issue. It's a strategy issue. And the executives and the boards have to be on top of it because it is going to affect and change everything in your business, in society, etc. So I start there. Then the second step is, what is artificial intelligence? You'll be very surprised at the answers. A lot of people speak about AI interchangeably with ChatGPT and Claude, etc. And no, artificial intelligence is not OpenAI and ChatGPT. Those are very specific consumer-facing models. AI, in its simplest form, is the application of mathematics and statistics implemented through algorithms to enable machines to learn from patterns and data and make decisions or predictions. The key word there is data. I look at it from an African perspective. How can we even have a say in this when I walk into a police station and I have to fill in paper records? In hospitals, things are still paper-based. It's the same thing in companies, just by the way. Systems don't speak to each other. A lot of things are done on paper. So I like to start from the beginning and take it from first principles, and then we can build it up. I often tell a lot of my clients that AI is the last thing that I'm going to talk to you about. I'm going to talk about very, very boring things. In my old life, I used to be a property developer, and I used to tell people, like, I can't speak to you about housing in Africa because the world is solved for housing thousands of years ago. When you see me building up a development, we're done. It's the behind the scenes, water, electricity, sewer, sanitation, etc., that we need to solve for. It is the same thing in your country, it is the same thing in your company. And that's what we need to solve for. And that's how we need to approach it. So for me, it's about data. I don't think Africa we're just not in a position to be competing at a capital perspective, trying to build these large language models, etc. But what we can control is our data. What we can govern is our data. It starts there. And I think that's a much more practical intervention versus, 600 million Africans don't have access to electricity. And you're talking about building AI factories. Our records are paper-based. 2% of data centers are on the continent for a reason, 1 or 2% for a reason. So why are we even trying to solve for that? No, let's understand our data. If we're going to use some of these models, we are in danger of being recolonized. And I know that sounds really bad, but I come from a continent where a few hundred years ago, we were literally walking on gold and resources. Someone valued it, and they came, and they took it, extracted it, and we buy finished products all the time. I'm sure we've all heard the saying, data is the new gold or the new oil. And I say absolutely, but what makes you think you can create value from that data if you don't mine it, process it, and refine it? And that requires a lot of capital investment and strategic thinking.
Well said. So, in Uzbekistan, you understand that. What are you doing about it?
Yeah, let's continue the discussion. It's very interesting. Yeah, let me ask the question to the audience. Do you think AI will replace the human in next decade? Who think? Please raise your hands. Yes.
What's the question?
Yes, in terms of jobs. But
what's the time frame that you're asking? I think the question is, will AI replace humans in key jobs? But in what time frame? In the
next decade.
In the next decade. So in the next 5 years, will AI replace humans? In jobs. It is already happening. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Why don't you think it can be you? It can be you. It can be all of us, yeah? And I'm from Uzbekistan, from country with 38 million population, and our population is growing up to 1 million. And to create the job places, it's my headache. It's my daily job, and I'm working on this thing every day. And what we did, we started hundreds of programs with Coursera, with other players. And for instance, with Coursera, we had program 1 million Uzbek coders, where more than 2 million people graduated the courses. And the Coursera acknowledged that Uzbekistan, in terms of Gen AI, skills in women was the best the last year, with almost 50% of students who graduated Coursera courses. It was women in Uzbekistan. And it was our headache to create, to transform our students, to transform the pupils in the schools to use AI, how they can use AI in their daily work, and how they can transform the current professionals to use AI. And I think we should be ready for the next future, and especially it can be, if we can ask this question for in developed countries, it can be, a lot of people can say it will be leisure, future leisure. Yes, it's do a lot of leisure, but in countries like Uzbekistan, it's not a leisure. We have to work. We have to survive. And I remember the days when I can, when I went to store and can buy just only one bread for a day for a family, and just 1 kilo of rice for a whole week. And I remember these days.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, and now we're here. And remember, this is an optimistic audience that believes that AI can help us to achieve some of these important goals and things that we haven't been able to achieve before. Hassan, talk to us about what you're doing in agriculture, right? Where there's lots of different challenges, and you're using AI to do things that we haven't been able to do before.
Yeah, so in agriculture, there's a certain kind of job that's called agronomists. There's about 2 million of those in the world, and there's about 1 billion people who work in agriculture and on farms, so about 15% of the global population. The 2 million agronomists are kind of like the custodians of crop science and plant biology, and they are the ones who usually advise farmers on what crops to grow, what fertilizers to use, and so on. So there's about 2% basically of everyone who works in agriculture is actually educated and certified in crop science. Out of these 2 million, the vast majority of them are employed by the fertilizer companies, and they give advice to farmers that is often embedded with the fertilizers of these fertilizer companies to sell them, right? So the actual percentage of independent expert agronomists in the world is less than 0.1% of anyone who ever gets involved in agriculture. So the gap that we're trying to bridge is we're trying to give expert agronomy and crop science to 1 billion people in the world. That's our goal, and that's our focus. And for the first time in history, we believe that now with AI, we actually can accomplish that. And the scale of growth that we've seen since we've launched ORTH, which is our AI agronomist, over the past 5 months is a testament to that. We're now close to about 500,000 users, almost in every single country in the world, and we expect to hit over 2 to 3 million users by the end of the year. What I'm trying to say with these numbers is I think where AI will augment humanity is by giving an equal footing to everyone, to the kind of knowledge that exists in these halls and in these rooms. And that is an incredibly positive view of the future, I think, that's there. I do hear a lot of the concerns around data privacy, and all of these things. To be honest, I think for me, right now, this is a complete afterthought, because the value accretion that can come to people who need it the most if they have access to these tools at a good cost is so much higher. Just to give you an example, we get reviews every single day of people telling us how it saved them hundreds of dollars on using the wrong fertilizer. It helped them improve their yields. It helped them do this. It helped them do that. And all either for free usage of a product or for a few dollars a month. So the advice that would have cost someone maybe $500, $600, $700 to get, they can now get it for free or for a couple of dollars or for a few dollars. That is an incredibly transformative use case that we're pioneering. And so I always invite that kind of like view of what are the possibilities if it is properly adopted and the use cases that we focus on, instead of it being focused on defense and weapons and all of these things that we're seeing with some companies, if this technology is directed to benefit the majority of the world's population, then I think that's a very promising view of the future that we can get excited about.
No, great. So I want to bring this back to perhaps Theo and KG. Let's talk about the trade-off that was just put on the table of the ability to harness data to do certain things versus the trade-off of protecting that data. And what does that mean? And how do governments, how do companies, how do we need to be thinking about that?
Yeah, I think it's a careful balancing act, and one doesn't necessarily have to come at the expense of the other, but they should be sequenced thoughtfully. In particular, it's very much a function of the use case. So data privacy becomes a bigger concern when the use case is one that could expose vulnerable users to direct harm that may significantly impact their lives. For example, if a government is providing a public service, data privacy is very important because the users are the government's constituents. It's important that the government protect the integrity of the data of the people that it's purporting to serve. Otherwise, in the end, it's doing them a disservice at the expense of some kind of growth or some kind of progress. At the same time, there are use cases that may not be as sensitive and where data privacy may not be quite as big a concern. But I also think that data privacy can be, the principles underlying data privacy can be incorporated into technologies that scale rapidly, right? You don't have to have one without the other. You can have both, and done well, it produces the best outcomes for the people that are ultimately benefiting from the technology.
You know, that's why I start with definitions, right? Because enterprise AI versus just general AI, those are all very different things and they have very different applications. But it is important for a government to just understand what this thing is, because you can use it, number one, to transform your society in like very positive ways, but it can also be used very negatively. And all you have to do is take yourself back 30, 40 years ago in the beginning of the internet. We cannot argue that the internet has had a major, major positive effect on the world. But they had to think about, like, what is this thing going to do? I mean, like, there's pornography, there's people getting trafficked because of the internet, and that's why you have to understand its power, its capability, and why you need to regulate it. That is a massive starting point. In terms of the models, I mean, why I also say, like, AI is not ChatGPT, Jensen Huang, who provides these chips to all these companies, tells you there are over 1.5 million AIs application across the world. And they're all servicing various different use cases. And a use case like yours is a phenomenal use case. But there are other people using it for fraud or for crime. And if that's a danger to my society, that needs to be looked at and governed. And I think that's a critical thing for leaders in business and in government to really grapple with, understand what it is so that you can govern it. And right now I see a big gap, and the statistics are clear. Yes, everyone's speaking about AI, but adoption is terrible. It's in the single digits. Right here at MIT, they did a study. 95% odd of companies are failing with AI adoption because it's a really difficult thing to implement.
You're talking about the famous AI MIT study that was released last summer, and I think that's a really interesting study. So what he was quoting was it's a group out of the Media Lab that it's not Panda. The group was looking at AI pilots, right? And looking at generative AI pilots that were put into place in large enterprise, and that 95% of them did not get ROI. And so I think it's an interesting study, though, because how many times does a pilot actually work the first time? And so I like that study because I think that it's provocative, and it sort of helps us to push the idea of what level of importance should we put on this? And then, because it is taking so much oxygen. And what I think is the interesting discussion, I want to go to, let's go back to Uzbekistan and talk about, one of the key things is how can we harness these things for jobs? And do you have some use cases of things that you're looking at in the transformation of how you are harnessing this for jobs?
Yeah, thank you. What we are doing in order to create jobs, especially in AI industry, we're going to create a new special program for AI startups in Uzbekistan. And one of the main problem for AI startups, it is data. Yes, it is data. It's big companies like Meta, others, Google, OpenAI, they have own data. But small startups, specialized models, they do not have enough data. And what we are going to provide for startups, it's data as a service to provide special data for startups, and they can reinforce their models. They can use the data and reinforce, makes the startups to make better decisions for that.
That's terrific. So Hassan, talk to us about how you make decisions with data. How are you talked a bit about that, but what you do, how does that scale to rethink how we think about jobs? What are you learning in this new company that you're building?
So in terms of jobs in general, I think the rule of thumb is if your job can be done remotely while you're sitting behind a laptop, you're at very high risk of being at least displaced in some way or form, or a big portion of your tasks being done through AI. And I think that that's just a fact today, and that's where we're headed. And I think that if you look at the US, about 30 to 40% of the population only have a favorable view of AI, whereas in the rest of the world, it's more around 70, 80%. And I think it's because the US is a much more service-oriented economy with a lot of these kinds of jobs versus other parts of the world where you still have a lot of physical labor that's going on. So I think that anything that has to do with physical labor will still remain to a large part, will benefit a lot from AI, let's say. In our view, I think that from our side, it has increased our productivity tremendously internally as a business. What we're able to deliver to our users and to our customers with a relatively small team is inconceivable compared to what could have been possible 2 to 3 years ago. And to us, I think it's highly accretive. But what I'm most excited about is the impact that it's having on our users downstream, and how that just unlocks a tremendous amount of potential in such a critical sector of society that is often overlooked, which is agriculture.
A really important one. So let's see. So we are, I think, between you and lunch, perhaps. And so we are going to go to our final question, where we're going to go down the line. And each person on this panel is going to imagine, and this is actually, usually the time span of 5 years is not too hard, but I think in this moment where things feel like they're changing almost daily, 5 years seems like a very long time away. And so we're going to go down the row here, and each person is going to talk about what do they hope that when we get this panel back together in 5 years, they're going to be talking about. And Dr. Abir, I'd like to start with you on what do you hope to be talking about in 5 years?
Yeah. If you want the truth, I would like really to have more clarity about the framework of working with AI. So we are good in the labs in working in models and trying to enhance the accuracy and all these things. However, I think we need more accuracy First of all, we should decide which data to work in it. The classification, not all data are private. Not all data are, we should ensure the integrity of the data. There is a commercial data, there is a garbage data, that it's okay to be monetized, for example. We have which model we talking about, which infrastructure we talking about, which AI policy we would like to enforce it. I have a discussion with professors in MIT where they think that the data privacy laws is just giving a structured and easy way, a roadmap for hackers to attack data, because it's clarify for them the framework of working with data. So this is a viewpoint that is already there. And there is another one who said that, okay, all data related to personal, even clicking on the bottom should be private. So which data really consider as a private? Which risk there in the working with AI. So I know that a lab in MIT, they working in classification of the risk and mitigation that comes with AI models. So can we very clear about what risk that comes with AI? When we said replacing jobs, for example, which jobs will be replaced? Not all jobs will be replaced. Who will be replaced? I think clarity about the regulations and the governance of the AI is very important, even with the risk of security, because this is a challenge that is, it's separately taking place, and they working in very heavily in the security of the AI. However, also we need to working with the society on the trust, and also working with the society in how to augment their powerful, their productivity and their power by using AI, and how to consider an AI as an augmented power rather than a replacement power for them. So I will finish with a quote for the CEO of NVIDIA, which I like it very much. AI will not replace you. However, as someone using AI will replace you for sure. So try to use AI in a reasonable way. Think about the accountability. I hope the regulations and the risk of AI to become clear in the 5 years. Thank you.
All right, clarity in 5 years, we hope.
We sure do. A few weeks ago, I had the pleasure of attending a conference also hosted by MIT, but it was a group of business school students and also Harvard Business School students focused on technology and national security. It was the 5th time this conference has happened, and the tenor of the conversation has changed. Also, it has filled out, like it's a totally sold out conference in the last few years. It's a really big issue. And one of the conversations that unfolded was on AI, but another was on quantum technologies. And as folks are probably aware, Cambridge is increasingly becoming a home for the quantum revolution, in part because a lot of the people driving the technology are physicists. And we have some great universities here that educate physicists. And so what the conversation talked about was the ways in which quantum technologies will change the world, but including the ways in which wars are being fought. We're already seeing how AI technologies, autonomous technology, drones are being deployed in warfighting contexts all over the world with pretty serious ramifications on human life and property and other consequences. And so my hope is that in 5 years, when pretty surely the quantum revolution will be upon us, we will look back and say that the lessons learned from AI, the failings and the successes will be deployed in the context of quantum technologies as they get invested in warfighting or military context and other domains as well. So I'm hoping that these are lessons learned that we can take for the next round of technology that is just around the bend.
All right, AI now, quantum next. We're going to figure it out. KG.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think whether you're pro-AI, anti-AI, I'm largely indifferent. It is here and it's going nowhere. And we just need to look at the pros, the cons, grapple with understanding what it is, and and move. It is not going anywhere. And I hope in 5 years, number one, more than 16 of the 54 African countries will have a data and AI strategy, and we will look at how we can use this phenomenal technology to solve a lot of our problems in healthcare, in agriculture, in education, to improve literacy rates, etc. I mean, these are use cases that are already being implemented, except we're being left out because we're not applying our minds. And I hope in 5 years, every African country will have a position on it and will be using it to leverage and leveraging it for our own purposes. And then most importantly, we will understand why data is such an important thing and we avoid that dependency. Also to leave you with a quote from the CEO of NVIDIA, he looks at it similarly to like the industrial era with the resources and everything, and he says, there is no country that has ever reached the status of superpower by outsourcing the processing of its natural resources. Data is our most important natural resource today, whether you're in a company, whether it is you using random free tools, or whether you're a government. So I just want to leave that with you in that mind.
All right, data is gold, continuing with that.
Yeah, you know, companies always look through economic perspective, and they consider about profits, margin, and I hope in the next 5 years, the human cost, labor cost, should be less than AI costs, and companies will continue to hire people.
Oh, that's an interesting perspective. Okay. Hassan, you have the last word.
So in 5 years, hopefully we'll be back saying that we have hundreds of millions of people who now have access to near free access to expert knowledge that has grown productivity on their farms tremendously. To do that, we need to reach these hundreds of millions of people, and so naturally, this is where I think governments should play in driving adoption, driving awareness, educating people on the opportunities and how they can unlock the benefits of AI. We need to do it at a very low cost, and so scaling compute, scaling energy, finding cheap sources, clean sources of energy that can scale so that this technology can reach people all around the world and not be constrained to certain geographies, hopefully is something that we can celebrate in 5 years. And all of that requires a tremendous amount of effort from everyone, subject to that, the benefit of society being the North Star for that entire industry and not the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. So give a hand to this panel. I think we hope we gave you some good ideas on things that you can do next and a vision on what the new calculus of global prosperity could be. So thank you very much. Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. I kept quiet for a long time, and that's very unusual, but now I have to make an intervention. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Amani Abu Zaid, and until a few months ago, I was Africa's commissioner in charge of energy, infrastructure, and digitalization. And I'm the engineer of Africa's AI strategy, AI data framework for ownership and the cybersecurity, and so many other documents. I'm saying this because I would like to invite you all to, especially that Africa, has been talked about so very often. Africa is leaping forward, using technology, using everything, knowing that we have challenges, not waiting, not sequencing, and applying the safeguards. So we know that there isn't enough electricity for everybody, but we're going forward with technology and innovation anyway. Please go online and just click African Union AI strategy to see how we think and how we want to approach issues. And we don't want it to be just one country having strategy. We want it to be a common path, may be differentiated, as per the development in the sector by each country, but a common path, a common vision, and this is how we move in regionally, and I thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. We're done, yeah? Thank you all. We're going to take a short lunch break and reconvene here at 1:10 p.m. Thank you.
That didn't even mind.
Yeah, sure. Actually, you know what? Give it to the ABT.
Yeah, go for it.
But I suppose you got a lot of connections.
afternoon, everyone. Can we please take a seat? إذا بدهم رح أعمل poll سريع. I'll call them out هلا. Welcome back, everyone. Before we move on to the next panel, can we take a very short two-question poll together? So on the screen, you'll see a QR code. Yeah. And if you can please scan the code and raise your hands so I know that the majority are ready. Two very short questions. If the current global economic system were a software update, would you install it? And what would you sacrifice to live in a world of shared prosperity? Jason, are we? Did you get access to the poll question? You got it? Okay. Great, thank you. The current model of venture capital too often imposes Silicon Valley playbooks that don't fit the realities of growth markets. This session asks, what does capital that is actually fit for purpose look like? Moderating is Bunmi Akinyemiju, I hope I pronounced that correctly, a founder and CEO of Venture Garden Group. Please join me in welcoming Bunmi and the panel to the stage. Mr. Amer Al-Abed from Endeavor Egypt, Heather Henyon, founder, partner of Mindshift Capital, Jason J. Jason is here, right? Jason is here, yeah. Jason J., director of the MIT Sloan Sustainability Initiative, Kola Aina, founding partner of Ventures Platform Fund, and Sandeep Farias, founder of Elevar Equity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor to be here today to talk about a topic that is very, very dear to my heart. And it's dear to my heart just because I've been an operator building companies in some of the most difficult markets. I've also been a venture capitalist deploying capital across Africa and the Middle East. And one of those lingering questions for me has always been the idea that, is the capital stack correct? I remember starting my first fund, and deep inside me, I felt like I needed to create a permanent capital vehicle, meaning an evergreen fund that doesn't have a term, not 5 years, not 7 years, but everybody said I was wrong. So the topic today is really all about capital that is fit for purpose. I'm excited because I have an incredible panel here from different regions, so we're going to get the regional context. They all pretty much deploy capital, and hopefully they will challenge me, because every time I have the opportunity to hold a mic, I always talk about the idea that entrepreneurs in growth markets should work to build camels and not unicorns. It's called unicorn for a reason. It's a myth. It doesn't exist, right? So hopefully they prove me wrong. So we're going to jump right into it in terms of the questions, and we're going to follow Dina's rule, precise and concise, so that we can move through this super fast. So I hope that we can keep it super fast. So I'm going to start from Africa. We're going to be moving all around the world. So we're going to start with Kola Ino, who's invested in 60, 70 companies. He had one of the first, super early exits in our ecosystem. A company that sold out to Stripe. He's seen from seed to late stage. But my question to Kola is, what is the single biggest lie that's embedded in that document that entrepreneurs get called the SAFE agreement? Invented in Silicon Valley, exported to our markets, and we just followed it. Kola.
Thanks, Bumi, for the question, and it's an honor to be here in front of this audience and with this wonderful panel. So it's actually over 100 companies over the last 10 years. We're 10 years in June, and it's a privilege to do the work that we do in perhaps what is one of the most exciting markets in the world across Africa. You asked for one, but there are several lies actually embedded in that very simple but complex document called a SAFE. But perhaps the biggest one is the time horizon. I think the classic Silicon Valley venture capital model was built for a market that has depth, has relative abundance of capital, that has a very healthy and fast-paced M&A ecosystem, and on the contrary, in most of our markets and in Africa particularly, you often have to build the road. You often have to build the road as you drive on it, and so the time horizons for building companies in our markets tends to be longer. In a lot of cases, you have to actually create the market for consumption by educating the consumers or making them have the ability to have agency to consume. And so it begs the question as to the adequacy of the 10 plus 1 plus 1 time frame that most venture funds have to have. And so I would say probably the time horizon is probably the biggest lie. There's a couple more lies, but you've said we should keep it concise. I'll stop on that one. The time horizon. Thanks.
Awesome. The time horizon mismatch. Thanks for that, Kola. So I'm going to fly over to Asia now, to India, and to ask the question to Sandeep. So over the last few decades, you've invested in 50, 100 different companies. I find your model quite interesting because you kind of flipped it on its head, and you talk about this idea of entrepreneurial households. And you really are talking about MSMEs in healthcare, agriculture, education, housing, and you talk about this sort of patient capital, right? All the pieces in your thesis does not fit into what we were told. So the question I have is, do you feel that the venture-backed entrepreneurship, what we read on TechCrunch and all the things we celebrate, do you feel that that is over-glorified, or do you think that the space you play is such a niche outlier?
That's a big question. Okay, let me share my thoughts. So first, let me define that entrepreneurial household and why we believe that's very, very important. See, for us in our investing, thesis is the fulcrum of everything that we do. And over the years, we realized that the reason why households in the emerging markets are resilient, aspirational, is because they have multiple sources of income. And that multiple sources of income, when you think about it, some of it formal, some of it informal, is a wonderful bridge when crisis hits, so to speak. For example, during COVID, while there was a healthcare crisis on in India, we did not see a drop in the resilience factor or the aspirational factors within households, because while some income streams got lost, others got added on within the family construct or within the household construct. And I think over the last couple of decades, we've converted that into an effective investing strategy. But now coming to your question, I think there are, you asked the earlier question about myths in some respects, and I think we're dealing with some challenges on the structure. The venture model is premised on the power law. It's 1 in 10, 2 in 10 kind of construct as far as success is concerned. And the private equity model is about pulling the Excel in terms of the next few years with a degree of predictability in terms of the top line and bottom line and how do you think about it. But if you're going to really create solution-oriented companies as opposed to just a product, because a product tends to be finite, tends to be very structured, tends to be simple, tends to be scalable by very definition. But if you have to think about the work we all want to do, it's really about solution orientation. That is much more complex, and I think the question of constructs and how do you think about it is a very important factor. And let me very quickly give you a couple of factors which are important. What we're all trying to do within markets, within the emerging markets at some level, is build a commercial moat around trust. How do you build trust with the customer segment and actually find a business model which is built on top of that trust? If I were to have an agri supply chain company which went into rural India and says, please stop going to that local market and actually start to transact with me, I have to succeed. Now, the Silicon Valley model is not built on that premise. I have to succeed because if I fail because I fail to raise my next round, I cannot land up in a situation where I'm telling my customer, you know what, go back into that traditional construct because social capital has already been burnt out there. So trust is the premise that we have to use as the core of the business models and how we think about it. That's one dimension. Maybe I'll stop out here. We can come back to some other dimensions. But the short answer is yes, I think the model does need some modification. There is an element of glorification associated with it. Scalability is not as simple as one thinks about it, but yet at the same time, I always call it an ice hockey stick. You grow slow, you get your models right, and then given the depth of some of these markets, you can actually go through hypergrowth after that.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Sandeep. And I'm going to come back to that question in the context of LPs, because we can think all we want. If LPs are not aligned, it's a different story, but I'm going to come back to you shortly.
You're killing my ability to raise the next fund, so that's fine.
So I'm going to fly back to the US and the Middle East with the work that you do, Heather, really at Mindshift Capital. And you've invested across the US, Europe, the Middle East. Your thesis is quite interesting around, female-led early-stage businesses, tech businesses, and you've built your career raising capital against this thesis over time. Now, I can't stop but think about what's going on in the world today, right? Geopolitical, we'll come back to that, but even venture capital. I think I read something a week ago that said something like this year, I think it's 79% or 75% of all VC funding in America went to like 5 companies, And of course, we can only assume that it's 5 companies with a lot of male. Now, yes, same thing, that about 75% or 70% of all VC money went to about 5 companies. I can also only assume that it's mostly male. Now, how this venture capital, if we think about it as a system, what exactly is rigged against women in the context of your experience?
Thank you. This is on? Everyone can hear me okay? Thank you for that very provocative question, because it's a challenging one to answer. I think on lots of levels, it works against women, right? I mean, there's one thing that we're focused on and trying to change is, one, we just need more women investors. I think it's not lost, hopefully, on the audience that out of our 5 speakers, I'm the only woman, and I'm sure it's not because of lack of effort by MIT. I think that it's just the reality of our industry. It's still very male-dominant in VC. 2% of founding partners of venture capital firms in the US are female, and I think that correlates actually very closely to the 2% of capital that goes to female founders in the US, which actually this last year dropped to 1.2%, so it's declining. in reality, and we know that it's a universal challenge, which is part of why our fund has a global thesis. We know that this problem exists in Sweden, it exists in Mongolia, it exists everywhere around the world. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we need more women as investors. The other part that I think systemically is difficult is that the kinds of businesses that often VC chases, it's not the kinds of businesses that women often build. So I started a women's angel investor group in Dubai now 12 years ago, and we've invested in 10 companies. We've returned capital on 6 of the 10 companies. I also was involved in starting another angel investor group that is primarily male in Dubai, and we invested in close to 40 companies around the same time frame. We haven't returned capital on any of those companies. So again, I think women take a long-term view because how did we start out? Independent of your views on humanity, women are the ones that bring life into the world. We're the ones that give birth. You know, we think about raising families. The day that my eldest son, who's here now about to start college in a year, the day that he was born, I set up his college fund. My husband was not thinking about that. So it's just we take a long-term view, and I think we heard on the panel that these companies are not built overnight. I mean, these are 10 plus years in the making, and most VC funds, which is not discussed, the average timeline is actually 15 years. So the reality is that so many things in VC are flawed, and that was really why we started Mindshift Capital, because the entire industry needs a mind shift.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for that. And I'm hearing a theme around long-term timing. That is a theme coming up. But I'm going to move on to Jason. And my question to you is, you've written extensively from an MIT standpoint about the financing gap in climate, right? And let's not even get into the geopolitical dynamics of that. That's a different topic. But it's not just like a shortage of capital issue. It's also structural and systemic. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about this climate problem? It's not a lack of capital, but it's how it's deployed, the system. Can you talk about that problem?
Sure. Thank you so much. I feel quite humbled being on this panel. You said everybody here is deploying capital. I'm just an academic. I'm observing and learning from my students as they go try to do this work. Yeah, so what we've observed in terms of this theme of this panel, where is venture capital not fit for purpose? There's been a variety of scholars and practitioners who have noticed that in the climate arena, climate tech arena, and in other domains of sort of deep tech or infrastructure tech, venture capital is a horrible model, right? That safe note that you talked about, developed for Y Combinator, was developed in the context of software businesses. And software businesses have, as you said, a certain time horizon expectation. You can grow those businesses pretty quickly. They're pretty frictionless in terms of the deployment. They're not very capital intensive for the deployment. When you talk about something like what do we really need in the Indian and African regions is cooling, right? As climate change hits, as we have severe high heat days, my wife's family is from West Bengal in India. We're worried every year about our aunt suffering the heat. And so if we're going to come up with some method of doing cooling that is much less energy intensive or doesn't use HCFC, super pollutants in the cooling loop, that's a really important invention. That's a really critical piece of equipment. But deploying that piece of equipment, which involves contractors and installations, it involves maintenance and support technicians, it involves a big physical investment for most households. That kind of thing is not software. And so what that means is that venture capital models are not going to work to scale that company by themselves. They may help for some parts of the development cycle, and there may be certain software layers that it's a fit for, but by and large, what we often hear in climate tech circles, even here in the United States or in Europe, is that there's this big problem that sometimes gets called the first of a kind problem or the missing middle problem, which is the need for capital that can actually help deploy this capital-intensive equipment. And that means debt financing usually, if you think about taking out a loan to buy a car or home equity loan to do a home improvement. But oftentimes the banks that would provide lending are extremely risk averse. They don't want to take a bet on that new technology that just came out of an MIT laboratory. So you end up with this gap between a bank that will finance the solar panels once there's been 10 million of them deployed, and the venture capitalists who will only do software. There's a real gap, and that gap will continue. I mean, obviously, as we try to do infrastructure and climate technologies in emerging markets, we're going to have the same problems that we do in our home market. So we have to invent new architectures everywhere for this. And so I think it's a domain that's ripe for innovation in this whole community.
Awesome, thank you for that. That's very helpful. I think what I'm hearing is there's this shared infrastructure, this common infrastructure that's in the middle, that without it, you don't have trust. Without it, you have this missing piece to really make this climate aspect be fundable. So now I'm going to jump into like a quick lightning round to make this a little more exciting. I'm going to start with you, Amr. What do multipliers, you talk about multipliers, what do multipliers actually need from capital that traditional VC gets wrong?
First, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be with such a distinguished panelist. Before I just get into the specifics, let me put sort of the framework of why VC, and I'll take a contrarian view to what's been mentioned. Actually, why do we need VC? VC is the fuel of the engine that is entrepreneurship, that is driving prosperity, competitiveness, job creation. And it's a transformative power that changes economies. When we look at VC, we have imported part of it, but not the full equation. And I love the term, the calculus, in the title, because it shows that it's a formula, it's an equation. We brought in the funding, but we forgot about the LPs, the exits, and all the necessary requirements where VC needs to operate. So if you look across all of Africa today, you find that one of the biggest challenges is exits. And we're continuously relying on strategic acquirers and predominantly US-based companies to come and acquire these companies. Whereas if you look at India, a few years ago, they reformed their stock market. Now, a lot of these companies are listed in the Indian stock market and have transformed the ecosystem. Just to give you a perspective on the magnitude of what that reform did, it brought in, it used to be like about $5 billion of VC funding per year. At the peak, that's 2015. 2021, it was $38 billion of VC funding. When capital is not trapped, it will flow into more startups. And we need it across a continuum. So going back to the multipliers that you mentioned, Endeavor is driven by this whole concept of multipliers. And Endeavor's philosophy since we started was how do we create certain companies or certain group of companies that the founders and the staff would leave and start other companies. So the benchmark for success is not the valuation, but how many entrepreneurs have spun out of that entity, how much capital has been recycled. One of the reasons multipliers exist is when there is exits. And if you look at Kareem from our region, when it was acquired by Uber a few years back, more than 120 companies came out of Kareem. And that is the multiplier effect at its best. You found a lot of staff working now are leading sort of $400 or $500 million companies, mentoring, investing. Capital has been recycled again.
Awesome, awesome.
Can I just build something? I mean, I think this is great, and I think your initial framing of like what's the lie in the safe note, right, sort of got us on an anti-VC track, right? It's not either or. Right? I think a systemic approach to investing here means thinking about how these different kinds of financing instruments could come together and to be complementary with each other, and where VC can do the magic that you're describing, but where there's also other kinds of financing that's more appropriate for small and medium enterprises, for household entrepreneurs, for equipment scaling and things like that. And oftentimes the key challenge is how to orchestrate those different types of capital. That's what we're kind of learning from our...
Yeah, so it's really, what I'm hearing, is that it's really about the stack, the full stack, and organizing the stack, orchestrating the stack, creating the interconnectivity around that. And that's a really, really good point. I just wanted to use this also to jump into a quick lightning round. So I'm going to start with, let's see here. Yeah, let me start with Kola. Biggest bottleneck today, is it capital, is it talent, or is it infrastructure? Just short.
I'll say infrastructure, and not infrastructure by roads or bridges. I think it's policy infrastructure, is thinking about how we can have like a regulatory passport between Nigeria and Egypt, for instance, so a company in Nigeria can go over. Yeah, so I'd say infrastructure.
Okay. What's more important, speed of growth or path to profitability? Heather.
Define profitability.
Making money, cash flow.
No, well, I
and you can only pick one.
Yeah, I can't. It depends would be my answer. So it depends on the business, the sector, the exit potential. Yeah.
Fair. I'm going to come to Amar for a second because of the work you do with governments. Should government play a bigger role in venture? Yes or no?
Okay, so.
It's a yes or no. So, to be clear.
So it's absolutely a yes, but as LP, as empower, as supporter of capital, not as a GP.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. Okay, that's a good one.
Without side letters.
Sandeep, are we overfunding startups and underfunding systems?
No, we're not overfunding startups, and we're certainly underfunding systems. So, both.
Okay.
Well, I mean, your own stats earlier, what's getting funded and what's not getting funded. I think there's an undercapitalization problem if you're really focused on solution orientation on the ground. I mean, of magnitude, frankly, even if you get to profitability, it's not obvious you're going to get funded. So in some sense, I think I'll go with both on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me stay with you on the follow-up question. Now I want to think about, because if we look at all these problems and we trace it upstream, you kind of get to the LP problem, right? And I don't know how many LPs we have in the room. So let's go to the elephant.
And for some reason, you picked on me for that. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Don't worry, this will help you with your next one.
Good luck with the next one.
That's right. So is the LP community, do you feel like they're getting more sophisticated and they're understanding this challenge, or it's getting worse and they're not changing? Maybe you can unpack that a little bit, because we've been talking about this for a long time, all these ecosystems. That's why I didn't want to spend too much time today on the problem, because the last 3 years, it's been just talking about the problem. We really want to move into solutioning. So if we go upstream and we talk about the LPs, are they getting it? Are you seeing change, or we are not seeing change?
But are you asking the question about change in terms of the structure of funds and flexibility, or are you asking change in terms of constructs and how you think about it, et cetera, in terms of business building, et cetera?
I think structure in terms of,
Well, to raise capital outside of the 10 plus 1 plus 1 model, or even shorter tenures, I think is extremely hard. There isn't flex on that. And you started off this whole panel talking about the idea being permanent capital. Oh, for God's sake, that's the holy grail. Who wouldn't want permanent capital to be able to experiment, to be able to build companies and stay much longer? I wish on every investment we could exit the investors and the company could keep going in a traditional sense. And frankly, us as GPs also, we can switch LPs and kind of keep moving forward with the underlying assets that you have conviction for.
That's what I had to do.
That's continuation vehicles, that's secondaries, those are all the constructs. And fortunately, those markets are actually more liquid today than, I would say, primary capital into funds. So it's an interesting conundrum at this point that you can actually double down on your existing assets, but perhaps finding capital for new investments could become harder if this trend actually starts to play out. But having said that, I think there's maybe a broader comment to be made. The current LP construct on that 10 plus whatever construct is premised on the idea that you can find a small and beautiful kind of a product construct. You can get your unit economics right, you can then scale it up, and then you can exit it within a time period of broadly 5 to 6 years if you have to think about a 10-year fund. That's kind of like the hope. The markets that we're operating in, I think at some point mature that you can actually go for a systems architectural change where you can actually build solution orientation. Jason, to your point, actually I would say today in an India context, I don't need a bank as the financier and I don't need somebody else as the operator. I think we can build the platform which can actually finance, can operate, and actually find that solution in a totality. Now the platform may have some kind of group entities that can converge together and you can have a bunch of capital that comes in at the top. I think we have that capability today. Can I find the capital for it? Because I probably now need a $200 million check to be able to build that platform. Probably hard. The private equity world will not invest. But in terms of the operating capability, the models to be able to build that execution machine, to bring, let's say, financing for a solar framework or for any other framework from a climate sustainability standpoint, along with the ability to do the shall we say, the AMC contracts that are necessary, or kind of how do you ensure that consistency is maintained. I think absolutely that capability exists. And it's one of the reasons for us, we made an explicit choice about 3 years ago that we are going to, at least as far as some of the winners within our portfolio, as well as to think wider than that, to try to encourage the platformization beyond just saying there is this single product construct that can actually scale. Because we have to move to that solution orientation. And that, I think, is now what I would believe is the holy grail that we need to pick. But you want provocative, so I'll tell you the current LP construct does not meet that criteria. But having said that, today on one of the assets that exists within the portfolio, I do have the ability to raise a sizable check to be able to go in and actually make some difference from a solution, move the company from a product to a solution orientation. So I think the signs are there that it's possible.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe part of what you're alluding to is that, to be honest, if we need to bring LPs into the room next year,
yeah, absolutely,
and really talk about this, because it's not, what you just described is not pretty. It's not standardized, it's not checklist. And maybe I'll jump to Kola for a second on this topic, because I know we started VC around the same time. I pulled out of VC, bought my investors out for the reason you said, because I needed flexibility for this holdco type of structure. But perhaps part of the solutioning is this education. Now, Kola, you stayed back in VC, and you've had to also talk to government to get involved, which Amar spoke about earlier. How has that journey been?
Thanks, Bumi. So, around the time we started out together, our various companies, we were investing sort of excess capital from main enterprise businesses, and so we paid school fees with our own money. I think the biggest change we've seen is really that there's been, DFIs have, from an African standpoint, DFIs have probably been the largest contributor to LP positions in GPs, but the DFIs have also gotten smarter, and I think they've sort of learned their lessons. We're seeing DFIs being a lot more commercially minded, and there's a lot more openness to being collaborative. So, for instance, things as basic as common reporting standards. I mean, you used to have a scenario where you would have, if you had 5 DFIs as LPs, you had 5 different annual reporting templates to deal with, right? Today, we're pushing back on that and saying, look, we need to standardize, because we need to harmonize. I think you're also seeing a rise in sovereign LP capital sources. We recently, for instance, welcomed a pretty large commitment from IDICE, the IDICE fund, that's backed by the Nigerian government and the AFDB. And I think that's particularly timely given where the world is evolving to, with globalization becoming less and less sexy and whatnot. I think it's really important that nation states are able to de-risk their venture ecosystems and use their capital to catalyze private capital. So that's happening. Egypt's doing a really good job at that as well with Ms. Mida. But also there's an interesting trend we're seeing with European family offices that perhaps had trading relationships with various African states actually coming back to say, we want to participate in this new economy, this new digital economy that's emerging on the continent. And so many fund managers across the continent are seeing interest from European fund managers. And I think to the extent that we can continue to diversify the LP base, it increases their ability to be creative and to create self-creative tensions amongst the LPs. Ultimately, he who plays the piper dictates the tune. I think until we have more sort of capital that we can control, we'll be at the mercy of the capital allocators. And so it's really about unlocking local capital sources. And hopefully more of that can happen in the coming years.
Yeah. Sandeep, go ahead.
So I think the other thing is that as managers of capital, we need to demonstrate that we have capabilities beyond just, in quotes, finding an entrepreneur and deploying capital. If we have some purpose in our investing, and I think all of us here, there's some logic and there's some purpose within which we're operating. So for example, I'm just referring to what we did is we set up a company which was a separate operating company, initially funded by ourselves, and then a few friends and well-wishers came in. Because we started to ask ourselves the question, what is the path to scale and how do we scale it faster, so to speak? And we realized that locational intelligence and the choice of the distribution modes and how do you build that out? Where do you go as a company next after you've proven out your unit economics in one geography? At scale, something like 15 to 20% of operating costs were being lost just in wrong choices and in the correction of those choices. So the first app that we built, which is in-house in some sense, is a locational intelligence product where we can today tell a company from at a hyper-local level, at a pin code level, how to go, where to go. And then the realization that is not just a locational intelligence dimension, that's actually organizational design. And so the path to scalability of a company focused on entrepreneurial households actually dramatically increases. So we have these, I think sometimes these questions and these discussions tend to be about the truth, and sometimes there can be two versions of the truth which can be held simultaneously, even though they're conflicting. I think we need to build operating capabilities to be able to help our companies scale up far more and far more effectively, and that's a very important consideration to think about.
And I agree with that a lot. I agree with that a lot, especially in growth markets where the ecosystem is not fully built. So if you're a capital provider, you just drop cash and you show up in the board meetings, it usually doesn't work. So Amar, I'm going to come to you next to build on something that Kola said about the role of sovereign in the context of the geopolitical dynamics. And maybe you could also double click a little bit on, could the government players also play a role in what Jason said about that infrastructure that can help to de-risk some of these asset classes?
Yeah. I think this is the most important sort of question that emerging economies, and specifically Egypt, is looking at right now. How do we make more capital available? And the LP issue is of critical importance because right now, most of the LPs in a lot of the funds in our region are the DFIs. And they come with their agenda, and they come with their priorities. And sometimes these priorities shift, and that money could stop and literally kill ecosystems. Most of these, in our countries, there's a lot of capital. And I know we're an emerging economy, but there's a lot of capital that needs to be unlocked from different financial institutions. And this capital, once it gets invested into funds, we're building the infrastructure layer on which entrepreneurs will later operate. Because you can't have a vibrant entrepreneurship ecosystem without the capital providers. And that is critical. And here I really want to recognize what the World Bank has done. They have established the first fund of funds in Egypt, and I was very close to it, and it was very successful. And I think as they sort of expand the role, I think the biggest thing that DFIs can help make is create local LPs, is educate local LPs so that we have more funding and unlocking more funding available. So the government absolutely has a role. Pension funds, insurance, banks, and financial institutions must play a role in that.
Awesome, awesome. And again, maybe this is also me advocating next year that in addition to bringing the LPs, let's actually bring these guys in the World Bank that did this. Let's showcase them, because when you celebrate, right, others start to get jealous.
She's right here.
Oh, she's here. Fantastic. Let's give them a round of applause. No, super awesome. I want to move to Heather here. And you talked about the idea that the reason why we have 2%, and that 2% is even coming down to 1.5%, is the lack of representation, even at the allocator level, right? So my question is, what, if you had the magic wand to make the change today, what would you do? What's your first step to begin to change that?
I would create a fund of funds that's $100 billion focused on women-led fund managers.
All right, hopefully we're planting the seeds with the World Bank lady somewhere there. Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to maybe take a few questions from the audience. I think we're doing good on time. We still have more questions, but really want to engage the audience and get some questions. I don't know if we have a mic to pass around. Is there a mic? Okay, there's a mic there. I think there's somebody.
There's one there.
Just raise up your hand if you have a question, either from India. There's one back there. Okay, there's a question there.
Oh, yeah, there's a hand back there, yeah.
Angus, just go for it. Scream.
Yeah, the mic's coming.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your great panel and insight. I had a question around the value proposition of government in the startup landscape. So with the in the U.S. Government system, we have the Small Business Innovation Research Program, which is a non-dilutive capital funding for high risk, high reward, high tech startup-focused ideas. And so I was kind of curious to get your take on, does there need to be a differentiator between deep tech versus non-deep tech, and the role of government in that kind of capital? Because when it comes to notions of deep tech, high risk, high reward, capital intensive, that's why the government is there to kind of incentivize the plays there. But when it comes to maybe more commercial off the shelf or something that's low risk kind of perspective, but it's still in need of capital, does the government need to be playing a role there, or does it need to be private sector driven? Thank you.
Okay, anybody wants to take that?
Yeah, sure, happy to. I think, you know, the specific nuance will differ as regards to what is relevant for the different countries. In Nigeria, for instance, what the government's doing with the IDICE program is really focusing on regional representation. The startup ecosystem in Nigeria has been very, very focused on the Southwest, Lagos particularly. And so with this program is looking to say, look, how do we sort of build up hubs in different parts of the country with regional sort of specialties? So, you know, the Southeast, perhaps, you know, you do trade and blockchain, and in the Northwest and Northeast, you focus on agri-tech. And so I think the role of government is really catalyzing priorities. And again, I don't speak for government because I'm not in government, but, you know, it's really catalyzing relevant innovations that are aligned with national agendas. And so, you know, you mentioned deep tech, like in the US, that was relevant within that context. And I think our various governments can do a greater job of that with the capital that they have to also just catalyze more private participation as well. Yep.
If I can add also, so non-dilutive funding from governments for startups, especially life sciences and deep tech, I think is absolutely critical to building that ecosystem. Because they're taking out part of the risk that private sector investors will not take later on. And I think it's, you know, for R&D, and this is where I think the US has become probably the most advanced market when it comes to venture, because the government has been funding it. I have a different view maybe than my colleagues on the panel about government funding funds and coming in as an LP, because I think it changes the mandate and the kind of the motivations a little bit. We actually made a conscious decision not to take government funding, so all of our LPs are private sector investors or private investors. So, but that being said, we've benefited from, for example, Madassar, one of the founders of Kareem, he's one of our LPs. Fadi Gandour is one of our LPs. So we do need the exits, I think, for the funds as well as the entrepreneurs in growth markets.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. So actually, I agree with what you said, that government should not be in funds, with a caveat. Because in emerging economies, there is a market failure. Private sector is not stepping in. When we look at like the US, it's a mature ecosystem that had venture capital for so many decades. When it comes to emerging economies, that ecosystem is still very nascent. Private sector will not fund and become LPs. So sometimes government has to step in to showcase and to lead, so that the private sector can learn, and then once they're in, the government can pull out. And Egypt has some experience in that. We created, 2017, there was a VC fund in Egypt that was created to fund startups. It was government money to fund startups, and it wasn't even an LP. But at that time, VC did not exist. So the government had to step in. And now they're actually stepping out. What happened in 4 years, VC funding jumped from $20 million to $750 million in 4 or 5 years. And now it's sort of becoming a stable. Now the government is pulling out and then coming in at an LP level. And I want to touch upon the question that was mentioned regarding deep tech. The government must play a role. And in Egypt, the government is playing a role. The Ministry of Higher Education has an Innovation Support Fund, which provides grants to such commercialization of research and deep tech. And it needs to be even multiplied, because deep tech, especially in emerging economies, there aren't funds available to fund it. So the government must give grant money at the beginning just to make sure that these take off, and after it takes off, commercial money can sort of come in and play a role to scale it.
Go ahead, Carla. Just wanted to add, for the government officials in the room, I think there are 3 conditions that I would absolutely require for government participation. I think the first, it has to be timed. Like you said, there has to be an expiry date. I think secondly, it has to be catalytic. So you say, look, I'm going to give you 1x, you have to bring 3x of private capital. And I think third, it has to be competitive and open. Like, you can't pick winners. I think when you have just 3 conditions, I think government participation can really do wonders.
I would add one more, which is that, I mean, we've been talking about the government as giving non-dilutive funding, as being a GP directly allocating capital, as being an LP and a fund of funds. I think there's another role, which is as capital orchestrator. So there's a really interesting project that's incubating right now in Zambia, where the SEC, the equivalent of the Securities and Exchange Commission, coordinating with UNDP and a really interesting systemic investing group called Second Muse, they're designing a funding facility to do regenerative agriculture and renewable energy transition. And it's what they've learned in those spaces is that there's a number of mutually reinforcing investments that all have to happen kind of in a coordinated way, right? You need the farms to go a particular way. You need the processing facilities, the supply chains, the energy infrastructure is all mutually interdependent. And the coordination and timing of those things is something that's a little bit difficult to happen in a totally everybody's doing their own deals free market situation. So there, the government is not playing a funding LP or GP role. What they're doing is that they're coordinating and serving as an orchestrator and designing the architecture that others can plug into, whether they are DFIs or local entrepreneurs. And one of the things that you see in situations like that is that the local knowledge and the contextual knowledge is really, really essential. So what you said about the need for local LPs who really understand the market, maybe it's European LPs who have a trading relationship and have some by proxy knowledge, but I think that's another big theme that we need to be. So if we're going to bring LPs in the room, and some of them should have this kind of global purview, but some of them should be kind of rooted and developed and homegrown in the context, in a sense. Yeah.
Awesome. We'll take the second question. Oh, we have 5 hands up. All right. I think let's take from the front here. If we can do it super quick and short. Microphone?
I need a microphone. First of all, what a fantastic panel and great moderation. Really excellent. Thank you. Great job. And my question is, in the first panel this morning, I think it was Javier from Sugar Clinics of Sugar. He mentioned something very interesting, which is, in emerging markets, it would be interesting if you figured out a model by which the R&D of a project, the investments in technology and innovation, comes through social funding, like a nonprofit. And then if it translates into a product and a service at lower cost, then you can get a for-profit entity that can carry out the work. And the thing that came on my mind is OpenAI. That's exactly what they did. Yeah. So they managed to actually get funding to set up sort of the heavy lifting of doing the R&D, and then it translated into for-profit organization. And the question is, have you seen any of this model work in wherever you are, and what do you think of that?
Awesome. Well, I think we're going to take, sir, if you don't mind, I want to take like 3 questions together, just because there were so many hands. There's one in front here. Okay.
Hi. I would say 99% of American investors are underweight Africa. What is your, whether
I'm
it's
not doing Africa.
They're underweight in their asset allocation, whether it's in listed markets or in private markets. So what's your 2-minute elevator pitch to get them to invest?
So there's one lady over there.
Excuse me?
Can we get the lady over there?
Excuse me?
Yes, right there.
There's one here.
Did we, over there?
Excuse me? Excuse me, I got the mic.
Oh, okay.
If you've not been seeing that side.
Go ahead, sorry.
Tahal Ahbabi from Abtal.vc. Question I have for you is regarding the general public. How do you address the following situation? It seems like the general public might serve as exit liquidity when it comes to access to the IPO side, and the current situation is they might invest at an early stage. They're not. It comes to the early stage of venture capital. They can invest in general startups, but when it comes to the actual side on the pre-IPO, they don't have access. It's extremely difficult. They need to be under the US regulation, for instance. They need to be qualified, but then they usually serve as exit liquidity in certain capital markets. How do you address this issue?
Okay, the third one, last one there. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Maria. Thank you so much for the amazing panel. And here's a question. So I'm the representative of youth here in the room. And how do you see, or how would you advise youth to navigate? Because we're witnessing the unprecedented involvement of youth in the global economy right now. How would you advise our generation to smoothly slide in, how to navigate the scene of capital, and how can we make the most out of it while preserving the purpose and sustainability? Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. We have some representation from the youth here. Okay, I think I got the 4 questions. So first question is really about using sort of social nonprofit platform to be able to drive innovation like OpenAI. Second one is really the 2-minute pitch to an American on why Africa as an asset class is important. Third is around IPO and exits. And then the fourth one is, how do you bring the youth into this whole ecosystem? So who wants to take this? Anybody?
I can take the social one. I could take the social one. It's easy. Wait a minute. OpenAI was not the first time it happened. Think microfinance.
And the
it started in the social space. I always say that microfinance as a commercial model stood on the shoulders of giants called nonprofits who perfected the model for 30 years, and then it moved into the commercial space, and then it started to scale in a different way. So I don't think that's a new idea at all. I think it's a very old idea, and I think it has a lot of feet in terms of different kinds of models, etc. So, yeah, let's not talk about it as a brand new idea at all.
So perhaps in our solutioning.
Yeah, so I think the quick answer on that is for-profit models have a certain construct, and they're all premised around somebody paying for that product or for that service. So when you're trying to conceptualize a model where the unit economics are not possible, the business model is not possible, I think you can use philanthropic capital and nonprofit social money to be able to prove something out. But I always say that to the earlier question about government, for example, these should be the conditions, that the moment the business model is possible, I think it's very important for that social capital as innovative capital pulls out, and then you scale it as a business model and kind of think about that. And I think the microfinance sector did that very, very well in terms of, but it took a very long period to get that right before the scale.
A structure.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'll just add to that. I think you can't apply that solution out of context of the entrepreneurship culture of the country or the region. We've seen certain dislocations in certain parts of Africa where call it impact capital, call it not-for-profit capital, whatever you want to call it, has really just dislocated markets. And so I very much prefer to see that kind of capital going into commercial funds, but sort of having a blended return expectation with commercial LP capital. To the gentleman that asked about the 1 minute pitch for investing in Africa, look, I think you're right. Many American investors are on the way to Africa, and it's a missed opportunity because Africa represents the best, purest opportunity for non-consensus alpha anywhere in the world. A lot of the sort of risk discounts is all perception. Talk to Bumi, talk to me, talk to anyone else. We can show you companies that have gone from zero to unicorn, or what do you want to call it, camel, and have delivered returns on investment. So I think there's a lot to love about investing in Africa. I'd love to chat more. Thanks.
Exits IPO. Anybody wants to take that question?
What's the question?
What's the question?
I think the question was around liquidity and exit paths and the IPO market. Maybe to add to that, to complement that question, actually Karima and I were having a conversation earlier, and we were like, how many exits through IPO has happened in Egypt, right? If you underwrite it and you say, hey, maybe 500, let's say half $500 million every year for 10 years in terms of the underwriting of VC into that market, how many exits can we count? We talked about Swivel on NASDAQ, didn't do too well. We talked about Fowry, and then I think there was another one, Claire or something like that. So it's not a lot. So I think my paraphrasing of the question earlier is, what is a repeatable exit path, such as IPO, that can make this sector backable, fundable?
So that's a tough question to answer, but let me sort of give it a shot. What happens when you look at the stock markets, and I want to compare India to Germany. When you look at India and Germany, Germany has roughly double the GDP of India. But when you look at the stock market, India's market cap is 123% of GDP, versus Germany, it's 50%. This has fueled Indian innovation. This has fueled companies of dreaming big. When a company in India goes public, it's not the matter of the returns that the investors made. It's the impact it made on the ecosystem. It's the wealth, and I don't mean wealth as in money. Wealth as in management, as in reputation, as in building an institution. That wealth needs to be done. When you look at emerging economies across Africa, the biggest stock market is only South Africa, which is roughly $1 trillion. That's it. Across the region, our stock markets are tiny, and they need significant reforms. And if you look at listing on the NASDAQ and listing on an African stock market, if there are 4 criteria, you would find 1, 2, and 3, and 4. You have to fulfill the 4 criteria for an African stock market. Versus on the NASDAQ, you have to fulfill 1 of the 4. So it's much easier to do that. And when you look at the US stock market, people say, okay, companies are going to exit through M&A. It's not going to be through IPOing. But they forget that 200 to 300 companies IPO every year in the US. And these are the companies that go on and acquire. If you look at Google, Microsoft, and all the big tech companies, they acquire 10 to 15 companies every year, minimum. In our markets, if we don't have companies that list, how are we going to have M&A? We're going to rely on M&A from international. So you need to build that ecosystem of companies going public, and then they would do the M&A.
Which goes back to the whole stack. We have to build a whole stack end to end. I think there was one last question about the youth and how they can get involved.
Who wants to take that?
I can answer. So I think it's really imperative that youth do get involved, and I think even things like financial literacy is really important because there's lots of challenges around later on in life when youth they don't learn this, then how do they engage? I've seen interesting examples of even investment funds where youth can be involved, and now there's much lighter regulations around that from fund managers. But there's lots of things that you can do to be aware, and I think also give your voice to the change that's needed, because now with AI and the revolution that's created, so many of the things that we all believe to be true about the world, that's all shifting very fast. And as the next generation, you're the ones that have your fingers on the pulse, so absolutely you should be involved in forming what the future will look like.
Awesome. Just one sentence per person as we wrap up. If you had the magic wand, the same question that Heather had to answer earlier, if you had a magic wand in how capital flows into growth markets, what would you change? One sentence.
I would have a bit more fund of funds and bigger fund of funds in all of Africa.
Okay. All right. We already know yours, Heather. It's a $100 billion fund of funds.
Yeah.
Okay, add another one.
So I would also say just more people investing, less hotels, less villas, more angel investors, more people engaging with investing in their local economy and less in luxury goods.
Awesome. Jason, less luxury goods. I like that. Jason?
I think that the homegrown entrepreneurs who have made some wealth in countries becoming investors and LPs, getting together in a conversation about what does the country need and what are the capital gaps that we can fill and that we can encourage the government to fill and therefore kind of create the ecosystem.
Awesome. Recycling the capital. Kola?
I don't think we need more or less local or foreign capital. I think what we need is more connections between local capital and foreign capital. I think deepening those connections will really unlock a lot of value.
Connections, thank you. Sandeep, you wrap us up?
I think we're at the cusp of something very, very interesting. Building companies which have brand, which demonstrate trust as far as business models are concerned. I think aligned capital that can come together with an operating capability. And I think if we bring those three together, and I think we're at the cusp of that, I think some real magic can be created. And just the last comment on youth, I think given the revolution that we're at the cusp of, we can leapfrog and they can lead the leapfrogging. So I think we're the bandicoots in the space, so kind of like leapfrog, yeah.
Amazing, thank you to my wonderful panelists.
We now move into the workshops and roundtable block. 5 sessions are running in parallel starting 2:30 sharp, and each one picks up a thread from what we've been discussing and takes it screens for your reference. Please make your way to them. We have volunteers dressed in black on the floor and signage to help you along the way. For those attending the Bretton Woods panel, please remain seated. And we will all meet back here at 4:15 for our final plenary session. Very. Porter Square, Harvard Square. I think as soon as you walk out of here, there are volunteers, but let me find someone that can... رح تجيب مين؟ Yalla, can we clap for Mr. Adil, who will be moderating?
Wake everyone up.
Jad.
And the speakers too.
Yalla. Yeah, absolutely. صح. And maybe a big round of applause for Dr. Abla Abdul Latif, Executive Director of Research at ECES, and Mr. Mark Uzan, Founder and Executive Director of Reinventing Bretton Woods Committee.
Testing, testing. Thank you so much, Jose. I really appreciate it. Everybody, order. If you are not seated at your seat already, we give you 5 seconds to do so. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Really appreciate it. Delighted to be here this afternoon. Big thank you to Dr. Dina Sharif, the team, Rania, Helmi, everybody for putting this incredible group together at the Kuo Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship here at MIT on the Wednesday, the 22nd of April, 2026. For those that are unfamiliar with the background to this session, our 2 distinguished speakers managed to engender such interest that they had to turn it into a panel. So that tells you a little something about the sexiness of the collapse of Bretton Woods and charting the way forward. My name is Adel Hamazia. The idea for today is to really think about reinvention, recalibration, reform, reconfiguration, and many other alliterations that we can center around the conversation today. Old systems coming into question, opportunities arising for designing new economic systems. It was around 82 years ago, July 1944, just 2 hours and a half away from here, 160 miles away, in which we had the world's financial elite, some 44 states, 730 delegates who sat together at Mount Washington Hotel to think about designing a global new economic order. My old friend John Maynard Keynes was there too. They sought to build 3 anchors amidst uncertainty, chaos, or what we call today tuna. Turbulence, uncertainty, novelty, and ambiguity. So tuna is the term for today. They sought to build anchors around monetary stability. Think gold standard. Think fixed exchange rates, balance of payments. Institutional coordination. Think of the founding of the IMF. Liquidity. Think World Bank, reconstruction and development. We hadn't even completed the end of the year, the end of the war rather, and we were still thinking about this next frontier, next chapter of financial economic cooperation. And then of course dollar centrality. So one reserve currency that underpins global capital, trade, and confidence. The gold standard of course holding until 1971 with the Nixon shock, perhaps partially ending more formally in 1976 at the Jamaica Accords, depending on who you speak to and at what time of day. For decades we witnessed stability, scale, and speed, which ensued, but today see on our screens, and then thinking about integration and fragmentation, decoupling, de-risking, diversion, disaggregation, etc. And then again, from one system, if you think about the 1944, perhaps one hegemon to many hegemons, and I was reminded yesterday when speaking to our distinguished speakers, the role of middle powers, you know, those little things, this constellation of middle powers. Quick number reality check before we dive in. Dollar, still 58% of global FX reserves. Dollar trade links exchanges are still some 80 to 90% dollar. BRICS GDP is at 35%, about to ascend to 45% by 2014 in terms of global GDP. Global debt around 300%, $300 trillion plus. Public debt is set to reach 100% by 2029. Now, in terms of global financial architecture, something that's been discussed on the sidelines, we've learned of some 130 plus central bank digital currency pilots. So this tells you a little bit about where we're going with the thinking. So you could frame this as dollar decline, but dominance in structure. And I'm trying to provoke my colleagues into what they're thinking. Is this much better? Thank you, Minister. We now, before going to our distinguished speakers to sort of ask them to maybe lay the intellectual scaffolding a little bit on achievements, challenges, global South perspectives and beyond, just a raise of hands. Who from your thinking, from your sort of foresight, your insights, who believes that we are heading for more recalibration or more reinvention? Recalibration meaning adjustment to the status quo, or reinvention, a Bretton Woods 2.0. If you think we're in for recalibration, if you could raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, about 10%. And who thinks we are going for reinvention, so wholesale change? Okay, so we've got revolutionaries in the room, we could add that word. I'm delighted to be here today with Dr. Abla Abdel Latif, who's the Executive Director and Director of Research at ECES, the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies, and the ex-chair of Egypt's Presidential Advisory Council for Economic Development. He's also an advisor to the presidency. And we also have Dr. Mark Uzan, who is the Executive Director of the Reinventing Bretton Woods Committee, so it's in the name. If I could just dive right in and ask you, Dr. Abla, thinking achievements, challenges, maybe we can emphasize the latter. How do you see this from a sort of global South perspective? Voice, value, volume, where are we?
First of all, it's great to be here. I want to thank Dina for inviting us and for arranging this. And I want to thank you for the summary that you gave, this very quick surf over everything that's happening in the world and beyond. Okay? And let me answer the question that you asked the audience. We're not in the reform stage, but we are also not in the invention stage. We are in the unknown stage. And that's the big problem, I think, of where we are right now. Okay? At this point, okay, when we look at and let me go back to Bretton Woods in the context of Bretton Woods to answer your question. When I look at Bretton Woods, I see exactly an elephant that you are trying to fit in a small box. This is exactly what Bretton Woods agreement and institutions look like. They were suitable at a certain point in time when the process started off. As time went on, there is a complete change in the division of power in the world, in the concentration of population, in the concentration of wealth, and the system did not respect that, and it remained fixed. So it's this box that doesn't fit. And on top of that, okay, lots of failures in the system started to emerge. They did not emerge suddenly now on the 22nd of April. They actually emerged a long time ago, but increasing slowly, okay? Starting perhaps with problems related to the UN Security Council and the vetoes, okay, and what they did to the world and unfairness that the South actually in particular looked at, okay, but it went on and continued, okay, and it reached a peak actually with the COVID, with the climate problems, with the war in Ukraine, with the decisions of the IMF to give an incredible open support to Ukraine against all the rules and not doing this for countries of Africa, for example. And then
Sorry,
came,
you're suggesting there are double standards.
Yes, I do. Very much so. Okay, all right. The process, the weakness of the process has always been there, but it became very visible. The voice of the South, which is not loud enough. Okay, and I'm talking about all countries in the South, particularly Africa, not loud enough, did not allow it to benefit to the maximum possible from the World Bank, from the IMF. The UN agencies, the ones that are specialized, like the FAO, the UNDP, the UNICEF, were doing a good job, but they cannot continue to do this good job if this framework does not continue. And then, of course, the icing of the cake came with everything that's happening on the tariffs and what Trump did in the trade system, and it showed that this system is terribly weak and not resilient at all, and if the US decides to shoot everybody, then they can do that. This means that the system cannot continue to exist. It was only admitted officially during the World Economic Forum when the Prime Minister of Canada said it explicitly. Only then. Before that, everybody's talking about, let us fix it, let us take care of it. And you cannot fix it from within. It's unfixable from within. It has to change.
Thank you, Dr. Abla. Dr. Mark, I want to come to you. Are we overstating collapse and understating continuity? And maybe you could also just, as somebody who's been tracing this since, I think, at least 1994 institutionally with your institution, could you maybe just for the benefit of the audience give us your own moment in time when there was this rupture? Was it 71? Was it 2008? Was it the Trump admin more recently? Your thoughts?
Thank you. Well, let me first thank the organizer for inviting me here for this very interesting conference. And I'm very pleased to share the floor here to discuss the panel, the collapse of Bretton Woods, charting the way forward. Before I start with your questions, I think we are meeting at a very critical time. The title is Collapse. We already have the collapse of Bretton Woods in 1971, and in your very nice introduction, you mentioned it. I think I will call it a breakdown or the shock number 2, because when the main provider of the global public goods, the United States, has decided to withdraw from the international economic order that serves the world very well for 80 years, because the current administration say that this international order doesn't fit for purpose and works against the United States. I believe this is a second breakdown of the system. And when we think about the system, we think about what? We think about the underpinnings of the way about the machinery of international corporations. Bretton Woods was an international monetary system. It broke down, but there is still 2 international and global institutions. This is very important. Universal institutions, the IMF and the World Bank. There are many shortcomings. We can criticize them, but they serve the world well because you have an anchor that was agreed to provide that global public good. But we are reaching a turning point because for the first time, we don't have one hegemon in the world, but we have 2 hegemons. So we have the US and you have the rising China. As we have been able to bring China to the global economy and to integrate into the global economy, we are now a turning point where the United States is now a strategic competitor. So that's the reason why we start to think about the rise of middle powers, where we start to think about, are we going to be in a world where you have global rules that everyone can fulfill, or we're going to do something what I will call global disorder. And I think for me, the most important point is that this, if you look back over the last, you mentioned before, the last 25 years, what do we have? We have the Bretton Woods system, international institutions, and many things that happen outside the Bretton Woods framework. There was a creation of the G7. There was a creation of the G20 during the 2000 global financial crisis. So there was a lot of things that were done outside the umbrella of Bretton Woods. But there was still a clear agreement about liberal order, about free trade. This is not the case anymore. You have a country who is now imposing tariffs to the rest of the world. So this is not anymore the underpinning of the international liberal order. So I think what we need to think is not what Bretton Woods provided to the world in terms of and the criticism, but what's next? What is going to happen next? How the world is going to be operating? If you were listening to the main takeaways of last week IMF World Bank Spring meeting, we are talking about a polycrisis. War, pandemic, energy crisis, all of these are creating another shock for the emerging countries and growth market. Food insecurity, energy crisis are going to have a huge impact for developing and developed countries. So we still need global institutions to manage global public goods, but maybe things are going to be more difficult because we need to deal with the 2 hegemonic superpowers, but we don't have yet, I think, a framework to think about this new umbrella.
Thank you. You alluded to system and systems, and China came up. If we're thinking about transitions, and we're thinking about flows, frictions, and perhaps even redundancies, rivalries, replications, and then, of course, rules. BRICS, NDB, AIIB, private credit, and I can go on. Could you maybe share some just views, perspectives, top line on what this looks like in terms of 1 system, 2 systems, layered, contested, fragmented, duplicating? Any thoughts on any of the above?
Let me talk a little bit about each one of these in very small sentences. When we talk about China, I think we need to understand where China is really positioned, because the US is looking at China as being a monster that wants to rule the world, when actually China is an economic power. It's a huge economic power that is competing with the US, but it has different interests as far as the rest of the world is concerned. And not seeing that, is causing a mess. I mean, we are all victims of the fight between the US and China, which is actually started by the United States, and that's a problem. So they are not fighting for the leadership of the world. China is like a private sector businessman who wants money, and he will go anywhere where he can make that money. He does not want to invade. He does not want to change the culture and the belief and the ideology of the country, which is completely different from the case of the United States. So leaning towards this one or that one, is not even the right approach. And we have Europe in the middle, that made an enemy out of China because they are following what the US is doing, okay, when actually they need to talk to it, and they cannot have a common position on anything.
Which one works better for global South countries, a country like Egypt?
A country like Egypt is benefiting a lot from China, and we are encouraging the Chinese investment, and there is nothing shameful about that. If the African countries often have that problems in their dealings with China, it's not because of the Chinese investment, it's because of their own governments and lots of corruption and lots of things that need fixing. And this is where the fixing needs to start. If Africa is to have a real voice in making this new international system, and by the way, they have an opportunity for that because all those growth markets are growing a lot faster than the economy, and they have a chance. It's as much as disastrous the situation that we're in is, it is creating an opportunity, okay, for the South to have a louder voice. But to do that, they need to fix themselves from inside. Monetary and fiscal policy, engage their youth, get rid of the corruption, et cetera, et cetera. So the problem is not in China, the problem is in the countries. BRICS, the emergence of BRICS, even though it started in 2009, but it became a lot bigger starting from 2011, 12, and so on, and a lot in the last few years. And the fact that it got bigger is because of the failure of the Bretton Woods system. When the system fails and countries do not see their interests reflected, they start to make their own groups, and they did that. Okay, at the beginning, it was not taken seriously by anybody. Okay, all those countries are completely different from each other. What can they do? Okay, right now, they seem to be one of the hopes for this new order because G20, after 4 years in southern countries and taking things forward, getting the EU become a member in G20, with the last G20 in the US, as Mark and I were talking, absolutely nothing happened, so it's the end of this, okay? So G20 is getting weaker, so maybe this is the gathering. Somebody has to lead the process somehow. So the BRICS is there, it has potential with development bank, okay, but it's not enough for the needs. A lot needs to be done, but there is an opportunity in that sense.
Just before I bring in Dr. Uzan, is BRICS a political entity or an economic one?
It started off as a political entity. I think it's becoming both a political and economic entity. Political in the sense that it's creating a different gathering of countries in the world that represent 35% of the global GDP, a huge number of the population, and lots of wealth and lots of oil. And with the institutions that they are creating inside, and not only their members, but their affiliations with others, there is room for them to do a lot of leading. So it is both, and it is starting to play a little bit on the de-dollarization issue.
We're going to come to that. And growth. Is that better? Size of economy and growth. Right here. Size of right here. Size of economy and growth. We ended, please. We've got Brazil, Russia, India, China. Most recently, those that had joined, of course, were not in double digit or 5% plus. We had the strugglers, the sanctioned, and the sailors. We had Ethiopia, Argentina, Egypt, Iran, and of course the UAE, which was more on a liquidity point. So the point around economics versus politics is a conversation we can continue to have. Dr. Uzan, could you maybe bring in your perspective on this, the US versus China, and incorporate that beautiful place called Europe as well?
Sure. So looking to follow the discussions here, remember, if you have to think about the major innovation in global governance over the last 30 years, there was two things. There was the creation of the G20, and the G20 was created because we have in the 1990s major financial crisis, Mexico, the Asian financial crisis, and it happened in many emerging markets. So the US with the Europeans, they said, well, we need to create a new group to bring systemic countries together. And this is what triggers the G20, and I think it worked very well when we have the global financial crisis in 2009. The next chapter of this innovation in global governance was people call the China-led governance. And why China decided to create the AIIB, the BRICS, Not only that, but major swap line with all central banks around the world and the Belt and Road Initiative. I think it has to do with one thing, the frustration with no governance reform at the IMF and the World Bank. Since now, China weight at the IMF is lower than Belgium. It doesn't make sense. So at one point, China has been what people call a responsible stakeholder in global governance. In 2009, China provided a major fiscal stimulus to support the global economy during the most financial crisis of the 21st century. So at one point, Chinese-led thinking has been to say, okay, we want to be a responsible stakeholder, but at one point they asked for many, many times, we need to reform global governance. And if you have to say, yes, the BRICS are very different, the BRICS and member countries, but they have one thing in common. They all believe, and what I think they have in common, they want global governance reform. If you look at the BRICS communique when Brazil was sharing it in July 2025, there was a very important Rio communique about global governance reform. And I think if the Europeans, the Americans will say, we are going to give up what I will say, having a European managing director at the IMF, having a US president as the World Bank, what I will call not the global south, but growth market, you will have a better legitimacy of the institutions. I'm a believer that's why we have been losing confidence about the Bretton Woods framework and the institutions is the lack of reform in terms of governance. And I think it's not going to happen again because it will be impossible for the US to have China as the second largest shareholder of the IMF. So we need to think now differently, and I believe that the world is going to look and to operate under a new framework. We will discuss middle powers and others because it will be mission impossible because in one point the European will never give up the managing director seats at the IMF. The US will keep the World Bank as presidency, and I think the statu quo will be, I think, a threat for the sustainability of the institutions. So that's why BRICS are very innovative. AIB, their governance structure is very different. There is a board, but it's not permanent board. The veto doesn't have a veto like you have at the IMF. So I think there was a lot of innovation that emerged with the AIB and the BRICS.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. We'll come back to scenarios and maybe thinking about how things can be rewritten and reconfigured. Before I come back to Dr. Abla, just another pulse check in the room. I usually make the joke about, is it my way or the Huawei? But has nobody laughed? Okay. Two people laughed. The question for all of you, actually, I'm getting smiles and laughs, I appreciate it. The question for you in the audience is, thinking about the sort of next 20 years, so we're here in 2046, some of us, 2046, who is leading global finance? Is it the US, is it China, or is it a multipolar mix? US, raise of hands. 1. China, raise of hands. Decent number. A multipolar mix, so the hedgers. Okay, so the hedgers win, multipolar mix. Oh, we've got one hedger. And I'm about to come to you now to add some color to the conversation. So de-dollarization, I was looking at the number of articles on de-dollarization a couple of years ago. I remember on the tweets per month, because I have sometimes a photographic memory, it was around 10 to 15,000 tweets a month were touching on de-dollarization. Articles were around 400 or 500 from semi-respected or call them peer-reviewed articles. Is it hype? Is it rubbish? Where are we going?
No, it's not. It's not hype, and it's not rubbish. It is something that just started. It's very far from being a trend or something with heavy weight. For the de-dollarization to take place, okay, you need to have oil trade in other currencies other than dollars. Okay, this is really the sign. Okay.
I heard there's something going on in the Persian Gulf or Arabian Gulf.
No, they're asking for something again, but if one ship passes and pays in a certain currency other than dollars, it does not make it a trend. But the catch is the following. Okay, for the system to shift away from the dollars, you need a complete change in the financial plumbing. Let's put it this way. Okay, it's a completely different thing. Okay, and as long as this did not take place, you are going to have few transactions here and there, but when in any time of crisis, everybody's going to shift back to the dollar because it is the one where the system, the structure, as you were saying, is established. So what is needed is for the countries to fix their monetary systems and fiscal systems and have their central banks connecting with each other in order to allow for trade in their local currencies. This can happen within Africa and should happen and would happen also in Asia, okay? And at the same time, slowly but surely change the system so that it can be robust and resilient enough to keep up with a crisis without reverting to the dollar. It is likely to take a long time for this to happen, but the mere fact that countries are thinking of it, okay, shows very clearly that the economic power of the United States is going out, and the US, unfortunately, is shooting itself in the foot in everything that they are doing. Okay, one small word here that I would like to add, because I don't want to miss it with your very powerful questions. The institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, are never going to fix themselves. And I think this is very important, because I cannot ask you, when you have the voting power and you have the weight to make decisions, to step back on your own willingly, okay, to give room for the countries from the growing markets, okay, to make their decisions and have a louder voice and have more rights. You are never going to do this on your own. And so all the attempts to try and fix the system from within are not working. It's a small bracket, but I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mok, do you want to come in and maybe if you could just incorporate the role of middle powers as, for lack of a better word, geoeconomic swing states in a scenario like this?
Sure. So on de-dollarization, I will not call it de-dollarization, but I will call it the erosion of dollar dominance. Let me try to explain what I have in mind. So when you look at the international monetary system over the last 70 years, we still have the anchor, the US dollar. What was the most important change happening in the international monetary system since the breakdown of the Bretton Woods system has been the advent of the euro. Okay, so I think you have the emergence of another reserve currency. And if you look forward, you can see with the current constellation of geopolitics and geonomics that many countries in Europe who were maybe not candidate to join the euro, let me give you the example of Sweden, Denmark, Bulgaria is already there, Poland, are starting to think differently now because the geopolitical context might accelerate these countries to accept to join the euro, as Finland and other countries decided to join NATO 2 years ago. So you are going to see also the enlargement of the Eurozone. Number two, when you think about the dollar, we were thinking less about the capacity of the US to weaponize the currency. And what you have been seeing over the last 2-3 years has been the because we know that the reserve can be frozen and it can be weaponized. So it's becoming, I think, more concerning for emerging markets, to think about this weapon of building up reserve. I will say that the erosion of dollar dominance might happen from another angle, which is going to be digitalization. What you have been seeing over the last 2-3 years also has been digitalization of money. We're going to be in a world of coexistence, maybe of private and public money, and the most important conversation that central bankers have at this moment has been the rise of stable coins. Stable coins is really private money, okay? And this is a capacity for, companies to issue, a token that will be backed with dollar assets. And in order, so the two companies, Tether and Circle, needs to have as a backup US Treasury. So it can be a way for the US to preserve dollar hegemony, but at the same time, it can, destabilize a country, can take any emerging market because they wouldn't have the capacity to have their monetary policy being transmitted because many maybe citizens will trust more dollar stable coin versus their own local currency. So the question is that maybe more and more countries, and even in Europe, are going to start to think about stable coins in euro. So we need to look more and more at money from a sovereignty point of view, from a geonomics point of view, the capacity of the US to weaponize currency, to weaponize interdependence, is also creating unintended consequences, because the rest of the world is I just need to download Alipay. I need to do, it's like a different system. So the world is going to be more and more fragmented in the field of money and finance also.
Thank you. We're going to be coming to colleagues in the audience momentarily, so we'll questions, answers, but also insights, so hybrid workshop / panel. But on this point of CBDCs, not petro and digital one, hundreds of billions of dollars of stable coin, the Genius Act momentum. What does this mean in this sort of disaggregated red versus blue? I always ask the question, is Africa going to be looking purple, or is it going to be red or blue, or what does this look like? What do you think? On the digital financial architecture piece.
On the digital financial architecture, well, Africa is, I'm not exactly an expert in this particular point. Perhaps Mark would answer that. Mark.
Yes, so well, if you look at the case of Africa, I mean, many countries in Africa are issuing stable coins. Nigeria is a very important country. So I think you can see it from two aspects. Number one, when you start to think what is the purpose of stablecoin? Number one, financial inclusion and capacity to wire money in a very efficient way. Number two is to have access to the crypto market. You know, I have a chance to organize, you know, once a year a meeting with governors of Central Bank of Africa. And they are very interested in, you know, in the digitalization of money. At one point, and I think the big discussions, not only in Africa, but among all central banks around the world, are we going to be in a world where we can have this coexistence of private and public money? And I think it can be like we were discussing just in the panel before, is it leapfrogging, you know? Because for many countries, you know, at the end, you know, it's about just price stability. You know, our stablecoin are going to provide a value added to many emerging markets. And I think this is a trend, we need to monitor it. I think in the case of Africa, I think what people will say is the user case is clearly about making, you know, cross-border payment much more efficient. And there was a huge topic at the G20 South Africa presidency, and there was a lot of progress in that.
Thank you. We're about to come to you. One last question I'd just like to put forward to our colleagues. So it's 1944. Have you seen the film Back to the Future? Yeah. Michael J. Fox? Yes. So it's 1944. Go back 82 years. The 44 states are actually 150 plus because independence actually happened much quicker than the 60s and 70s. This is the counterfactual scenario. What are the sorts of rules that you would have written then, if you were pen holders with the Secretary of Treasury and Keynes et al., that would have been benefiting le monde aujourd'hui, today, in 2026?
Well, I think given the division of power at the time, and given that all these other countries were much smaller, occupied, no economic weight, nothing, okay? I think it would have been written in the same way. It was not done wrong. Okay, when you think about the system as it was created, this triangular system with the World Bank for the reconstruction, the IMF for the financial systems, and the GATT, and then the WTO for the trade, okay, it was done well, okay, except for the veto powers, okay, which were abused over time. If the US did not abuse its veto power, things would have been different. If the US was not always on the side of Israel, for example, whenever there is a problem in the Middle East and raise the veto thing when things are more than obvious, things could have continued. The US played a big role in running the international show, and they decided suddenly to step out, okay, completely. All right, so at the time when it was done, it was not wrong. The reconstruction of Europe was needed because Europe was destroyed in the war, okay, and everything was working smoothly for a long while, okay. Things that happened later, the China growing strong and joining the WTO, the countries in the south getting bigger, the value chains getting disrupted, the nearshoring, the offshoring. It's the things that emerged that forced the system to change. But for sure, one of the horrors of the system, and this I would not have put if I were writing this, stepping back, would be the veto power. It's terribly, terribly unfair.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein. So you have the pen.
Well,
what does it look like?
Well, I think, number one, when you think about the spirit of Bretton Woods, what is very striking, whenever you have a crisis, people say, we need a new Bretton Woods conference. We need so I think it's still in the mindset of people that this conference was unique, okay? It was unique because, the insight of policymakers at that time was that economic disorder of the interwar years, can create political catastrophe, okay? So we are in a world today, when you look about the world, tariff, sanction, weaponization. So I think I totally agree that, veto was a mistake, because, it's a universal institution. They are both universal institutions. So veto has prevented maybe to reach, consensus and so on. So today, I think what we need to do is not to build a new Bretton Woods, but we need to build, the underpinnings and the right institution to a world that is becoming more multipolar. It can be coalition of the willing, it can be constructive multilateralism, and we can discuss.
You have a veto comment. Veto comment. Lovely.
Yeah, so that's, what I'm thinking, so yes, what we need is like a shift to build the right institution that the world is really multipolar. And we don't want to be from one hegemon to go to another hegemon. So let's build that multipolarity, and I think because the world is diverse, but we need rules of the game. That's what I'm thinking.
Dr. Abla, preferably a disagreement. If you could.
No, no. Actually, I agree with the multipolarity. But what I want to say is, we don't need to say we build another Bretton Woods. We look at the gaps in the Bretton Woods system, and we avoid it. Okay, and we get together in a pilot attempt. Let BRICS lead this process, and then scale it up, and have the leadership actually for the growth markets, because they are going very soon to have 85% of the population of the world, okay, and they are growing way faster than everybody else, and they are full with innovators, okay, and that's why we are here, all right? All of this is building the platform for a new system. So it's not another Bretton Woods at all, okay? It's getting over the gaps of lack of inclusivity and of superpowers who are imposing their opinions on everybody.
Thank you. It's now that time to come to you in the audience. The idea is questions, short insights, not full prose or lectures. And if you have a question you'd like to direct it to somebody specific, please mention. If you have solutions, recommendations, ideas, insights beyond what we've heard, marhaba, bienvenue, willkommen. And I would start with our distinguished colleague here at the front, name, affiliation, and question or points. We have mics coming to you right now in about 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please.
Hello, my name is Amania Bouzaid. I've been international expert in international development and also a former African Union commissioner, and I've been operating mainly in Africa for almost 30 years. Just a clarification, because I often, China, Africa relations, and I heard, if I'm not mistaken, the word corruption mentioned. Let me just give a different and one from the ground perspective. People seem to have forgotten that Africa has lost decades, and the lost decades in the 70s and 80s did not, China was not even there. And they were mainly caused also by the terms of what was then called aid and its effectiveness. So it's crippled Africa to a point that we lost actually almost 20 years. And it's only when we got rid of the concepts that were ruling, international development around that we start to emerge, and Africa continued to have high positive growth until almost COVID. Now it's slowed, but I'm sure it will pick up again. I'm saying this because when we mention China, we also forget that China is a new entrant when it comes to development and dealing with other. And as such, both China and African countries have been on a learning curve in terms of how to work with each other. And African countries now, if you see the projects, more local content. It was a very difficult, not to come with all the people and the machine and so on. More local content, better terms, knowing more about how to write and how to draft contracts, which is very important. That's why in Africa we also created a legal facility to support countries, to work with our countries, deal with international partners, China and otherwise. So I want us to keep this in mind. It's not about corruption. It's about also learning to work with a new entrant with different way of working. And I can, in another setting, I can also dismantle once and for all what is all the wrong perspective about Africa's corruption and stuff. And I'm sure the last few months have shown us exactly where corruption has been and has been, to the root, and how much interconnected it has been around the world. And Africa was not even mentioned, thank God for that. So this is one, two. Yes, local currencies. Trading in local currencies and applying local currencies in Africa has started, and thanks also to initiatives like the African Free Trade Agreement, we are accelerating the work on the trading with the local currencies, with support of Afrexim Bank and African Development Bank, who also cushion our economies, with the issues of currency and currency conversion. I just wanted to bring this.
Madam Commissioner, if you could just hold the mic for 1 sec before we pass it on. You served at a very senior level at the AU. Does Africa on net need more or less China? And you can only say the word more or less.
Sorry, Africa is what?
Do we need more or less China on the continent of Africa?
As I always say, and as I have applied it in my own work, and I've seen others apply their work, we have a plan. And we have a strategy and a plan. We welcome everyone who wants to work with us on our plan. So that's the position of Africa, and definitely when it comes to digital, definitely when it comes to infrastructure, definitely when it comes to energy. And actually, we developed our common position, for instance, on energy, common position on this or that, and regional projects quantified, determined from A to Z, and we welcome all partners to work with us on this. So that's the way. So China or otherwise.
Said like a true diplomat. Thank you.
Sorry?
Said like a true diplomat.
No, it's not a true diplomat. It's I'm someone from the field. Remember, I'm an engineer and also implementer and financier in previous life. So what I'm saying is that we work, and when you look at the partnerships actually across Africa, it's everybody. China is only 20%, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a question, the handsome gentleman sitting on the table behind, and I'll move to my right momentarily. We'll be taking them in threes. Name, affiliation, question.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. Leon Shahabian, Middle East Policy Council. First time here, so from that perspective, it's refreshing that you're not diagnosing small current problems, but you're thinking ahead about how to re-engineer things. And it's very doable when Adil is here and opens the prism. So in the future, more inclusive Bretton Woods, what would the wonderful panelists suggest when it comes to the tool or weapon of sanctions, whether it's bilateral, whether it's unilateral or multilateral sanctions, if we're building an inclusive system, and we've spent decades picking out countries and sometimes continents and sanctioning them, pie in the sky, not thinking about a particular region of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Very relevant question. We'd now like to go to the far right, not indicative of anybody's politics, but the lady in the white jumper. Thank you. Name, affiliation, question, comment, not necessarily a lecture.
My name is Maria. Ironically, I'm from Belarus and I did my undergrad in Russia. So kind of pretty much to the right. So you mentioned that sporadically, but I just really wanted to maybe dive deeper into this question. The ownership of technology and monetary policy in just general, the political discourse. How do we draw the line between the foreign investment and allowing this to flow into the country while still preserving the sovereignty, especially the technological sovereignty? Because we clearly can see that the United States, China, a couple of other places probably, they now have like a oligopoly on technology. So how do we draw the line between this domination and at the same time help the countries develop their own discourse, whether it's technology, monetary policy, or anything? Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. So we have the question on, or point on China, Africa. Local currency and AFCTA came up. We have the question on sanctions in a rewritten, reinvented, reconfigured Bretton Woods system. What does this mean and how could it play out? And then the point on digital sovereignty fault lines. We'll be coming to you, sir. So digital sovereignty, technology development, at what expense? What does the compromise look like?
Okay, let me answer some of the points, not all of them. First of all, thank you for the information about Africa and the role of China. And I think Africa will continue to need China within their plans as long as they continue their infrastructure, which is what they need to do at this point. On the sanctions, personally, I'm completely against sanctions. Sanctions are like the veto. Okay, nobody has the right to control other countries' economy, and then if you look
what if they misbehave and do really bad things?
Nobody has the right to decide who misbehaves. I mean, and we are pointing directly to the war that's going on right now. By the way, the American sanctions against Iran made Iran a significant economic power. Interestingly enough, Iran doesn't owe anybody a penny, despite the sanctions for so many years. It's a powerful economy. Sanctions are like the veto. Nobody has the right to put them, especially if they put them in a biased way, applied to some and not applied to others, and accept horrible behavior by others. Okay, so that's very important. Okay. On the ownership of the technology and how to draw the line, again, this is part of the control of the West for what is happening to us, what we should be doing, all of us as growth markets, is encourage the FDI with the technology, but insist on having our people, our young people, learn this technology and use it, because more often than not, FDI comes, they keep our youth, okay, to the lower jobs. They do not let them be exposed, okay, to the newer technology. So this definitely needs to be changed. And then again, part of the unfairness of the system, we see it even in AI, in the models, if everything is openly available for all, then everybody can benefit from it. So if you think about it, it's all part of the same system, which is favoring some over others, when the growth markets should be the one that are actually leading everything.
Thank you. Dr. Uzan.
No, I wanted to...
And I'm really trying to solicit some disagreement here as well, so please, please.
We are converging. No,
this is very boring, please.
I think the issue of sanctions, because, it's very interesting because in the case of, I've been looking at it more from the central bank point of view. You have this huge reserve of the central bank of Russia. They were held outside Russia. They were held in Belgium, and Euroclear as the ownership of it. And it was a point where the European Union wanted to, more than, they were frozen, but wanted to use a receipt, to finance Ukraine. And until last year, they decided not to do so. The European Union decided not to do so because they said it was going to be counterproductive at the end. So the sanctity of central bank reserve, I think, is a very interesting point. So yes, I think we should not allow in the global financial system we have rule of the game to have sanctions. It happened because the major reserve currency has a capacity to weaponize, the system. That's what happened, and it is not in the case of Russia. It happened for other cases with Afghanistan, with Iraq, and so on. So I think here, that's why I think about, what should we be built, in a world of multipolarity, constructive multilateralism. I think sanctions should not be part of that system. So.
But just on its effectiveness, because it's a very interesting point. Thinking out loud, Venezuela up until recently, Cuba right now, Zimbabwe previously, North Korea, Russia, Iran. Have we seen diminishing returns on the umbrella nature? Has there almost become a sanctions-free zone, which has led to its ineffectiveness, China buying barrels, barter and all?
Well, let's take Venezuela. Venezuela was a member of the IMF and the World Bank. And recently, I don't know if you saw it, but Venezuela has been accepted again. They were suspended at the IMF. So they are back now to the system. And more than that, the most interesting thing, because a lot of bondholders have Venezuela bonds. So in order to circumvent the fact that they owe money to bondholders, the U.S. Treasury find a way to keep the dollars in Venezuela to make sure they will not be taken away by the bondholders. So the U.S. is working against their own U.S. investors to make sure that the money will be staying in Venezuela. And so I think sanctions, I believe, are counterproductive. It works. There was a great book by Chris Mulder, a professor at Cornell University, about the history of sanctions, went 3 times. But I think it should not be part of the system that we want to think in this world of multipolarity.
Thank you. We'd now like to go to the gentleman who enthusiastically had his hand up behind a colleague from Belarus. Name, affiliation, question, please.
Hi, Victor Chang, Public Finance, and just pursuant to the comment in regard to World Bank and IMF that they will not reform internally. I'm just wondering in regard to charting the way forward, how does the system actually change if it can't change within?
Thank you. So exogenous versus endogenous prompts. The gentleman just here in the middle, please. Thank you.
Haiti.
Sir, could you just come a little bit closer? Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, Haiti. On the previous panel, there was a question about if you had a magic swan, what would you do to get more women investing? And one of the answers was, the answer was create $100 billion funds to be able to start there. And then the moderator said, let's look at the World Bank in the room and let's congratulate them and stuff. And I did a quick research. The World Bank has not been able to do any deal bigger than maybe $2 billion in the entire world and the entire history. So clearly, if we need a $100 billion fund, that's not the way to go. So how should we be thinking about finding money to really create prosperity around the world if Bretton Woods institutions are actually not going to be the way to go?
Thank you. And we had one more just over here next to Mr. Shahabian, please. Name, affiliation, question. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zainab Shamsien. I'm a financier technologist advising startup. Oh, sorry, yes. Hi, my name is Zainab Shamsien. I work in finance, technologist, financier, so I believe in both of these markets and the influence that is guiding really the new economic system in the world. So the question becomes, with the age of agentic intelligence and the rivalry in technological advancement across nations, how do we design a system that doesn't become obsolete as soon as we finish building it?
Thank you. So we had the question on watching the watchers and who rewires the system if they're inside the tent. Does it have to be somebody from outside of the tent? The question on World Bank shortcomings when it comes to cash money. Where does it all come from? Are we talking about blended finance, private credit? Is it all of the above, sovereign wealth, $1 trillion in the world? And then finally, this point around agentic development and AI and how to maintain continuous improvement and not an end date that becomes obsolete the moment you've completed.
Okay, briefly on some of the points. On the World Bank and the IMF, you cannot change them from within because their problem is within. It's the way they are run. It's the power of the money by the members, the bigger members, okay, and their say in doing things that is slowing things down. So you cannot expect them to change from within. To go forward, you have to. The change has to come from outside. This is why the change that is needed is not change in those institutions, but rather a change in the entire system. Okay. Well, okay.
Thank you.
No breaks.
Order.
Okay. Order. Yes. All right. A louder voice from the South, collaboration with BRICS to lead the way, okay? G20 at a certain point could have done that role, but it cannot do it at this stage. So BRICS is the one that can do it to force the change of the framework so that these can function. By the way, these organizations are rich, they have money. The Development Bank under BRICS does not have enough funds as needed. And every country in BRICS has the right to funds in the World Bank, okay, by virtue of being member. Everybody is a member. So you need to know how to link those two together. You cannot make them act separately, you need to link them together. But the entire move has to come from an outside authority. It is actually the BRICS at this point which can lead the way. And it needs to start with pilot attempts, building up the system. Okay? On the design and the design that is changing all the time, if we create a system that is flexible enough, it will give room for accepting the change and accommodating it. The problem with the Bretton Woods arrangement, that it's fixed. Again, it's the box where you are trying to fit an elephant that is getting bigger every day. All right? So if we the starting point has to be fixing the entire framework.
Thank you. Mark, could you come in on this and maybe just touch on who is the captain charting the way forward?
Okay, so we already have the way forward, but it is happening outside the Bretton Woods institutions. If you to think about what are the current challenges at this moment, you know, we have a huge oil shock, energy shock for many countries around the world, Africa, Asia. We have tariff still there. So what countries are doing to try to deal with the current situation? Well, I think number one is regional integration. You are seeing that in Asia. Asian countries are starting to realize it's better to trade among themselves. They build and they come up with this concept about constructive multilateralism. We know we don't want to be in between two hegemons. If we are going to deal with China and with the US, let's align together to be all together to try to come up with a common answer. So this is what they are doing. They don't want to take a stance against China because they export and they do a lot of business with China, and they don't want to take a stance with the US. So you already have, I think, strategy by many countries to operate, and they are not going to use the Bretton Woods institutions. So the way forward is every country look at their strategic autonomy, their sovereignty, and they are going to try to figure out to whom I am friend with, to whom I can do business with, and under which operations. So that's why you look at what people are talking more coalition of the willing. Let's align on issues, on climate, on debt, and so on. So this is a way forward. Is not going to be under one umbrella under universal institutions, and is going to be, very ad hoc. That's, plurilateral agreement and so on. And we see it even on trade. Mercosur, Europe, India, Europe, and other things, So I think that's the way we should be thinking about the way forward is going to be, unfortunately, less under the multilateral institutions, because I think multilateralism as we knew it is gone. So that's why this constructive multilateralism, I think, is a good concept. It's a way forward. And if you look this year, G20 under the US, it's like a non-gap year. You know, if you are a student, you know, it's like a gap year until we know what will happen afterwards. And I think the IMF and the World Bank, they want to keep a very low profile because it's very hard for them to get out and criticize the two shareholders, the US or China. They didn't criticize the US with tariff. And if you look at the agreement of Bretton Woods, it was all about free trade, you know? So I think they are unease, which I can understand their position. So I think under that circumstances, the way forward is maybe to do things outside this framework.
But I know you want to come in, but just this question on, and maybe you can refine it and extend it, $3-4 trillion emerging market infrastructure gap, investment gap. Who's going to engage in this, and who are the players if it's not the Bretton Woods institutions and their friends?
The Development Bank under BRICS can do it, okay, jointly with the World Bank. The funds are there, they just need to be united. But I just want to raise a very important point. What Mark was describing right now about what's happening regionally and each individual country sort of closing upon its own interest, okay, looking with protectionism that is taking place, protectionism by the rich countries, not even by the less rich ones, okay? All of this fragmentation, if it continues, okay, and the voice of the South is not raised and is not united in a way that creates some kind of framework of operation, we are going to end up with an infrastructure, with a financial architecture that we don't recognize, an animal that we do not recognize. That's going to be bad for all of us. That's why the present situation, even though it is very bad internationally, it creates an opportunity for growth markets, okay, to lead and get together, fix themselves from inside, get together as African Union and other regions, because there are some public goods that first, and it's the end of the world as we know it. So it's a difficult time, but it's an opportune time for actual intervention in getting something together. Otherwise, again, we are going to end up with a weird animal that's in the making while we're not doing any action and simply dreaming of the past, okay, or not imagining the future.
Thank you. In our final round, if the questions could be centered around the exam question and really look to the future, so charting the way forward, what's coming rather than what has been, please. Yeah, there's two.
Hi, Imad Jaffrey. I'm a graduate student at the University of Notre Dame. My question is just on these emerging market dynamics. If the financial system around us is becoming increasingly subservient or becoming increasingly vulnerable to the competitive dynamics between China and the United States, perhaps we can see that the United States has been, the operations that the United States has been undertaking over the last several months in Venezuela and in the Persian Gulf, if we were to see those as reactions to the competition that it's facing from China, how do emerging markets respond to emerging in this financial system that is increasingly shaped by that competition?
Thank you. And we have one just behind you.
Hi, I'm Dimitri from TLG Pharma. So yeah, most of us can agree that we're moving to a multipolar world with multipolar currency reserves. What sort of keeps the system in check? So I understand there's going to be different types of multi-party agreements like the Mercosur and Europe agreement. Is this just a form of formalized fragmentation, or what exactly is going to keep things stable and avoid possible chaos?
Thank you. Did we have a last question point? We do, sir. Please. Hiding over there.
Hi, my name is Gahar. I'm a Rwandan and a student at the University of Wesleyan and also at Princeton University Public Policy and International Affairs Fellow. I just want to ask a question about African economy. You know, in this world which is currently dominated by a dollar, how can the African economy be free? And if that's possible, what are the steps that can they take? And if also you can answer me, what are going to be the consequences for having an economic freedom on the African continent in terms of global diplomacy and international relations? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll try and rephrase them going backwards. So the consequences or implications of economic freedom in Africa and what it would mean for international relations for Africa, and the point on the dollar. We had a question on multi-party agreements and formalized fragmentation. And the first question was really around how EMs, emerging markets, global growth markets, are navigating being recipients of international relations and geoeconomics, if I got it right. The competitive context of how you navigate red versus blue, purple, and the various conflicts that are around.
Just a few points quickly. On the African economy, how can we free the African economy? I think the African economy needs its youth. The continent is a young continent, okay? The average age is less than 25 years, and yet the ones who are ruling the country are extremely old people. Bring your youth forward. They are the ones that can get rid of the corruptive governments and fix things and improve them and protect the continent from the extraction. Right now, every time there is focus on an African country, just be careful. Look, it's either oil or minerals that are needed for the data centers. And when they work on ports and on building connections, it's always to extract the minerals and ship them to the West. This has to be stopped. So Africa can free itself. It needs to free itself. It's all from within. The same applies, by the way, on how to respond. The country is different. Simply need to have the proper fiscal and monetary policies, fix their institutions, fix their own governance in order to take care of things. I like the term of formalized fragmentation because this is more or less what is happening, but we're all going to pay a hefty price if this fragmentation also touches upon the common goods, the global goods that we have to all look at. So we need to pay attention to this and have some kind of general framework.
Thank you. Dr. Mark, you want to come in?
Yes. I will remember a speech of former Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen when she started to think about the global economic order and the US-China relations, and she mentioned the 3C. You cooperate, you compete, or you contest. So I think you need to think about the current world, about decoupling between US and China. And this is exactly what I think is happening today. This is a world of fragmentation. So I think you see it in terms of supply chain, you see in different sectors in the global economy. So in that context, if you're an emerging market or you have a growth market, how you're going to navigate these new uncertainties. And what you see, and I think this is already there, you see countries are trying to figure out, well, maybe you take the speech of Mark Carney, I think in January in Davos, I think was a case in point because he was more or less trying to explain, that we need to, find a strategy called middle powers to try to navigate the new world, which is going to be based on these two, superpowers, these two hegemons, and so they need to find a way to navigate. So that's why I think we are going to be in this fragmentation world. The question, you can be very pessimistic, or if you are an emerging market, South Korea or Brazil, who is by definition a middle power, you can create coalitions, and you need to do only one thing. You need to build resilience. Okay? I think resilience is going to be the key word at the global level in order to deal with this situation, with these major uncertainties. If I look back from COVID to where we are now, look at what Adam too said, polycrisis, and we are again in a polycrisis. Energy, pandemic, war, and you name it. So for emerging markets, it's another shock. For Africa, it's another shock, so it's become more permanent. That's why at one point we are going to think about, that's why I am a believer that we didn't talk about Europe today. But I think this is a moment for Europe to reach out to the BRICS. This is a moment for new type of alliances around the world, you know? And it should be based on that resilience concept. You know, the Europeans need to reach out to the global south or to the emerging market. And the BRICS is the right forum for the Europeans, you know, to talk to the major countries. Brazil is defined itself as a middle power and they want to position themselves. India is in a very different situation. So yes, I think resilience will be the game in town in the years to come.
Thank you. Before we thank our speakers in the usual way, just a couple of final audience pulses, if you like. Middle powers have come up as a common denominator quite a few times. Who thinks that middle powers will be able to coalesce and actually work for charting the way forward and prosperity through entrepreneurship, given the US-China influences, competition, contestation? Who thinks that we will see more cohesion with middle powers for good, and who thinks we won't? For good, raise of hands. And those who think that middle powers will remain fragmented or less fragmented, okay. So it's about 70-30, and we've got some fence sitters. Great. And then a sort of final question. 2030 is 4 years away. Do we feel that we will have an even deepening sort of competitive landscape when it comes to the US and China, or a less competitive one? And of course, you can factor in scenarios around red or blue in the US as well by then. More competition between US and China by 2030? Yes? Less? Great. So a lot of food for thought. I would not dare to try and sum up from Bretton Woods to Beijing, financial architecture, stable coins, tuna, and other acronyms that came up. But I would like to thank you for the engagement. I'd like to thank our distinguished speakers for a real tour d'horizon that took us from Sao Paulo to San Francisco to Shanghai, via Lima, Togo, Lomé, Cairo, and Paris. So on that note, I'd like to thank you all, and we'll continue the conversations over coffee. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you, that was wonderful. We're going to take a break and we will reconvene here at 4:15. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you please take your seats? We're about to begin with our final panel for today. Hi, how are you?
Good. I'm Emily Knight from the Engine.
Hi, how are you?
Very nice to meet you.
Likewise. There are no cancellations on your panel, right?
Not that I know.
Okay.
Are we all just going to come up at once?
Yeah, I will invite you. Shall I invite you up as I introduce? Yeah. Maybe Emily. I would like to invite Emily Knight, CEO and President of The Engine. Please welcome her and the panel to the stage for our final panel. We close day one with a question that cuts across everything we've heard today. Yalla, بدك تصيحي? Dina's about to get angry.
When you have your... Hi, everybody. Can we have your attention up to the front? It's very difficult. Can we close the doors in the back? Anybody who wants to come in, please do come in. Sharif, can I have my team bring people in, and can we get people seated? Thank you so much. Luzaya, now you have your audience.
Merci. Thank you, Dina. Always coming to the rescue.
Shibangi.
We close day one with a question that cuts across everything we've heard today. Thriving economies are not built by any single actor. They require universities, investors, policymakers, and community builders all actually working together. But too often we hear the word fragmentation. This panel brings together a founder who built West Africa's digital backbone, a fund manager commercializing university IP across Africa, a community builder from Haiti, an ecosystem connector, an entrepreneur fighting social norms, including 2 of our Foundry Fellows, and more. They're here to talk about what genuine co-creation looks like in practice, where it works and where it still breaks down. Thank you, Emily.
All right, thank you. My name is Emily Knight. I am the CEO of The Engine. I will introduce that very quickly, and then I'm actually going to have this fantastic panel introduce themselves, and then we will kick off. The Engine is an entity that was spun out of MIT. We are a nonprofit incubator and accelerator that was intended about 10 years ago now to bridge the gaps essentially from lab to market for what we have called tough tech. So really tough technologies being developed in the academic institutions at places like MIT, not just MIT, across Massachusetts in this ecosystem, finding the patient resources and the innovation orchard for them to develop and find their market. So in our facility up the street, we have fusion companies, we have quantum companies, we have direct air capture, circular textiles and plastics, and really, really long to market. We house about 140 companies, and the idea is that we are helping them think about the gaps between idea to investment and then the investment to impact. And we define technology, these tough tech, solving the world's toughest challenges like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and tough, resilient solutions. So we have an incredible group of people here who are all doing very tough things also in growth markets. They're going to talk about all the different angles. Why don't we start by each of you doing a quick introduction and tell us about your organization.
Okay, my name is Funke Opeke. I'm a 2026 Advanced Leadership Fellow at Harvard University. In 2008, I founded a company, Main One, to build digital infrastructure in West Africa, submarine cables and data centers. Exited in 2022. With a sale to Equinix, which is publicly listed in the US, the world's largest digital infrastructure company, their entry into Africa, and transitioned to Equinix management as of last year.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. First and foremost, I'm a proud Foundry Fellow of the 5th cohort, so I'm very delighted to be here. Thank you. And thank you all for this community. Thank you, Dina. And I'm also the partner for Africa at Plug and Play Tech Center, which is a global early stage VC. We are also a professional services company that does a lot of open innovation services for corporates and recently for governments. So we've been very active for the past 20 years, and today we're in 60 locations around the world where we operate innovation programs, but also invest directly, and this is where I'm happy to talk about how the stakeholders all together will come. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Calin Boussiko, founder of Banj in Haiti. Banj actually started as a very simple grassroots community project. We started bringing people together, organizing events, but very quickly we grew, making partnership with the private sector in Haiti, and we ended up building the biggest co-working space of the country. And then I found myself in this Harvard MIT infrastructure right here, where I took actually a class at MIT called Regional Ecosystem Leaders that opened my eyes with one very simple question. Whose role is it to build an ecosystem? Is it the government's role? Is it the private sector role? And the answer was anybody, as long as you can bring people together. After that class, I had the chance to work at the center, where I really see that how they're doing this around the world. And then I went back home with a new mission, new light, to build what we now call an innovation agency, where we're running projects at the intersection of government, private sector, international organizations, entrepreneurs. So now we are still the biggest co-working space in Haiti, but now we work with 125 entrepreneurs. We've been able to distribute $500,000 in Haiti to entrepreneurs with ideas. And I'll be happy to talk more about how we've been able to do that and what's necessary to be able to do that, but I'm very, very, very excited to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Shubhangi, and I am the co-founder of Path2Go, which is a menstrual health company back in Nepal, which I co-founded in 2018. I'm also a Sloan alum, graduated in 2024, and I was a student fellow at the center. So that's how I got connected to the center as a student fellow, and I just couldn't leave. So now I work at the center, and currently I am the program manager for our collaboration with the government of Botswana, and I also work very closely with our founder fellows right here. So really excited to be here, and passing it on to you, Wayne.
Good afternoon all, I'm Wayne Stocks, and like Karima, also a very proud fellow of the 5th cohort. I'm an entrepreneur, founder turned investor. We founded and manage 3 venture capital funds, and our primary mandate is to invest in R&D that originates at South African universities and alumni from South African universities. Thank you.
My name is Mohammed Musleh, and I am the co-founder of a company called Adjiptize.com. It's a company that does digital tech that is focused around privacy. So most of the advertising that you see right now is based on cookies, which takes a lot of personal data and uses it to target advertising towards you. We're trying to do things that are more private conscious. I just started this company in October. Before that, I was working with the Palestinian government, trying to build the innovation-driven entrepreneurship ecosystem in alignment with a lot of the stuff that is being taught at MIT. And I think this experience, trying to build the ecosystem while trying to build the company, complement to one another. I'm very excited to be on this session and discussing some of those things.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you all for that. So this is an incredible group of people across all different stakeholders. We have a couple different themes. We're going to start with, in multi-stakeholder ecosystems, what happens with fragmentation. So I'm going to start with you. So thinking about in growth markets, often rich with talent and demand, but held back by this fragmentation where infrastructure, regulation, capital, and institutional support don't always work together. You built incredible infrastructure, which is very impressive. In building Main 1, where did that fragmentation slow progress? And what opportunities were there that maybe you couldn't capture?
Okay, no, thank you. Well, you know, you run into that really in these markets every step of the way. So we were the first private submarine cable license in Nigeria and Ghana, where we had the initial landings. And then, of course, Portugal at the other end already had the framework, the regulatory framework for doing that. So first is absence of regulation. Second are just capital structures when you're investing across jurisdiction, skill, and also market development. Having been in the industry, both in the US and in Nigeria very briefly, when I returned to Nigeria, I recognized the gap in terms of the infrastructure required to enable internet access. The submarine cable was the biggest gap at that time because local mobile telephony was catching on and penetration was rising very fast. But it's subtle things like even the equipment and the capital required for the equipment to go in the distribution networks to move from just transmitting voice, which was low bandwidth transmission, to much higher data transmission took time to materialize. And so we had to move into building out some of that infrastructure ourselves if we wanted to distribute. So the challenges were really growing the market, the fact that the structures did not exist. Our markets are not very organized. The regulation does not always support the aspirations of the market. And so there's a lot of advocacy with regulation separate from permitting, which is another part of government. And then there's just a commercial aspect of organizing the market. So we started with wholesale mobile operators, internet service providers, building out to corporates, getting private estates. So it's a multiplicity of things. And then going across geographies in Africa, where each geography has a different licensing requirement. What challenge did that pose? Just the rate of growth and the rate of return and acceleration. We could have gone further. Internet penetration could have gone further. Consumption could have materialized sooner if some of those structures and engagements that we had to facilitate on a one-on-one basis, if they were pre-existing. But now, obviously, others can come in on the back of what we've built and the additional countries we've gone into, be it Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, and build upon that.
And those lessons learned now, you must move now at a faster pace?
Yes, of course, yeah. So new cables are coming in, submarine at a faster pace.
Yeah.
I think terrestrially across the region, we're still facing challenges, but continuing to work and advocate with the government to create the environment for those things to take place. And I think once the benefits are realized, then it becomes more obvious. Until then, there's a lot of barriers just put up to deploying private infrastructure.
Yeah, of course. Mohammed, I want to ask you, you talked about sitting at the intersection, so being an entrepreneur and advising on policy. So from that, these sort of dual vantage points, government and at the grassroots, what is there and what is on offer in that market for you? And then what as a now entrepreneur, what do you really need? So what's available, but what do you now see that you really need from your on-the-ground vantage point?
In our part of the world, things are a little bit complicated, right? There's a lot of fragmentation geographically between the different countries. If you think about just the Levant, the GCC, and so what we really need is to try to figure out a way to integrate those geographies together. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of talent in the Levant, but the markets are very smaller. We need to find a way to integrate the supply side of talent and ideas with the markets. For example, some of the things that we're trying to do, we're trying to create some sort of a production triangle between Palestine, Jordan, and Lebanon, where we're able to facilitate the way entrepreneurs work together in those three countries, and they can find ways to work together. The bureaucracy of just registering a company and operating in our part of the world is a lot more complicated. Registering a Delaware C corporation that takes about 15 minutes. Registering a company where some of the owners are not from the same countries becomes very, very difficult. Another part is that in our part of the world, people look at Silicon Valley and everybody wants to copy Silicon Valley. Even Boston is very different from Silicon Valley, right? The biotech here is different than deep tech and the AI revolution that is happening in the Valley. We need to find our own identity and our own voice in creating companies that can scale locally and regionally, and then try to build things that can go to other markets. Our universities are also a very important part of this. They're trying to just copy whatever happens, and unfortunately, change in universities in our part of the world is a lot more difficult. At MIT, sometimes what we see is that the curricula changes every 18 months or every 6 months. In our part of the world, it changes every 18 years. So hopefully we will be able to find a way to bring the constraints that happen in our region and try to basically take those constraints and changing them into strengths.
So you mentioned universities. I think now we'll go over to Wayne and Karima. You're funding research and commercialization, you're scaling ventures. I'm curious in each of your different perspectives, and Wayne, we can start with you. Where do you see those handoffs fail sometimes? What are maybe the missing link between the university, the research commercializing, and then it becoming a scaling startup?
Most often it's not the actual quality of the research, it's the translation from lab to market. So it's more of a mismatch between novelty and need. And so if you look at research optimizes for publication, where venture optimizes for solving a real need, someone's willing to pay for it, and it needs to be scalable across various markets. So there's that mismatch between what am I actually building and is there a market or product? And then there's definitely an incentive mismatch. So what we often see is universities try and take two
technology itself, so it's usually sometimes the teams itself they're expecting us as plug and play or other accelerator programs to take that team out of the university, very deep tech, etc., to go and grow them and scale them. So I think the work should come at the university at the time where the teams are building up there, so we can start with the governance and even help how the researchers are actually negotiating. So these are the skills skills that we teach entrepreneurs when they come into accelerator programs, but we're not talking to the same tier. So we're really looking at very technical, very senior people who might not know how to look at the equity ownership. So equity ownership is one of the most important things in venture, especially for VC funding to come. We need to make sure that the founders, the ones driving the company, are incentivized with at least 70% of the ownership, which is usually not the case. So the work should come in anticipation of the proof of concept, so really working inside the universities with let's say, innovation labs with the universities to build a better fostering environment so that they don't have to graduate or finish the proof of concept and then go to an accelerator program. It's a very different formula, it's a very different program. Yeah. And finally, it's really about examples that I can use. So plug and play, when we realized that we have a weakness in our pipeline, this is when we started working more with universities. So we had to see that we've been sourcing companies and the pipeline is becoming weaker and weaker in deep tech. So what we've done is we started, instead of only working with corporates and governments, we started also collaborating with universities, and we've launched a few programs with Princeton University, for example, the first time that Plug and Play actually looks at the university as the core ecosystem to build out of, and this is where I think the future should look at, to include the universities as stakeholders, not only, and I'm speaking as an enabler, and not only focus on corporates and governments.
That's incredible. I was going to ask, actually, both of you, I think you answered that a little, is how you're leaning in to solve that and sort of cross that chasm of, I would call it education, while they're in academia developing, we would say, the technologists or proto-founders, becoming those founders and entrepreneurs. How are you doing that at the Technology Fund?
It's about the relationships and the trust up front. So we work very closely with the university. So before a spin-out now actually happens, we've got a relationship sometimes 2 to 3 years with the research team and the faculty, which means we can have those conversations of, okay, what are the strengths and weaknesses? We can slowly start to educate them. Because there is, I mean, when you look at academia and finance, there's just a kind of, or commerciality, there's this distrust. And so it's taken us a lot of time to build that, and it really is almost a venture building exercise prior to even investing. And so there's some instances where we've invested 4 years after meeting the team. So it's alignment of that. We also work very closely with a lot of other VCs in South Africa. So co-investment is a huge thing for us. We try and we're sector agnostic, so we're not specialists in any particular area. So we tend to then cherry pick other investors that are better. And we also took as LP some LP money from the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa, and that's a government department. But what that allows us to do is we communicate with them, and they are providing some debt and other facilities where you need that type of different capital stack to actually start distributing and scaling.
So using multi-stakeholders to build that trust, to build that
Correct.
pipeline,
Yeah.
and same.
And if I may also say something, it's when you are well anchored within the startup ecosystem in whichever country, you also understand how companies fail. And a lot of the times you have a lot of founders that end up transitioning or closing down their companies, etc. And they would make great co-founders to the university, let's say a professor or academic that is actually looking to do that. So really building bridges between the people at the end of the day, and being in the intersection of failed founders, access to these university companies. And when I say failed founders, it's actually a success for founders, especially in ventures, so that they can come in and also have another go at it with a technical co-founder.
Yeah, that experience actually will really enrich their next endeavor, because now they have so much more experience.
We're lucky that startups fail, right? So like this, we have plenty of potential co-founders to technical founders.
Yeah, we love when people are willing to share. We wouldn't call them failures. We would call them lessons learned, and we have them share those all the time. Okay, so now shifting to building ecosystems and gaps. Margolin, we talked a little bit before. I got to follow you on social media. So you've built something incredible, also what I would call infrastructure in an ecosystem, Haiti's largest co-working space, and you've brought in Google and Meta, and you're building a digital infrastructure as well to connect all of these people, which is incredible. You're in a very challenging operating environment, and so what does it look like in that growth market for you? And you know, you're enabling. What has it taught you about being an enabler in an ecosystem, and what makes you effective?
Well, thank you. Great question. I think first of all, you need to have a big why, like a drive to do this, because trust me, everybody, building ecosystem is not a sexy business. It's very hard to sell to investors. What does that mean? You're gonna transform ecosystem, and am I making money out of that? What's value being created? For me, was first of all the drive about, like, I'm sick of hearing the narrative around Haiti, the poor country. How do we ourselves own our own agency to build back? So passion, drive is always the first thing. But then I think I have 3 other points that I wanted to share on this one. First of all, I think you have to sit down and look at your business model. How are you going to be doing it? Sometimes, in ecosystems like here, you're backed by a big company who's funding, or you're in a university that has resources, or you have a brand that attracts resources. But in your case, you have to think about, okay, can I make this a sustainable model? So take a time to really look at that. And for us, we've been many things over time. So it's been something that we've been successfully changing each time. Community, building actually a consultancy company where we take all our competencies and we kind of sell that to international organizations who want to just buy our capacity to do some things. And very recently, we've been looking at how we tap into global resources. So we built a foundation, led by this amazing lady over there, Mary, who's making sure we can find additional funding and streams of income to be able to continue doing the work. So first of all, sit down, think about the business model, about how you're going to operate in places like that. And the second very important thing that we need, that's very specific as well to growth markets, is that it's also very noisy and full of distractions. So what I call distraction is that the ecosystem is not necessarily aligned the way it's very well organized when you take a class at MIT. Like, these are the 5 stakeholders, and you're just gonna put them together, and they're all rational people, they understand what to do. No, the entrepreneur in Haiti is trying to survive while there is a little bit of a, less of a crisis. And it's not just Haiti, I think, it's everywhere. They're not used to entrepreneurship. You have to do some education, enlightening. The government is just still trying to survive the next political crisis, not necessarily prioritizing what needs to happen. Entrepreneurs are also trying to survive in the ecosystem. So it's really hard to find how to put everyone together. And the way we did it, and we're very inspired by that concept of how do you build the incentive infrastructure? How do you find where everyone fit with each other at each time as we're moving from crisis to crisis? And the way we experimented it is by building a project that's inspired by, yes, the 5 stakeholder model that helps you identify who should be there, but organizing community of practices. So we bring all the universities together once a month. We kind of discuss where they're at, what they're trying to do. We try to find who in the government is political but can open doors, create a way to keep them together. We bring entrepreneurs together, private sector together. So that's kind of how this platform was built, by bringing these people together, coming from their own perspective and understanding how you're shaping this incentive machine to be able to try to get people together. We're not a success story that we can talk about, but we already are being studied by organizations like the IDB to see that the nitty-gritty detail of how do you build this machine to be able to get everyone where you're going. And I think the third thing that's important is we shouldn't see ourselves as single country or entities that are trying to do this. Regional is important. And one of the things that's happening actually right here in the Caribbean, actually initiated by the Inter-American Development Bank, is a Connecta program. It's like, let's bring all of these people together. Who's building ecosystem in Haiti, in Trinidad, in Barbados? And let's sit down in a room, and we were just in Barbados recently, realizing that we're all facing the same issues, and we could be stronger together as a Caribbean instead of a single Haiti trying to build ecosystem. So truly think about your business model before you jump into this. Of course, make sure you're passionate, whether it's your country, whether it's some cause that you really, really feel strongly about. take the time, be intentional about finding what your incentive infrastructure is for your case, and really come along as a group, as a region, because we're all stronger together.
Thank you. It's one of the things that we've found in our work, well deserved, is that a physical space and a co-working space is actually a convener of a community in a really important way. And you just named how you bring everybody in, which is, I think is very important. And I'm sure all of you have pretty similar enabling bodies like that, maybe sometimes without realizing that a co-working space can be the backbone of a community.
You're absolutely right. Just having free space to get people together can take you a long way. Organize events everywhere. We've organized about 600 events in about 9 years. We just celebrated our 9th anniversary yesterday. So always bringing people together is always good.
That's great. We say that it's like the public infrastructure for the innovation economy. So hard to support, but necessary. Shubhangi, you are a entrepreneur and sort of sit at the intersection of entrepreneurship, public health, education, and social impact. So what were key ecosystem gaps or assets for you that either, the things that probably were harder and then the things that enabled your journey?
Perfect. Thank you for that question, Emily. It's always so fun to wear the entrepreneur hat because, working at the center, I sometimes wear different hats. So I just first of all want to touch upon what Pad2Go does and then go back to your question. Perfect. So Pad2Go is a social enterprise, as you all can call it, but I call it an enterprise because, a lot of enterprises, almost all enterprises should focus on social challenges back in our countries. We focus on we have three main pillars. The first one is we provide sanitary napkins and give access to young girls and women in places where they don't have access to through vending machines. The second one is we have partnerships with a lot of manufacturers, so these pads are actually affordable. And the third one is for a country like Nepal, which is a patriarchal country, and solving an issue that is deeply cultural, as well as a lot of taboos and stigma surrounding it. We also focus on education and policy and advocacy. So that's how Pad2Go started in 2018. And when we started then, there was no ecosystem. And there was no ecosystem. There definitely were NGOs. There was, back then, USAID supporting a lot of pad distributions, education. But there was nothing that was connecting the ecosystem, and that was a gap. But I feel like for entrepreneurs like us, that definitely was also an opportunity where that white space was available for us to really play and write our own game. And when COVID hit in 2019, that is when we heard a lot of women were stuck in the borders and they just didn't have access to pad. And the reason that they didn't have access to pad was pads in Nepal are deemed as luxury items, and only essential items were allowed in Nepal. So then we came together as a community, did donate a lot of pads, and that's how we also moved more towards policy level work. So in 2020 we started the campaign which is called Rato Kar Maaf Kar in Nepali, which means forgive the red tax. In the US it is also called the pink tax, where there is an extra value-added tax on period products, which is so unfair, right? So, and that's where, as an entrepreneur working on ground, really looking at these gaps and challenges really gives you an idea of, yes, we were just providing products, we were just educating young girls and boys, but now we're really moving towards policy level change, and that's just so exciting. Yeah.
I have to say it's incredible. We work with companies who are trying to create a fusion market, and they think about regulatory. It's wild to me to think of and I'm not sure if everyone totally heard, but that calling it a luxury item is wild. And so the work you're doing is incredible, and I love the entrepreneurship mindset of things that could be a challenge become an opportunity, and the way that you're really using your product to advocate and create policy change. That's important. And I learned a lot from you before, so that is very important. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so thinking of other bridging the gaps, Karima, at Plug and Play, you're sitting between large institutions like the National Bank of Egypt and regulators like the Financial Regulatory Authority. And then early stage founders, and we see this a lot. People move at different paces. There's all of these disconnects. So when you're thinking of making them all work together, what is the greatest friction point? And maybe it's something on each of them, but how are you doing that, and what are those friction points?
So a lot of the times, and we've heard this, I think, today, is that the private sector, usually we say that they're corporates, they need to step up because this is where the commercialization, and they're the clients really of the deep tech companies. And in the context of global growth markets, and I'm going to speak about, let's say, my main market, which is Egypt, corporates are actually very small in size. So our private sector, outside of the big multinationals and the very few conglomerates, and I don't want to even use the word conglomerate like the Japanese conglomerates that produce everything, etc., but we have a very, very small private sector. So when the private sector is not really thriving, they have a hard time to become the client of the startup. So this is also just realization number one. We do want to have more private sector capital, but is it the same level as the size of the private sector capital present in different markets? So even in the IFC standards, our corporates in Egypt that we consider corporates are considered SMEs and not even fundable by these big financiers. So it's really looking at the private sector as the core client of most of the startups. Of course, there's B2G companies that can thrive from there. So really bridging the gap is not by pointing the fingers, but really seeing, okay, so now that the corporates are not big enough, should we start lobbying the SMEs to start more and more adopting and creating consortiums for a group or a bundle of SMEs to become the client companies for these startups? So these are things that I'm still trying to figure out, and Plug and Play has, like, the pride of Plug and Play is being an open innovation platform for the corporates. But it's been a product that I've had such a hard time activating in my home market because the corporates are small, and the only corporate, let's say, show or capital that we're seeing is CSR capital. And the CSR capital is more for show and not for procurement. So then this is really to nail down that we need more procurement budgets from the corporates, be it SMEs or bigger corporates in our markets, and much less from this, let's say, spectacle.
We call it
spectacle
tech tourism.
innovation. Exactly. So this is the main friction point that would actually solve one of the biggest issues from the commercialization that we're talking, especially for deep tech. The rest of the startups should be, if they're good enough and there's a product market fit, they should be able to run around on their own and have a market if they're witty enough to capture that. So I think the friction should be at the corporate level.
Yep, and then can I ask on the regulatory level, is there a pace issue there, or is it education?
On the regulatory level, it's more of the asset class of a startup. People just still don't understand. So it is okay, we can consider them SMEs, yes, but they are digitally, let's say, they host data. So there's a lot of the regulatory things that are not ready for that. On the biggest, let's say, success story that we've seen in my past four and a half years of working in Plug and Play was the regulations that came out for the fintechs. And it was actually quite inclusive, because the regulator, first and foremost, started to collaborate with us as Plug and Play, for example, to start creating these sessions for the let's say, the actual chairman of the entity to be present on stage, have a fireside chat with the team, and then get questions and heated questions and answers by the ecosystem. So the dialogue is really important, but the problem and the friction when it comes to regulations in my home market, at least, or at least in the markets that I cover, is also the perception of startups. Of course, there's the trust, but also which asset class do they belong under, and which framework should they be bundled under.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And that's a lot of all of that friction is what you dealt with and what you overcame to get to market. Anything in what was just said that?
No, a lot of it just resonates, because what you have are competing regulatory agencies. And I said, my view is, in most of our markets, if you go to a regulator and you say, do I need a permit for this or regulation? The answer is yes, even though they don't have it. And then you're stuck. The other one is about building an ecosystem and building a market for newer businesses and new business models in our markets.
Yes.
And I said, a tree does not make a forest. And It's not, I heard about maybe CSR money being used to fund some of that early work. For us, for example, looking at the e-commerce space and all the digital businesses that wanted to come in, day one for us, it was just, we need you to come onto the network. So we'll build to you, even though you can't pay for it, because if you grow and you can get your services to grow, then you will be in a position to buy more from us. So there's just that patience and continued need for investment capital and a lot of convening in terms of bringing players together to advocate for policy or permits or just access in some instances to be able to do business. But that is, I think, something that cuts across everything. I think what everyone is saying, in these markets, you have to be present and take that on. And that's just a part of making the business successful.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, so final question that I'm going to ask all of you, and this is, I'd say, with a tone of opportunity and hope, is, in your experience, what is the single most important ingredient, and it could be anything that you'd like to answer, that makes multi-stakeholder partnerships work? So do you have do you want to start?
Well, I just, some of the stuff that Karima just mentioned really resonated quite a bit with me when she's talking about Egypt, a country of 120 million people, having very small private sector. And I'm just looking at the past 4 or 5 years of my life, trying to make Palestine a powerhouse for innovation-driven entrepreneurship, where the private sector in Palestine is much more even small than Egypt. And we have companies that do well with banking, telecommunication, and pharmaceuticals, and they're very much smaller than Egypt. And I think, to answer your question, we need to find a way to bring multi-stakeholders across the region together. If we don't work together within the MENA region, within the Arab world at large, if we can't bring the stakeholders together, I don't think we're going to be able to compete globally. But even on a smaller scale, in a country like Palestine, what I think makes sense is if you force some of the corporate players and some of the government players to give more credence to Palestinian innovative companies or ones in the Levant. For example, if you're trying to build some sort of a national tax collection system, make sure that a Palestinian company is innovating it. It's not really rocket science to do that. Don't go and buy it from SAP or from Oracle. So hopefully we'll be able to find this integration across stakeholders in Palestine and in the region. I think that's very important.
Thank you.
Aligned incentives. That's it.
Aligned incentives. All right.
I might have more than a sentence. I think the ingredient would be more finding an actor in the multi-stakeholder system where the actor is legitimate and has proximity to the problem. You know, as an actor who brings all these stakeholders together, understands the problem on ground, and really pushes these stakeholders to not work in silo, but then it becomes a system. And I think a lot of times this actor ends up being an entrepreneur because we end up working very close with our stakeholders, understanding the cultural barriers, the markets, what's available, what are the gaps, but also looking at it as an opportunity. So to your question, I think the ingredient is finding that actor and opening doors for that actor in the multi-stakeholder partnerships.
Yeah, excellent.
Well, I think Shubhangi kind of touched on how I was going to answer, but I'll just probably step back a little bit. I would say what ecosystem needs are champions. So these are people who have all the reasons in the world to do business as usual, but for some reason wants to do something different. And your job as an ecosystem builder is to really fuel and get them to do what they have to do. It's out of everybody in the government cabinet, that one minister who's willing to take that topic on the table, that one entrepreneur who's willing to call all his best friends to come to, and come and invest in some crazy idea that they're not exactly sure about how to do. I think champions are what we need to harness to really make ecosystem happen. And I think one of the person who inspires me the most, and the reason why we're all here today, is Dina. Whenever she goes on stage, she say, I call somebody she comes or he comes. That's the type of people who knows how to put champions together. So thank you, Dina, for doing that. But really, everyone, that's one single ingredient, someone who can get things done and brings people together. Champions.
You've been getting a lot of claps, huh? Definitely, I agree with everything you said, and especially the champions. I would say a few buzzwords that would make it, also important to note. It's the inclusivity of that ecosystem, because at the end of the day, and I agree with you, Egypt does have a huge population and a much bigger private sector than Palestine, for example, but we're not very inclusive, especially to the regions. We have 120 million people. And most of the funding, if not all of it, is happening in the capital. So really, as an ecosystem, we can say we're ecosystem building in Egypt, but we're really ecosystem building in Cairo to date. So the more we start becoming inclusive, and I'm going to use what you said about co-working spaces being a key infrastructure that is necessary. So in the governorates in Egypt, there was a big initiative by the government that allowed innovation hubs to open in all of the main universities in each governorate, and they did it on purpose inside university campus, not because they only want researchers from the universities. It's also to make it safe for women entrepreneurs, and usually entrepreneurs that live far, to feel safe, and this is a usual commute. So these sort of infrastructures being available in these global growth markets, where most of the population is actually not included in general in that infrastructure, could be something that I deeply care about, especially for inclusion of non-capital founders.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think what I experienced is that as we build, it's important that we use the multi-stakeholder engagement to build structures and ecosystems. And by doing that, we build a bigger pie. Yeah. And having a bigger portion of a bigger pie is a lot more defensible and sustainable in our markets than building a bigger pie. And I think, as founders, people are sometimes focused on getting that extra advantage. But I think in our very fragile markets, actually leveraging that, not just for the benefit of your particular business, but building for the ecosystem pays off in the long run.
Yeah, thank you. It's probably a bit of a trick question, because I don't think in a multi-stakeholder ecosystem you can build it alone, or there's one single ingredient. So aligned priorities and champions and leadership is what you're talking about, and places to bring them together and convene with that shared goal and vision of building a bigger outcome for everyone is the thing. So
including your competitors.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you all. That was incredible. Thank you for answering hard questions. Are we opening up for questions?
Amélie, before you close, you were saying I was getting a lot of clap. I just really want to recognize so many Haitians came to this conference, and I want to really recognize you guys for coming here, listening to this, because we need all of you to build the ecosystem. So that's why I was getting claps, because all of them came here. Thank you.
Dina,
there's a Haitian delegation as well on the third delegation from Tina. But thank you, everyone.
No clue. Do we have time for a few questions? We're running over time. Okay. Okay, maybe one question. Does anyone have a burning question? Raise your hand high. Oh. Okay, there.
Hi, thank you so much for a great session. I was wondering, what do you envision for Palestine in terms of the innovation ecosystem? I'm very curious about that. That's my burning question.
So this is
I can introduce myself. My name is Sharon Rubaluchi. I'm from Iran originally, but I'm working on a venture fund for Palestinian founders.
So I'm always trying to be careful when I talk about Palestine, especially in an MIT session, because we don't want to talk a lot about politics because Dina would assassinate me. I am scared of her a little bit. But in terms of Palestine, the reason I started working, trying to develop innovation-driven startups in Palestine, is because I've been doing startups since I was in second year in college. About in 2009, 2010, I went back to Palestine and I found out that innovation-driven entrepreneurship requires a lot of work. People haven't really thought about it. Organizations like USAID, the Brits, the Japanese put a lot of working spaces, a lot of accelerators that were accelerating nothing, right? Because in general, we were in the education sessions talking about the 5 elements of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are the most important. Education, if you don't have education to produce people who can do tough tech, who can do research, that wouldn't work. If you don't have venture capital, startups burn a lot of capital. The government in Palestine, we're still using Jordanian law from 1954. The world has changed since 1954. And then, of course, the private sector, as Karima said, is still very nascent. We're doing a lot of box moving. The Palestinian pharmaceuticals are doing a lot of R&D, which is very surprising and doing very well, but that's just a unique thing. So by mistake, I joined the government and we started doing a lot of work. We started creating something called the Startup Law. We started working with it. We created something called the Palestine Entrepreneurship Cluster. Palestine is a little bit also unique because the government itself is very poor. So we brought in the international donors trying to get some of the resources. And we built something beautiful, like Gaza started having all this remote work, a lot of servicing a lot of the Arab technology in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf. So that was the vision. The vision was to really create this triangle between Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon in terms of producing high-quality, innovation-driven startups and trying to sell those their products and services in the Arabian Gulf. That's the vision. That's something I still believe in. I still think it can happen. The geopolitical situation, we all know about what's going on. Hopefully this will be resolved in the next 15 years and we'll have great startups coming out of Palestine. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Done. Thank you all so much. Thank you. If you can stand for a group photo. What an extraordinary first day. Thank you all. Thank you to every panelist, every moderator, every speaker, and to all of you for the quality of conversation and engagement in the room today. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, where we will begin at 9 a.m. sharp in here. Thank you.